Una de estas mañanas donde sientes que algo se te está olvidando. Muy buenos días a todos. Bienvenidos al Casino del Tío Salo. El día de hoy vamos a platicar de Bitcoin rapidísimo porque está a punto de llegar a los $100,000. Es una absoluta locura la fuerza que lleva Bitcoin y aparte está el momento más interesante, ¿no? Que es justamente antes de llegar a 100,000. ¿Va a lograr los 100,000? ¿No va a lograr los 100,000? ¿Qué está pasando? En este momento está cotizando en 97,890, pero ha llegado a 99,526 mínimo en la relación en Bitstamp que yo tengo, que es donde lo estoy viendo. Y me parece que ha llegado a los 100 en diferentes exchanges, ¿no? Pero esto pone entonces a toda la gente a pensar, bueno, se viene el gran short de Bitcoin de los 100,000. Perdón, hay algo que está pasando por acá. Um, ¿Quién sabe qué sea? Vamos a ver. Um, mm, Algo está pasando con mi en vivo. ¿Lo pueden ver ustedes? Déjenme ver rápido. Me voy a meter acá. Discúlpenme por las fallas técnicas. Pero también quiero platicar con ustedes de exactamente lo que hemos estado viendo pasar, que es cómo nos están diciendo y nos están poniendo toda esta guerra enfrente de todos nosotros, la guerra nuclear, el fin del mundo. Todo está muy preocupado. Exactamente, algo está pasando por acá. Déjame veo. Sí, algo está pasando. Tal vez tenga que volver a empezar este stream, que sería una absoluta patada en las bolas para el tío Salo, pero pues, güey, a veces es lo que es. Voy a crear otro. A ver si con esto me da chance, brother. A ver, perdón, ahora tengo que ir por 17,000 pantallas para lograr esto. Ok. Ok, puedo eliminar este. Creo que esto sí está sirviendo. Creo que lo pude arreglar sin tener que volver a abrir otro en vivo y cerrar otro en vivo. Vamos a ver, voy a darle 10 segunditos a esto, a ver si de verdad funciona o si no. Creo que sí, ahí está ya funcionando perfecto. Vale. Perdón. Le estaba comentando a todos ustedes, perdón, la distracción de la mañana. Eso es el productor, el pendejo que tiene que establecer todo y también el imbécil que presenta. Toma toda la habilidad del tío Salo. Pero ya está funcionando todo esto. Perdón. Tenía que asegurarme que estuviera funcionando. Tenemos a Bitcoin en altos históricos. Lo que quiero que aprendamos el día de hoy es sencillo. Porque creo que el canal se trata más, lo que me he estado dando cuenta es que el canal, y aparte es bastante obvio, ¿no? Para muchos, pero lo que estoy intentando hacer con el canal es simplemente poner luz enfrente de todos ustedes para que puedan ver todas las abnormalidades que existen y cómo todas esas abnormalidades que existen en todo el mundo, en todo tipo de cosas, nos llevan a diferentes resultados. Y habrá veces que platiquemos de política, habrá veces que platiquemos de noticias, habrá veces que platiquemos ¿cómo se llama? De política exterior, política interior, habrá veces que solamente sea finanzas, porque todo esto a fin de cuentas lo puedes corretear en diferentes formas, pero a fin de cuentas el dinero es el que hace que baila el perro y el dinero literalmente es el que al que podemos ver de principio a fin dónde está yendo, dónde están los intereses y eso nos lleva a la realidad. Aquí a lo que quiero llegar es, tenemos obviamente un departamento de PR, de marketing brutal en Estados Unidos, donde en cuanto salen nuestros políticos a advertirnos que Vladimir Putin nos va a atacar nuclearmente, sabemos que lo que quieren hacer es que no nos entremos al mercado a invertir. Y mucha gente dirá, ay Alejandro, ¿por qué van a querer hacer eso? ¿Tú crees que lo que quieren solamente son $100 de Tito Puente 24 en el chat? No, porque ellos usan trillones de dólares. Literalmente esto se trata. Hay varios fondos gigantes como BlackRock, Blackstone, Vanguard, todos ellos. Y entre ellos manejan una cantidad como de 50 a 75 trillones de dólares. Esas personas que también son dueñas de 80% de todas las empresas públicas, son las que dicen qué es lo que vamos a hacer. Y para que todo el mundo se coma una historia y ellos puedan hacer sus porquerías financieramente hablando, porque si no sería muy obvio. Si nadie te dijera qué es lo que está pasando en el mercado, todo sería muy obvio. Entonces te tienen que tirar todas estas basuras, ¿no? Como para distraerte y para poder ellos ejecutar su plan. Y recuerda, cuando suben los mercados, no es porque llegamos nosotros y empezamos a comprar el mercado, es porque los fondos empiezan a comprarlo, ellos lo trepan y ellos lo bajan. Esto lo aprendimos el 22 de octubre del 2022, o de septiembre a octubre, cuando nos empezaron a contar la historia de que Putin, oh, ese hijo de puta nos iba a atacar nuclearmente, y el mercado oficialmente hizo fondo y empezó a subir. Y están haciendo un poco de lo mismo en este momento. No estoy diciendo que esto vaya a continuar hasta el fin del mundo. Es lo único que quiero que nos quede claro. Pero por el momento mínimo, cuando empezaron a platicarnos de que la guerra mundial y todo esto, Bitcoin fue de 90,000 a casi $100,000, ¿no? En lo que todo esto. Y mucha gente cree y lo va a relacionar con la idea de que no, es que la gente está usando Bitcoin para guardar valor. No, 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 no. La guerra es solamente algo para que todo el mundo esté de lado, no se meta y los fondos gigantes lo compren y te cuenten la historia y justifiquen. No es que esta subida es porque la gente en verdad está usando Bitcoin para protegerse de una guerra que no les afecte en absolutamente nada. Es una verdadera locura. No lo puede ser mejor. Otra cosa rápido que quería platicar con ustedes es lo de Jaguar, la marca de coches que absolutamente se autodestruyó con esta campaña publicitaria para anunciar su nuevo logo, su nuevo branding y poner literalmente a gente de colores enfrente de todos nosotros. Qué gran cagada, honestamente. Tienen que ver esto, porque quiero que solamente piensen en esto. Como una empresa de ese tamaño, porque es Tata Motors. Tata Motors son los dueños de Jaguar. Jaguar no es una empresa pública, Jaguar es una empresa privada que le pertenece a un conglomerado de marcas que se llama Tata Motors, y Tata Motors es una empresa hindú de la India, no de la que ustedes a veces le gritan así a la señora, no, 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 de la India, del otro país que tiene 1,000,000,000 de personas. Tata Motors, siendo dueño de Jaguar, ¿por qué son dueños de Jaguar? Jaguar ha estado cambiando manos, ha estado intercambiando manos por décadas. Le perteneció a Ford cuando empezaron a hacer esos que se parecían a los Aston Martin. ¿Se acuerdan que hubo una época muy parecida entre los Astons y Jaguar? Era porque Ford era dueño de ellos junto con Range Rover, y Ford destruyó todas esas marcas porque digamos que no están enfocados en ello. Ford es mejor haciendo inversiones que haciendo coches. Mucha gente no sabe esto y por eso les va tan bien en realidad. Ford es mejor invirtiendo en otras empresas para su portafolio que en sus propios productos. Entonces, todo este mal manejo de la marca los ha llevado a vender de 160,000 coches en Estados Unidos al año, a literalmente este año, el año pasado, el 2023, a vender 8,000 unidades solamente en Estados Unidos. Vienen a hacer un rebranding, ¿no? ¿Qué es lo que necesitas? Solamente quiero que piensen la estupidez de esto. ¿Qué es lo que necesitas cuando vas a hacer un rebranding? Que más gente venga a comprar tu producto, que más gente quiera comprar tu producto. ¿No te imaginas que ese es el objetivo final de lo que ellos deberían de estar buscando? Queremos vender más unidades. No tienes que ser un genio para entender eso. Queremos vender más unidades. Ok, entonces, ¿qué vamos a hacer? Vamos a hacer una campaña que sea relacionable para una gran cantidad del público para que podamos crear nuevas ventas. ¿Tiene sentido eso? Vale, vamos a hacerlo. Llamaron a los mejores tipos de branding y de PR y de marketing, los trajeron a su oficina, probablemente les pagaron 3 a 7 millones de dólares por hacer todo esto por ellos, incluyendo el gran comercial para anunciarlo. Y después de que ellos presentaron este equipo de innovadores, de gente que está a la vanguardia de toda la información en marketing, de absolutamente todos estos genios que saben perfectamente que lo que están buscando es más clientes, y decidieron hacer una campaña enfocada a menos de 2% de la población de Estados Unidos. Y con eso anuncian a través del comercial para empujar aún más ese 2% de la población que tal vez quiera comprar su coche. ¿Se les hace lógico que una empresa de ese tamaño que necesita vender más unidades esté haciendo una campaña y un rebranding completamente targeteado a solamente 2% de la población cuando tienen que vender más coches? Quiero que lleguemos a este punto también. La falta de... a cierto punto tienes que preguntarte, ¿no? ¿Qué es lo que está pasando aquí? No hay entendimiento de lo que la gente ya está cansada de. Hay una falta de comunicación entre la gente muy rica y los demás. Hay una falta de entendimiento de por qué ganó Donald Trump las elecciones este año. Hay una falta de entendimiento del cansancio de la gente de tener que lidiar con estas estupideces de izquierda a derecha, arriba abajo. ¿Qué es lo que está pasando? ¿Dónde está la desconexión? ¿O es un plan, es una agenda? Y podrías decir que son un poco de los dos. Ahora, pobre de toda la gente que tiene una agencia de Jaguar. Imagínate despertarte y que digas, güey, es que no puedo vender ningún coche. Tengo todos estos coches parados acá que compré. No sé qué hacer, pero bueno, me habían dicho que hoy van a anunciar el rebranding de la marca. Espero que esto nos vaya a traer nuevos clientes. Abres tu computadora y te enseñan el rebranding de la marca y la presentación. Imagínate lo que está pasando dentro de ti. Ahora, no te puedes quejar, porque la gente no se ha dado cuenta que a través de la moralidad han destruido la libertad de expresión. ¿Y a qué me refiero con ello? En Estados Unidos hay libertad de expresión para el grupo que esté fondeado mejor. Por ejemplo, en la guerra de Israel contra Palestina, yo creo que la libertad de expresión permitiría que los dos lados puedan defenderse y decir, güey, deberían de, esta es mi opinión sobre esto. Pero la realidad es, todos mis amigos que trabajan en agencias, dueños de agencias que son palestinos o árabes o libaneses o lo que quieras, no pueden decir nada. No pueden. Literalmente no pueden porque son cancelados por la sociedad y por toda la gente y por todas las marcas. Entonces no existe una libertad de expresión real porque todo está manipulado por dinero. No lo hacen. La libertad de expresión no está basada en leyes en Estados Unidos, está basada en el flow de dinero. Entonces, donde tu libertad de expresión acaba es donde mi dinero está gastando. ¿Y a qué me refiero con ello? Está todo el lobbying israelí en Estados Unidos, que es dueño de nuestro Congreso, que no permite que esta gente tenga una opinión sobre las atrocidades que están pasando en su lugar. Eso es lo mismo que está pasando en todos lados. Hay una falta, toda la gente que está en la mesa sentada viendo la presentación de Jaguar, ¿no? Así de, güey, qué chido, la presentación de Jaguar está de no mames, qué padre, la nueva marca. Toda esta gente, cuando una vez que lo ve y que dice, ¿qué voy a hacer? No puedes decir nada, porque si dices algo, todos te van a tachar ¿cómo se dice? Que odias a los homosexuales, a los gays, a los LGBTQ, RSTY, Z, a todos. Entonces, sería un suicidio personalmente decir algo ahí, ¿no? Entonces, los dueños de la agencia están completamente en la mierda. Luego, la gente que trabaja en la agencia, esos güeyes que llegaron al día siguiente y dicen, güey, ¿viste el comercial? Sí, sí, vi el comercial. ¿Y ya te hablaron todos tus clientes? Sí, ya me hablaron todos los clientes. No sé qué hacer. Toda la gente que compró un Jaguar, que está sentada en él porque compró la legacía de la marca, etcétera, ahora tiene una bandera de colores manejando su coche. De huevos. ¿Lo pidieron? Absolutamente no. ¿Pueden decir algo? Absolutamente tampoco, porque en la sociedad donde acaba la libertad de expresión es justamente en la agenda política de por alguna razón todo el mundo tiene que poder hacer que la gente del 2% se sienta mejor. No tiene sentido alguno. ¿Por qué no mejor hacemos algo por la gente más rica de todo Estados Unidos, el 1%? Si queremos ser más exclusivos en esto, y además eso ayuda a todas las cosas. Y la última cosa, antes de irnos al casino del tío Salo, es también bueno, más allá del cliente y de toda esta gente y de todos los afectados, es en sí mismo la psicología de todos. Quiero que entendamos esto porque nos ponemos a pelear por estas cosas y es parte de lo que están buscando, que no podamos entre todos simplemente tener una plática razonable. A nadie le importa, a nadie, que todos sean trans y que quieran hacer estas cosas, a nadie. Yo tengo un gran cuate que es trans. Me da absolutamente igual. No me lo pongo de banderita enfrente de todo el mundo, no lo saco en todos lados, no, pero estoy seguro que algunos de ustedes me han visto historias, lo que sea, en algún lado con mi cuate, ¿no? Entonces, no es que tengamos problema con eso. El problema es que güey, imagínate que eres vegano y te quieran meter carne por el culo, o sea, que te quieran hacer comer carne. Dice, güey, soy vegano, déjame con mis cosas. No. No puedes nada más eso, va a tener que ser eso. Y es el problema. La libertad de todos acaba donde la libertad del otro comienza. Y eso es algo muy importante de entender. Lo que han empujado es a una serie de personas a sentirse víctimas de la sociedad, que entendido, han tenido un pasado bastante fuerte, pero yo creo que todo el mundo en diferentes sentidos lo tiene también. No puedo decir que al mismo nivel, porque obviamente la falta de aceptación es algo durísimo y eso también le afecta a mucha gente, pero la realidad de ello es que para todos los que no nos interesa platicar de esto todo el día y para todos estos, no, porque les han enseñado, güey, si alguien te dice que eres ponte tú, si eres una mujer que se cambió a ser hombre y eres una de esas, y está gorda, ¿no? Porque, perdón que sea tan crudo, pero ahí les va. Una mujer que se cambia el sexo a ser hombre, ¿no? De esos gordos que no les puedes ver como el físico porque parecen una uvita, que salen con el pelo entre corto y largo, que está entre delgado y que no tiene barba, y alguien viene y le dice, oiga señorita, y es de, no, soy hombre, y ahora se tiene que emputar de aquí al final, como si fuera algo obvio. Es de, güey, a nadie le importa, nada más dime cómo quieres que te diga y ya. Pero a nadie le importa. Y el tener que poner esas cosas es como poner tu preferencia política enfrente de todo el mundo. O sea, no puedo. ¿Por qué no pones tu preferencia política en tu perfil, no? En vez de yo, hombre, lo que sea, demócrata, republicano, la 4T, la no T, lo que quieras. ¿Por qué no? Porque es estúpido. Así que dejémonos de lados, dejémonos de pelear, entendamos que es plan de la mercadotecnia de Estados Unidos para tener a todo el mundo emputado, para que no nos demos cuenta de qué, señores, de qué, antes de irnos con Bitcoin, que está a punto de romper esos $100,000, de qué, de que se están robando la mayor cantidad de dinero de todo el mundo enfrente de nuestra jeta y nadie se da cuenta. Por eso la agenda, por eso hacen lo que hacemos. Sin más ni más, nos vamos al casino del tío Salo, como de que no. Aquí tengo a Farhan, Alex está por aquí también. Vamos a darle con todo, damas y caballeros. Los traemos, ya saben, en el chat de elitetradingacademy.us. Ahí los vamos a estar esperando para poder ver a todos ustedes, que nos manden sus requests y poder analizar las tablas con ustedes, aprender. No hemos confirmado, pero acabando esto, espero tener la confirmación de que la clase el próximo jueves va a ser el martes, exclusiva para todos ustedes en el sitio. Por cualquier pregunta que tengan de lo que aprendieron con el curso, lo que han aprendido acá, etcétera, para que nos pregunten, solamente dedicados para ustedes, 4 horas, probablemente sea el martes a las 7 de la mañana, hora de Los Ángeles, que son 30 minutos, o sea, 10 minutos a 10 minutos de hoy, de ahorita. Así que pongan atención y ahí nos vemos como de que no. Y a toda la gente que sigue mandando mensajes del curso y de lo mucho que les gustó, mil gracias. La idea siempre fue esa, que cualquier persona pudiera literalmente de la nada leer todas las tablas y entender todo lo que decimos acá sin tener que tener experiencia en nada. 24 horas, cabrones. Pero ¿cómo de que no? Me da un gusto, de verdad. Lo hubiera sacado como libro. Siento que aquí hay algo para el tío Salo, así que interesante. Pero bueno, sin más ni más, todo el mundo, vamos a darle. Aquí tengo a Alex, a Farhan. Vámonos. All righty, boys. Welcome.
Good morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
Doing good. I got dressed up like Jaguar advertisement today.
So you mean gay?
I thought it was ideal. Colorful, Farhan.
Oh, it's colorful. Happy.
I thought exactly. Dude, Bitcoin's about to hit $100,000, and we need to. We need to know.
110.
We need to know. I think everyone is wondering: are we gonna get? Brian Martinez did it again, so Bitcoin's gonna be the first thing that we look at. That dude is a fucking machine.
Brian.
I need to know. Do you guys think we're seeing 100 on this? Let's go, Brandon. Do you guys think we're gonna reach 100,000 before we go to 90,000?
I think we're probably going to get a little bit of a pullback down to maybe like 96, 97, 96s. And then from there, I think we're going to 108, 110.
Alex?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be very Bitcoin, $500 before 100K to kind of locally top there. It takes the short, stops out, and then kind of treks down. I'm more in the camp that we will see 90-ish K first before 100K, but I'd be gladly wrong. Happily wrong, actually.
Yeah. I mean, I'm on the camp that anything can happen. Just knowing how fucky Bitcoin is, you know, it's anything can go down. Like right now, no one would expect you get to $108,000. Everyone's going to get on the train and go like, "This is awesome." And then once you do that, you dump him to 77. Everyone's like, "We're fucked." They sell, and then we go to $144,000 right at. Like that type of shit is what I'm expecting to see. I don't know how fast it'll play out and whatnot, but I think the fuckery is going to be, it's all up in the air right now. Just like love is in the air, fuckery is in the air right now.
Yeah.
Let's bring those fucking
It
charts.
hasn't been such a very good morning though, because you remember Horacio? He's been throwing up all night, so he had to go to the vet today. Apparently, his stomach has collapsed because he ate like some type of big ass toy.
No, is he okay?
I hope so. Where as of right now, he's still at the vet. He's been there since about like 4 a.m.
I hope he's okay. Poor Horatio. I'm sorry. Sorry, boys, you're dealing with that bullshit. Poor Horatio. Who's going to share this?
I've been up
Let me
like
share my
all night. I'm pulling up my trading view.
Boom.
Yeah, I mean, to pump or not to pump is the big question. And I mean, usually, like Farin said, a monthly median is very strong. We don't really flirt with that level a lot in the charts, just because, it's a monthly median. But, what we know now. So yesterday was nice. We essentially rallied all the way up to $99,464, almost $99,500. I'm sure on some exchanges it did. But regardless, it was pretty nice yesterday. We know one thing, this monthly is closing in 8 days, and we still have that median looming around $96,444. Now, in my experience, I don't think like we're going to massively reject and this candle is just going to turn ugly just based on the median and the strength and the fact that this is closing in 8 days. But I do think that wherever this monthly median is probably going to be where Bitcoin's going to end up closing at the end of the month. And currently that's at 96,400. We're not far away from it now. I mean, we're roughly around $1,100 away from going back under the monthly median. So with that, it's something to really be watching closely for this monthly, because this is going to determine a lot. If we end up closing and reclaiming this monthly median, we get a $200,000 target, which is kind of insane. So, it's going to really, a lot's going to be dependent on this monthly closure. I'm still on the camp, though, that we're going to get a pullback before we see those major prices like 100,000, 105,000, and so forth. And if we just start viewing volatility, something, me and Farin have mentioned, like on the daily and the 2-day, we're now noticing, volatility is up there. It's at 100% basically on the 2-day. And the daily is actually now starting to contract from extreme volatility readings, which tells me that, a pullback here is not the most wildest thing. We see the daily here fell under the moving average, and we're now healthily coming down, even despite that nice pump on Bitcoin yesterday. It's telling me that, this is still healthy. And any like move down is just corrective to kind of grind down and shave off some of this volatility. So, yesterday we see here, we did close above the 50%, which is welcoming. Usually just means continuation. We want to see where this daily will close. You just simply want it to close above 98,200, in my opinion. For the lower time frames, though, if we go to like the 4-hour here, what's happening? So we need to watch closely to kind of see what's going on with Bitcoin, because just throughout this entire rally, we've essentially held strongly that 4-hour EMA 9. Let me take the 5 off real fast. And, that blue line here has been a very strong support. Yes, we've lost it slightly, and then we've essentially gotten bounces from the 21. Remember, this is the 4-hour. So I want to just watch closely to see where this 4-hour closes. Losing the 4-hour 9 signals to me, okay, maybe we are going to get that a little downside before going up more. And that's just simply because what was major moving average support is now, potentially getting lost. And then it's all eyes on this low that was made right around 95,600. You just kind of want Bitcoin not to get back under there. If it ends up wicking back under there in a 4-hour, then yeah, we run the risk of like coming back down. My next major area would be, first at EMA 34. Just that's simply where Bitcoin's been bottoming each time. And that's right now at $94,194. And if we start losing that, then I'm focused on 86 to 87,000. I think that's going to be a major opportunity, corresponding with right around that 4-hour EMA 100, mixed in right around that daily EMA 21. And remember, if this EMA 9 on the daily has been holding steadily this entire rally up, if we do get some major downside action, we first need to watch the retest of the daily 9. Losing that then signals we're probably going to test that 85 to 86K, which should give us a major bounce. It's the first time we're tapping the daily 21. It'd be the first time the 4 hours actually came all the way back down to that EMA 100, which we know just through trading Bitcoin, that EMA 100 often acts as a nice major opportunity points. And from here, I mean, from wick high all the way down would still be a nice 12% flush out. Nothing out of the ordinary for Bitcoin. So I'm more in the camp that we're going to get some kind of pullback here. We just really want to watch and see the lower time frames, because when you get up to these points, if you don't have like the HBDR, then you're kind of just working off of trend and lower time frame moving averages, and that's still okay. So you really just kind of want to see where this 4 hours is going to close. If it ends up closing below, then we potentially could be watching for a scenario like this before we break down. It's very common for Bitcoin to put in something like that. Doesn't necessarily mean it has to, but that's just something I'd be watching for. Closes under the 4 hour 9, rallies up on the next open, takes all the short stops, forms some kind of lower time frame, lower high before rolling over. It would make a lot of sense. But when you have a monthly candle like this, I've given shorts out, but they've really been unsuccessful. If I'm going to just keep it a buck. That's why the invalidation has to be really, really key here, because this is an insane monthly candle. And as Farhan mentioned before, we've never had a monthly candle where it's gone up almost $30,000 in 1 month. Pretty massive, like pretty insane. On top of that, I guess I took my chart off. Let me just get this back. How I throw BBWP on, you just in the indicators, type it in. I always like caretaker. You can just start and then click it, and there you go. You'll have it back on.
Nice.
What I like though about this is pretty insane. Like the monthly on volatility here is looking pretty healthy, and like it is now flipping up, and we're gonna see where this updates once the monthly candle actually closes. But I'm seeing nice trend here. I don't know, if you can take trend or meme lines with this, but it's looking pretty healthy. We made a low, a high, came down, made another higher low, higher high, and the monthly looks like it's grinding out another higher low for a potential higher high break. Really meme there, but that is what I see, and at least with anything that just indicates strength to me. Lots of strength, and remember, we're viewing this from 2022 all the way until now. So the monthly is looking quite nice on Bitcoin, and that would make sense, especially when we know that the 2 week is still freshly firing off on Bitcoin. If it wants to load, we were talking about this 2 week all the way when it was like right around here, 5 to 3%. Now we're firing off once BBWP hits a back above 15%, which, as you guys can see, it's very healthily above. And it doesn't seem like it's stopping. So that is kind of that's been what's guiding our bias for more up. It's been very hard to short this, but with just tight stops, it's definitely worth the punt, considering we are more or less at the extremes now. So shouldn't we be like the 5-day? We can see here if it wants to load. Whenever Bitcoin's very volatile, my charts take a long time to load. We see here closing back above that 50%. Like I said, signals continuation. We haven't really tested it, and that's at 85,600. No, 85,900, right around 86,000, right around that level I was talking about, where I really ideally want to see a pullback. It's giving me good confluence on the daily, the weekly, and even the 5-day. If we really had a pullback down to 86K, maybe this 5-day turns ugly, and we came all the way back down. It could just be another simple retest before going up and getting the fuel to test that next target, which is $108,000. Pretty insane. And that would be on the table. If we did get any pullback around that $86,000 level, you would first need to be looking at that as just a major opportunity. But you would have already been aware of that, because we have that 4 hour EMA 100 right around there. And then also you have that weekly let me see here. Yeah, we have that. It was the daily 21. That's what it was. You have the daily 21 sitting right around there. And that's nice. You know, that's right where that 50% is too. So if we end up losing this 50% on the daily, I mean, next target would be the median, right around that daily 9 would make sense to get some kind of bounce. But losing that, then yeah, I do think we're going to just end up going to that daily 21. We're going to probably find a bottom. So for me now, I mean, I would be still more in the camp of not longing up here. We always get pullbacks. It seems, you know, when we don't, when it's just like 4 days of green up only, that theory kind of seems like it's definitely not going to get a pullback, but we always do. And especially with volatility contracting where it's at now, after Bitcoin just almost went up to $100,000, this would be the perfect spot to trap longs and actually finally get a deeper pullback. Something we've been waiting for a while, just because that just breeds opportunity. Tether dominance too is looking quite interesting. I was been talking about the 3.79% for a while, and even talking about maybe that just 4% to 3.9% just kind of acts like a bottom. We see here Tether dominance went all the way to 3.99% and is now trying to kind of get a bounce around here. It'll be really key to see where this closes. Coming back above the 50%, in my opinion, would probably give us a measured move back to that daily 9, which is right around that median, right around 4.3%. 4.3% from here would be 5%. So, you know, what would that correlate with Bitcoin's tether price? Most likely more downside. But remember, don't get more downside mixed into, we've now macro topped, it's over. Sell all your bags and get out of crypto. No, I mean, that's definitely not the case. And any kind of mini pullback we get is just an opportunity. Don't get blindsided from that. Bitcoin gets these flush outs, and that's why they're called flush outs, because you'll get really aggressive price action down, and then the flush out is then it gets quickly bought up and it'll just quickly bounce. It's very like common, and that's not out of the ordinary for Bitcoin. We've had 3, you know, green, amazing green weekly candles. Would make a lot of sense now to get just some kind of pullback. Even actually 4, if we count this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Would make a lot of sense to get some pullback here. Like I said before, generally Bitcoin likes to go up 3 to 2 candles before getting a pullback. Here's 3. We had a nice pullback. Here's 3. Nice pullback. Here's 2 before we had a red candle, and then 2 before we had a pullback. So we're in the environment that we should see some kind of pullback here. For me, I'm more in the camp though that we are going to see a pullback. It'll really be dependent on that 4 hour. I was watching to potentially short yesterday, and I did take a short. Once we worked up to 99,900, my stop was at 99,100 perfectly. So I did get stopped out, unfortunately. You know, with this little liquidity, and that's just the environment we're in. And that you know, it took my stop. Now we can come down. It's very Bitcoiny, but you know, I just want to see the reaction around here at 97,600. That'll at least give me more confidence. If we start losing that 4 hour 9, well, I know we're now like we just broke out from this. We're now retesting it. If we start losing that 4 hour 9, then it plays into what I'm saying. We're probably going to get a deeper pullback. But until then, I don't want to stack shorts here because, you know, just like how Bitcoin has been this entire time, they easily could just grind out a bottom and like kind of bounce from there, going to that 100K level. So I'd watch closely today on the 4 hour chart. I think the 4 hour chart would make a nice trade up or down. And there's really nothing to complicate with the 4 hour chart. If we go up to the 9, we know that that's just been a major bounce down. Oh, look, Bitcoin dumped to the 9. Let me bid that. Okay, cool. You would have caught a 5% move. Okay, cool. Bitcoin just dumped to the 9 again. Let me bid that. A 3% move. Like, it's really not that hard when you're viewing these moving averages. And that's why it'll just be really important to see where this kind of closes. If it gets lost, and okay, we'll sign a caution. Maybe we do get that deeper pullback to that 87, maybe just to 90K, 92,000, but still a pullback regardless. Or this holds, and then in that case, I do think then we'll very likely see 100,000 soon. I'm getting a nice areas of like 103,000. You know, it's on the daily, it's the 80%. No, that was the 4 hour on the daily here. Let me see. And this did step up, but that daily is at right at 103,000. I'm getting a lot of confluence around there with that 103 to like 108. It's again just crazy to even talk about that being a possibility, but it could be. And that's why today it'll really be dependent on if we kind of break down or not. And remember that 5-day we've been talking about had that setup here. We're now kind of like done with
I
it.
apologize to interrupt you, but I just noticed this. We actually already hit 100K on CME.
Did we?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 100. Yeah, we hit 100K exactly. Give or take $5. That's crazy. So I mean, we did hit the 100K scenario on CME. You know, that kind of plays into like there's a spot premium on CME. Does that play into a deeper pullback? Finally, maybe. We just have never been up here ever in the history of Bitcoin. We've only heard stories of like what's going to happen when it does hit 100K. And so, you know, getting a pullback here is not surprising. It's definitely not surprising. Be very cautious of that. I would not be longing. You don't want to be the guy who longed 100K before we came back down to like 80s. You know, you're just going to feel dumb. So for that, you know, don't be surprised if we get a pullback from this zone. And if we get, you know, let's see here. If you're essentially, if you're bullish, you just kind of want to see a bounce around here. This is around 96,300, 600 on CME. See, you don't want to get a pullback right here. You'd want to see a bounce, and then that's going to slingshot us up to 100K. That's kind of just simply what you want if you're bullish here. Shallow pullback to just a continuation, even on the spot. It shows us here that 50% is right at 96,500. So if you're truly bullish, you just want, you know, this simply to come down, tap that, and then that's what's going to give us the feel to 100K. A deeper pullback, then we're watching that daily 9. Losing that, then my target at that daily 21 will probably get hit. Let's check Bitcoin dominance before I go. Bitcoin dominance is, I still it's still in a very clear uptrend posture with higher highs and higher lows. We're now possibly grinding out another higher low right around that daily 21. And the next higher high would be that finally 62.5% level. I do think we're going to get some kind of deeper pullback there if it doesn't already occur. See, volatility has lost the moving average on the daily. We're not technically at extremes on the daily, and we definitely can hit that. So that's why I'm saying, you know, if this higher low holds, you'd essentially watch for volatility to hit extremes once we get one more pop up, and that could actually come in right around there. The 62.5% corresponding with that 80% on the HBDR. Bitcoin dominance, though, is just looking quite healthy. It's in a very clear uptrend, and it just held its weekly 9 beautifully. The nice part is this weekly 9 is coming more matching with price around 59.9, and we're actually getting a weekly volatility setup firing off now. And so that has implications for Bitcoin dominance. It's kind of getting started, considering this did just fire off freshly, and technically the next measured move would be around 63.16%, which is lining up nicely with my 62.5%. And why I bring that up is just because, you know, that could mean maybe Bitcoin, you know, does grind out a little bit of a bottom, kind of where it's at now, evident on the daily. We get some kind of bounce here, and then actually going to that 100K level before a deeper pullback. Maybe that gives us confluence with tether dominance actually hitting our level here, which it hasn't yet. It is at, you know, it's trying to reclaim the 50% here on the daily, which will be really key. If tether dominance reclaims above 4.1% on the daily close, then okay, then there's probably a good chance we're going to get a mean reversion bounce today. But again, this could be literally the area we reject. This could be the area Bitcoin bounces from. Man, it being slow messes my flow up. So yeah, this could be the spot Bitcoin bounces from, which is kind of what we're seeing across the board. And if not, then yes, a deeper pullback. So with that said, you know, be very mindful of Bitcoin dominance, because if this keeps going up, as history has shown, that just has implications for money going into Bitcoin, which could lead to just like more volume throughout Bitcoin, which means it just goes up. I'm today, if you're just going to watch and trade, I'm watching the 4-hour closely. It'll kind of tell me what's going to happen here. If we're going to actually get a bigger breakdown, if we're going to bounce right where we needed to, right around 97,000 flat. And we can already see that 4-hour is getting that bounce already. So you just really want to be careful. You're getting that median, that 9, and this mean line all around the same area. So, that's why it'll be really key to have an actual trigger, which will be, this, like getting it, losing that 9 and then rejecting it and then coming back down. But until then, it's just going to bait you. It's going to try to make you seem like, oh, no way Bitcoin can go higher. And it definitely can. We can go all the way up to 99,800 again, pretty easily, actually, from this point, and then get a rejection if we're actually going to come down. Because we just see this stepped up. So we actually haven't tapped this yet, this 50%. And we easily could. Maybe shorts are stacking in here, thinking, oh, yeah, Bitcoin is topped. And then we go up, take the stops. We take all the stops here, and then kind of get the deeper pullback. Or, we just blast on through. Who knows? For that, though, I mean, I'm more cautious like I've been for the past week. I understand the environment we're in is pullbacks are more of a gift. And I'm just, if I take trades, I'm really trying to be careful about not getting too greedy, not having, you definitely need a stop loss in these environments because, Bitcoin is like a wild horse and it just isn't going to stop, or it's going to just be as funky as possible and try to get everyone off of it. So with the lastly, I'll just finish off. You don't get too blindsided with shorts. Yes, we're at a historical point, but the 2 week is still telling me, we still got more to go. And there's nothing really telling me this is going to stop. So pullback, like I'll just keep saying, is a hopium scenario. There's not anything other than that in the 100K psychological number telling me that we're going to get a major deep pullback from this point. That just hasn't been the case, especially when the monthly is looking like the volatility is literally putting in higher highs and higher lows, and also the monthly median. We just can't forget about this. Generally, we should see Bitcoin close right around where the monthly median is. So we can obviously wick above it, but that's kind of the idea. Is you just don't want it to. You want it to close around 96,000 by the end of the month. If we close above 96,000, then oh yeah. This just solidifies that this isn't stopping and this rally just begun. It's just beginning. And we're going to probably see the monthly start moving nicely. And then from the next point would be a 102% move. Kind of crazy. No one's really talking about that 200K Bitcoin. I definitely am not thinking about that. That's not on my bingo card for the year. So if that happens, I'd be genuinely surprised. That's all I have on Bitcoin. That's looking good. It's looking bullish. We easily could have a pullback. I'm more on the camp that we're almost there, that 3.79%. We definitely could go more down and hit that actually. Because don't forget, that is a major spot for Tether. Big decisions from that point. And it's okay to come all the way down from like 5.3% all the way to 3.79%. But you generally get bounces from there. This is what gave us that bottom before going all the way back up. Here also, we hit that 3.79%, gave us that bottom before going all the way back up. And then here, simply, once we lost it on like a monthly, that's what was pretty destructive. I mean, this was in 2020, so we know what happened there. 2021, towards the end of the bull market, and then it reclaimed it, and then the bear market happened. And that's why it's going to be really important for bulls, tether bulls here, to actually get a bounce here. If we start losing this, then yikes. Yeah, next level is at 3.26, if not all the way back down to 2, which is kind of crazy. So fine, you're next. That's all I have on Bitcoin. Nothing's really entirely clear to me other than we could get a bounce at this point, right around 97,600. Or if that 4 hour starts losing that 9, I'll be looking for possibly a deeper pullback. Maybe once the 4 hour forms a lower high. I'm more in the camp we should get a pullback.
I just saw some very
just because of where volatility is and the fact that the moving average, we've now lost it. It's generally a sign of at least some kind of consolidation, if not a mini pullback. But remember, we could just consolidate too and just not get a pullback and bait shorts, or we flash crash or mini dump on the hourly and come back up. Shorts are up $1,000 in profit and then boom, back to round tripping. They just been baited this entire rally up. So
yes, they have.
I saw some very, very, very fucking terrifying information. Jim Cramer just said on CNBC, all I can tell you is own Bitcoin. That's a winner. It's over. We've stopped.
It's the end.
My
It
God.
was a pleasure, boys. It was a pleasure to fucking see Bitcoin get to almost $100,000 on CME. Time to pack it up and let's go home.
Maybe the real gains the whole way. Maybe the real gains with the friends we made along the way.
Oh my God. Oh my God. All righty. Whenever you want to share your chart, sir, I'm ready to go. One second.
Let's
Hold you.
switch to the index instead of Bybit.
By the way, if the Hamas setup on the 2-week continues to push forward, like, and goes way higher, that'll be the World War III setup at that point. That becomes something else.
But if there's actual World War III, though, I just have trouble seeing Bitcoin going up. I mean, you can't feed your family with Bitcoin. You can't heat your home with Bitcoin. But I guess the market is irrational. So
Exactly. Sorry, get twist, son.
all right, so on the monthly, we just tapped the median. It's currently at 96,444. We're slightly above it right now, very, very slightly, less than $2,000 above it. And that would be the area that we would want to close over, because the setup we have right now makes the median the magnet for price action. And if you close over the median, that takes you to the top 38 too, which is that $100,000 number. It's around $158,000. We switch over to CME. CME has already gotten over the median. It's gotten over the 38.2. Now it's approaching the 50%. And as long as CME closes the month over this 38.2, that 50% to the 61.8% becomes a magnet for price. And as of this moment, oh my God, my laptop is the charger real quick. I apologize.
I can't believe he actually did endorse Bitcoin at $99,000. What the hell? You can't make that up. Oh my God.
Got it. That takes us between that $104,000 to $126,000 area, which lines sort of with the spot median. I mean, the spot 38.2. The spot 38.2 would be more aligned with that 78.6, which is currently 161,000, very close to that 158 that we see on CME. Then if you switch over to the quarterly, it wants to load. All right, the quarterly top 38.2 is very, very close to price action right now. And the quarterly, we still have about a month and 10 days to go. So this can take a good amount of time to play out and take 4 to 6 months to play out. And that top 38.2 right now is at just below $111,000. So as long as we're above this median, the median is currently at so far below price right now. It's at $69,000. As long as we're above that area, that 110 is going to be a natural magnet for price action, probably even higher towards that 50% at around $120,000. And right now we're working with very low levels on volatility while it is still contracting. This gives us a setup of hitting the median while momentum is pointed up and volatility is pointed down. And if we close over this 38.2, this quarterly volatility is going to start expanding. And if we get expanding volatility from the quarterly, from this low levels, it's only ever been this low level one time before. And that was right here during our bear market dump, whenever we dumped from about like $47,000 straight to $15,500. If it's able to get us to dump, what is that? How much of a percentage is that? About 75% from quarterly expansion. How much is it going to pump whenever we get expanding volatility with upward momentum? Because as of this moment, we had on that bear market dump, we had downward momentum. Now momentum is pointed up. So if we get volatility expansion to support that, it's going to give us a very, very significant bump. We had volatility expansion with upward momentum back in the around end of the bear market, whenever we went from $15,000 all the way up to $74,000. And we only expanded from about like 67% on our volatility. And we got, what is that, like a 5 or 6x from there, or 4x, something like that. Now we're at 30% volatility. We're half of what we were whenever we went from $15,500 to $74,000. So is it really that unreasonable to see we would get to 120K? That's not even what do you call it, 2x from here. That's what, like 30% move from here? Yeah, not even 30%. It's about like 22%. Very, very, very reasonable. But I wouldn't say that we're probably just going to go straight there. Pretty unlikely to go straight there. What's more likely is that we get that pullback first, and then we go there. And what I think the reason why I'm looking at 96 first as a first area is because we're currently over this median. So I'm expecting this median is probably going to be somewhat support as long as we're over it. If it's not, like if it doesn't show any type of support at all, then we're probably going to go straight to 77s. But we would expect this area to have at least somewhat support. And then if you switch to the daily, the daily, what do you call it? 38.2 is right there at that $96,000 area, at the same level as that monthly median. So I would expect that, and since we just now closed over the 38.2, I'd expect that 38.2 to be a support. Because usually whenever we close above it, it actually come back to it and then expand from there. So if we were to bounce off from there, that would give us our spring, because everybody is probably shorting that $100,000 area, high 90s. Take out their stops, take us towards like 100, 108, maybe 110. From there, I would expect that long-term pullback, and then I don't think we would hit new all-time highs until the new year. I think we'd probably consolidate all through December, maybe part of like January, and then whenever the inauguration happens, then I would expect us to get like a pump on there, because it's pretty good news for crypto, considering Mr. Donald is speaking with Brian Armstrong from Coinbase and basically asking him, yo, who should I appoint for my crypto council? So he's literally getting the advice of the guy who runs one of the biggest crypto exchanges in the world to get him to appoint people for his crypto council. I find that hard to see it as bearish. But you know, once again, the market is irrational, so maybe we dump on that. Who knows? Switch to Tether. Tether is still breaking down. We just finally tapped that meme line that we've been talking about for the past few weeks, and we're getting somewhat of a reaction here, which is why Bitcoin is pulling back from the $99,000 area and 100,000 on CME. But this should not have it should not be that strong of a support, considering we're heavily below these wicks. And this is the area for tethered bulls to step in and basically hold this. If we were to close above these wicks, that would be a swing failure pattern. And then we'll probably see a more significant pump on Tether and more of a long-form pullback on Bitcoin. But as long as we're below these wicks, Tether is still breaking down, in my opinion. And the next target I have is just 100 EMA, which is about 3.3% or 3.26%. That would be what would take Bitcoin up towards that mid or the low to mid $100,000 area. The 3-month is also quarterly is also pulling back very heavily. We just came back to retest these the bottom wicks of January of 2024, whenever Bitcoin started moving up from that $20,000 ish area upwards when we went to $74,000. And whenever we went up towards 74,000, we had a consolidation in summer when Bitcoin went down to 49.5. Tether just made a lower high. It came and rejected all of our moving averages and then immediately dumped from there. So this is still a pretty strong downtrend. And once these lows are lost, the next lows are going to be somewhere around this area, right around that very, very low 3% number, which lines up with our monthly 100 EMA. Switch to the momentum chart. Right now, monthly momentum is starting to flip back up. It still hasn't gotten over the moving average yet. Probably going to take one more open before monthly open before it gets over the moving average, and that will confirm volatility expansion. Also, momentum is flipping back up from the edge of the critical zone, and right now the pivot is $86,400. We're about $12,000 over that right now. This number is going to change, and the next monthly open is going to go up significantly. What we want to see is if this goes above price action or not. If it does go above price action, we're probably not going to go straight up from there. We're probably going to get that long-form pullback. Probably going to take about 2 months for it to play out, a month and a half, possibly 2 months at the most. And then we would probably we would wait for momentum to drop down lower, and then the pivot to drop down. And then once price is above that pivot, then we can start our spring mode again. And so, during this whole long-form consolidation that we had in the summer, monthly momentum was pointed down. Now it's finally starting to pick back up once we're getting our spring. Which usually what happens whenever, like you see right here, expanding volatility on the bear market. I wouldn't call it a pullback. I would say crash. We had expanding volatility. Then volatility started contracting whenever we had our consolidation in the summer of 2023. It started expanding again on the Hamas setup. And that took us from $20,000 area to $74,000. So we're getting expanding volatility once again, and we're getting it within the critical zone. Should theoretically give us just as strong of a setup as the Hamas setup, if not even more, because that was upwards momentum and expanding volatility from the bullish control zone. It wasn't from the critical zone. And the critical zone usually, whenever we flip up from there, gives us a very powerful pump. As you see right here, whenever we started flipping up in the critical zone, this was during the 2017-2018 bull market. Momentum started flipping up within the critical zone. Right over here at about $1,300, we went to $19,500 from there, $19,800. That is like what, a 17x in price?
Yep.
Right now, we're getting that same exact setup. We're flipping up on our momentum in the critical zone, and the volatility is about to start expanding to support. And once that happens, maybe we even hit a George number. I'm kind of afraid to say it, but maybe we hit a George number with a momentum flipping in the critical zone. Can you see that?
Yeah. No. I was just like, damn.
Quarterly is already expanding on volatility. We started expanding and about when we got over the moving average, about January this year, 2024, whenever we were in the $40,000, low $40,000 area. And then we got a $10,000 pullback from $48,000 to $38,000. And we went straight from 38 to 2x, almost 2x to $74,000. And right now, quarterly momentum is still also pointed up as long as we're above $45,500. We're more than twice that right now. So there's almost basically no danger of us dropping below that. I don't know about you guys, but I've never once seen a $45,000 or $45,000 ish pullback on a quarterly candle. Never seen it before in Bitcoin history. We've never had a $45,000 candle. But hey, we've also never had Jim Cramer telling everybody they should own Bitcoin. So
it's the problem. That's a big conflict of interest right there for me, because my guy he's inverse Cramer has a better hit rate than Nancy Pelosi's portfolio, and Nancy Pelosi's like historic. So that's kind of scary.
Imagine being able to outperform somebody with insider information who basically runs the Congress.
That's what I'm saying. It's only, well, the thing is, you're able to do that on the opposite when you're paid to do the opposite for them.
They're like, make sure these peasants all get in right here. Make sure they don't get in at the bottom.
So Nancy is super powered by the Cramer, right? So Nancy's like, all right, we're going to buy. And because we're going to buy, we're going to tell everyone that you should not buy this. So Cramer, tell them not to buy it. So that's why it works so well.
And another relationship that the monthly has is that whenever it holds the 9 EMA, that's where it likes to spring from. As you see, like in our 2021 cycle, whenever we went up towards $65,000, and we got that 50% crash in a single month towards 30K, we still held this 9 EMA. And then from that 9 EMA, we went to our slightly newer all-time highs of $69,000. Our summer consolidation phase this year bounced right off of, went right towards this 9 EMA, went below it significantly, but on the close and ended up holding it. And then from there, we started springing, and we went from $58,000 all the way towards $98,000, $100,000. And as long as this 9 EMA holds, you would have to assume that the market is still poised to the upside. As soon as we lost this 9 EMA in 2022, that's when the bear market started. And when we lost the 9 EMA, we went from 47,000 down to 15,500. Right now, the 9 EMA sits at roughly like $70,000 area. And on this next quarterly open, that's going to rise. It'd be very interesting to see it in the low $80,000 to high $70,000 area to fill that CME gap, tap it, and then get our next spring from like $77,000, $78,000 towards $120,000. It'd be just like a Bitcoin move. And that would still be a very significant dump for most people who are not expecting it, because that would be
20%,
a 23% move to the downside. And once everybody sees that $100,000 area hit, which we basically already hit, and then they see a 22% move to the downside, everyone's going to be like, all right, top is in. Time to short this shit. Time to send it back to 20K. Okay, no, actually, that's too bullish. My first TP is $12,000. Second TP is 0.
Hey, relax, George. Or Alejandro from 2021.
Inverse George. Dark George.
Dark George.
Like Dark Brandon, Dark George.
Mm-hmm.
And from there, that would be like a perfect tap of our 9 EMA. to send us towards its upper HPDR targets of like $120,000. The 2-week setup is still firing off that Hamas setup from multiple periods of 0% volatility. Now we're expanding. We're at 42%. We've gone how much percent in terms of price? Let's see. We've gone 56% to the upside, and volatility is only at 42%. Not even at 50% yet. From a 56% move. So if we see another 20 or 30% move, where's volatility going to be? Probably still not even close to the top. Because right, usually this quarterly likes a top somewhere between like the high 70s towards the high 80% area. So volatility can basically double before we've topped out. Weekly is still not even topped out yet. Weekly is still flipped up. Volatility is expanding. Momentum pivot is $92,600, and we're only at 78%, 79%. So we can go up another 15 to 20% before volatility is topped out, and that would take us towards that low $100,000 area most likely. 5 days also expanding on volatility. We're at 92%. Moving average is only at 71%. So that's also telling us that, like, it's not saying that you can't get a pullback because this is a pretty high time frame, but it is saying that you should expect consolidation if we do get a pullback, and then we should expect expansion back from there towards our upper targets. 2 days already at 100% volatility though, but it's still above the moving average. So we have not gotten volatility contraction. And as you can see, volatility can stay at 100% for a good amount of time. What it also can do is if we were to get that month or 2 month pullback until like the new year, this can start contracting a little bit and then give us a double extreme on volatility. And the double extreme, whenever we get that, that's probably when we've topped out for the cycle. And that's probably going to be our top, at least for a few months before we consolidate. Maybe try again, because everybody's talking about how, oh, this is just the beginning. The next 4 years are going to be amazing because Trump's going to come into power and Bitcoin's going to go up only. Probably not. Probably we're still going to get a bear market. Probably it's going to be 2 years like always, because it's always been like that. It's like a year and a half to 2 years of up and 2 years of down. And the cycle is held true every single time now. So what makes people think that it's gonna change? Like, is this time different? Usually it's not. One of the worst fatal mistakes you can make in terms of trading is the phrase that this time is different.
Yeah, it's mostly not, for sure.
Daily is already contracting on our volatility. We're currently at like 87%, the moving average, and we're below the moving average, which is very crazy to see that they were getting this much of a pump with volatility contraction. From here, if we do consolidate, go down to low 90s and then or mid 90s, and then continue to the upside, that's when we would get our double extreme on the daily. And then there, almost certainly, we've gotten our local top, and then we're probably going to consolidate from there. Let's see if I can find another example of a double extreme. Right here. This was our in early 2024. Whenever we went from around, like, I believe, low $40,000 area towards upper 50s, we hit our first extreme on our volatility. We contracted, then we hit double extreme, and then from there we started, like, we still went up a little bit, but then we got our pullback. We got long consolidation from around like here at 64,000 until many months of consolidation before we went up again. Many months. Tether on the table. Lord, that is a massive dump. We lost this meme line, went straight to this one, bounced a little bit, then we lost it again. We rejected it. Now we're continuing to the downside. This is what I'm thinking is going to happen on the monthly on Tether, because now we're at the bottom meme line on the other chart. I think the same thing would happen right here. You get a slight little bounce, and then the next one is going to smash right through it, go to retest it, and then go to the downside again. Whenever we retest that meme line, it's probably when we get our consolidation phase for like a month, 2 months, then reject that meme line and then continue to the downside again, which would take Bitcoin probably to like $110,000, $120,000. 4 hours expanding from very little low volatility area on our on Tether, and we're still only at 80% on this dump right here. And momentum is going to be pointed to the downside as long as we're below 4.07%. We're just a ball sack here below that right now. It wouldn't take very much at all to get above 4.07% and then get a bounce on Tether, which probably takes us up, because we've already tested this 21 many times, probably takes us up to this 55. And that's where we would look for our next rejection, and that would just be another lower high in a series of lower highs. And it would just be a retest of this super cross to the downside. And that's, and since this is a 4 hours, it's not going to take very long to play out. possibly like a week, 2 weeks max. And that takes us towards, like, if this happens now, take us, probably not going to happen now, probably going to happen in like a week or so, because we're still not topped out on our volatility yet. Maybe around Christmas time or right after Christmas is when that bounce would play out. And then we would expect downside on Tether from there and upside on crypto. And now we're entering into the more fun part of the market, because Bitcoin is reaching its extremes. And once Bitcoin calms down a little bit, that's when the shitcoins will go absolutely vertical, absolutely retarded levels of returns.
Yeah. And I think once the shitcoins go parabolic, then the next phase of whatever's next in crypto, whether it's meme coins, it was NFTs before, and whatever is going to play. Like there's three tiers to this. And the third one normally is forgotten by most.
Yeah, and those second and third ones are the ones that give you the actual life-changing gains in crypto.
Yeah,
with more, because most people are a little unfocused right now. Most people are not really in Bitcoin because it's too expensive. They're balls deep in altcoins. So whenever Bitcoin goes up and keeps going vertical, they're on the offsides. Then they get FOMO. They get out of their altcoins. They sell them at a basically no profit to a loss. They get in on Bitcoin at the top. Bitcoin starts consolidating and goes down. They start freaking out, and altcoins are going vertical. Then they FOMO into the altcoins, and that's the top of the cycle.
Yep. And it always is the same.
Yeah, they never learn. It always the same. Human emotion
Yeah.
is a crazy thing. Human psychology.
Yeah.
That's basically what trading comes down to at the end of the day. It's just playing human psychology.
That's all it is, really. And it's the same thing over and over again. Like we said, you see the same playbook and still believe it, even though you're seeing that they did it 2 years ago. You're like, nah, this is gonna be different. And the same thing happens on the market.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
That dumb motherfucker MKBHD saw it happen so many times over and over and over again, and he was telling people not to buy Bitcoin at 6K. On the 4 hour, though, we're getting a nice bounce off of this 9 EMA, which on the 4 hour, whenever we hold 9, it continues, literally goes up only, basically. We've been, this relationship held true since about 69, oh, very nice number, $69,000, all the way up towards until about 93,000. We slightly lost it, bounced off the 21, then reclaimed the 9, and then we continued upwards towards $100,000. As of now, we're still bouncing off the 9. And if we don't lose the 9, we would have to say that probabilities are still to the upside. Currently, we are contracting on our volatility. Volatility is at 84%, while we're getting this little bit of consolidation and pullback. And momentum is still pointed up as long as prices are $98,420. If the second that momentum starts shifting down in the 4 hour is where I would expect that pullback scenario to come into play. And then we probably come back down towards this 21 again, $96,000 area, which aligns with the HPDR. And then from there, momentum would flip back up because that would be the edge of the critical zone. And then we would continue towards the upside. The last time we flipped back up and within the critical zone was right over here when price was at about $76,000. And we went straight from 76 to 93,000 after momentum flipped back up in the critical zone. And that was after volatility had fully reset. So how long did it take for volatility to reset? November 7th is when it started curving down. November 7th is when it started curving down. And then we started expanding back on November 9th. There's only 2 days for the consolidation.
That was 2 days?
Yeah. November 7th to November 9th. Wow. So 2 days, basically all it took for a consolidation for volatility to fully reset on the 4 hour. And then we continued back up from there. But as of this moment, volatility is still contracting. It's not anywhere close to being fully contracted yet, while price is still moving up. Pretty crazy. So once volatility does actually start expanding, probably going to get an even more significant bump. Something like we did right here, which was a 23% move to the upside, and that's basically what takes us to our $120,000 target. Let's see if there's any divergences on Bitcoin. I don't believe there is, but even this piece of shit ETH is moving up too.
Yeah, dude. ETH is gonna run. Let's see how much, but it will.
Quarterly still has that 3 drives for hidden bullish divergence, which is crazy enough still active. This divergence is all the way back from October of 2022 bear market low and still active, while volatility is expanding to support it. And then we look at the Jewel. The Jewel is starting to flip back up too, and the Jewel is entering into the bullish control zone. The last time we entered the bullish control zone of the Jewel was in April of 2021. before we went straight up from $30s to $65,000, a 2x in price. It was, let's confirm it. Yeah, right over here. Monthly as well. Oh, and one other thing I just noticed the other day on the monthly is, if you guys notice, we have a massive inverse head and shoulders on the RSI on the monthly. That would give us, if you wouldn't even be able to get the measured move from this because it's well over the critical zone. And right now that we're in the critical zone. The critical zone is $8,000 away from price. So that's technically, like, I don't want to say it, that would give you a target of a George number.
Yeah, it does. I mean, there's a lot of things pointing to George numbers. I do think we're gonna get George numbers.
But Buddy is gonna be ecstatic.
He's gonna be so drunk on his blue label.
Hey, that shit's not bad. I like it. Johnny Walker makes some good shit.
Yeah.
The monthly jewel is now bouncing off of the pink fast moving average, which the last time we kind of like, it went slightly below it, but it can still be counted as the same thing because the jewel is not supposed to be like super accurate. But the last time we bounced off of it was in May of 2020. And you guys know what happened in May of 2020. That was one of the most biblical bull markets in human history. When there was the most money supply ever added to the U.S. economy ever.
Damn.
2-week jewels also flipping back up. Now we're in the bullish control zone, and we're about to enter into the critical zone. Let's zoom in on it. We're very close to the critical zone. It's going to take maybe one more open, 2 at the most, and it's going to enter into the critical zone. Last time the 2-week entered the critical zone was on the Hamas setup. And we're re-entering the bullish control zone on the RSI. Five-day is also well into the critical zone, and the jewels are now entering the critical zone as well. 2-day, we have hidden bullish divergence, and we're in the critical zone. Daily as well. Come on, load. And the 4-hour. But the 4-hour is it's currently giving us a God mode sell signal while we're within the critical zone. So the second the jewel starts flipping over, curving first white and then dark blue, that's when we're very likely going to get that long form pullback, like we did right over here in around like November of this year. Whenever we started going down, I believe we went to like the low 60s. Let me make sure. No, not even. That was like low $80,000 area. Wow, we barely got any type of pullback. That would probably take us towards 93,000, and then from 93 to 96, and then from there we would go into the 100s. But every single time frame right now is pointed up. I'm not really seeing anything that's giving me an indication of a pullback. At the most, I could see us going to 96 as long as momentum is still pointed up. And then from there, I would expect deeper $100,000 areas. Very crazy to say, $100,000 for one Chinese Bitcoin, but it is what it is. That's what I got for Bitcoin.
For one Chinese Bitcoin. Fucking excellent.
And $6,000 for one Russian Ethereum.
Oh my God, that's great. Thank you, sir. Bitcoin, hang on. So let me see what we got now. Alex is going to do Rivian and then XRP, a favorite of yours. Angels requesting.
Oh, yes. XRP has been going absolutely vertical recently. It just hit our TP3 for the Academy.
Nice. Good for everyone. Good for everyone. That's fucking awesome. Alrighty, I'll get started. Perdón, estoy viendo Coinbase y también, por cierto, le pegamos al tercer take profit de XRP en las señales para todos ustedes en la academia. Así que vientos, a seguir dándole para adelante, señores. Ok, vamos a rápidamente analizar Bitcoin para todos ustedes de acuerdo a lo que estamos viendo con el buen Farhan y con Alex. Un análisis promedio de los dos. Vamos, les voy a decir esto porque creo que todos estamos en la misma página, no pensamos muy lejos de esto porque es imposible saber qué está pasando. ¿Por qué? Porque estás en altos históricos, estas son velas trimestrales y esta es una vela trimestral solamente desde abajo hasta arriba de 67% o de 59 a 100 mil dólares de 60 mil dólares. Esta es una vela de 60 mil dólares verde para Bitcoin, que es una absoluta locura. Cuando estás en altos históricos, estás descubriendo precio. No es fácil encontrar objetivos, pero tenemos el HPDR, que nos ayuda a poder entender dónde tenemos resistencia, dónde tenemos soporte y qué tipo de canales existen dentro de en esta temporalidad y qué es lo que ha hecho el precio de antes. Así que basado en eso es lo que les vamos a dar. Vale. Estando en $98,000, pueden ver todos los promedios por acá. Estamos muy saludablemente arriba de todos. El 5, que es el más cercano, está por ahí de los $69,000, así que todavía bastante camino para abajo. Y el 9 está en 57. Esto nos indica que hay muchísima fuerza en el precio. Estos son los promedios y los pueden ver aquí abajo. Ahora, volatilidad empieza a expandir por acá y eso que nos da un movimiento a la alza. Y pueden ver que apenas está expandiendo. O sea, literalmente esto fue donde empezó y va para arriba, ¿ok? Y ahora, ¿dónde empezó esto? Se fue de lado, empujando hacia la alza. No todo es instantáneo. Todo el mundo que está esperando que la volatilidad instantáneamente empuje la dirección, etcétera. No, porque si no sería muy fácil leer la tabla para todo el mundo que tal vez no esté familiarizado con esto. Pero ¿qué nos indica esto? Esto nos dice que probablemente hay mucho, mucho más camino hacia arriba. Volatilidad todavía, o sea, la última vez que topó en el 87% y está en 47%, expandiendo de acá. Así que todavía tiene bastante camino para poder darte adelante esta de 3 meses. Vamos a ver la mensual rápidamente. En la mensual podemos ver que la volatilidad ni siquiera está expandiendo. La volatilidad desde acá ha estado contrayendo hasta este punto. Y pueden ver, un segundo, perdón, le sigo picando a la línea. Desde que contrajo acá hasta acá, esto fue simplemente de lado y esto fue para arriba. Y ahora, esto no consideramos nosotros como una expansión de volatilidad oficial porque tiene que estar por encima del promedio y el promedio es la línea blanca. La volatilidad, recuerden, es esta línea. Entonces, todavía no tenemos expansión oficial, pero está volteándose para arriba y lo que hemos visto desde que volteó para arriba es esto. Esto quiere decir que cuando esto empiece a expandir, no puedo imaginar lo que va a pasar. No puedo, pero va a tomar bastante tiempo. Recuerden, es una vela mensual, así que no es como que se va a dar instantáneamente. Vamos a temporalidades más conocidas y obviamente acá tenemos el famoso setup de Hamas, que se podría convertir en el setup de Putin sin problema alguno, el setup de la Guerra Mundial 3, porque la fuerza que tiene. O sea, vean el golpe que ha dado desde que comenzó a expandir volatilidad acá arriba del 15%, lo pueden ver acá después de venir de nula volatilidad. Y para toda la gente que esté entrando por primera vez y que no esté familiarizada, cuando vienes de un periodo de nula volatilidad y luego tienes expansión de volatilidad, que es la línea de colores, que sube del 15% esta línea verde, esto, si el precio está subiendo, te empuja fuerte. Si el precio está bajando, te empuja fuerte también. Y acá lo que tuvimos fue expansión de precio, lo que nos da el setup de Hamas, el oficial, que es un setup explosivo a la alza, porque la última vez que lo vimos fue en octubre 7 de octubre del 2023. Por eso le pusimos el setup de Hamas. A la alza es el de Hamas, a la baja es el de Nagasaki. Y este todavía tiene para expandir volatilidad hasta literalmente el 80%, lo que nos pone en que literalmente esto puede continuar subiendo un número completamente ridículo con la fuerza que lleva. Entonces vamos a ver hasta dónde se da y si la volatilidad continúa expandiendo y llega al 70%, le voy a cambiar el nombre a este setup al setup de Putin porque es el de la guerra nuclear básicamente. Pueden ver que acá es un poco de lo mismo, estamos viendo el gráfico semanal. Disculpen, vean lo sucio que lo tengo, pero es que qué expansión tan potente ha tenido el precio de Bitcoin. Podemos ver que el promedio más cercano está en los 84,730 y ese es el promedio de las 5. Recuerden que los pueden leer aquí a la derecha, es el hack de todo esto. Pero volatilidad también soporta y apoya este movimiento a la alza después de venir de nula volatilidad. Básicamente lo mismo, simplemente se fue de lado por un rato y quiero que vean lo hija de perra que fue la volatilidad por acá. No, sí nos vamos, no nos vamos, no, que sí nos fuimos y se fue. Esto quiere decir que todavía le queda camino a la alza. Pueden ver que comparado con antes, todavía no llega ni al 85%, está en 78% y el precio está subiendo. Eso nos quiere decir que el empuje va para arriba y eso es bastante bueno para todos los alcistas en Bitcoin. Acercándonos ya un poco más, nos vemos en la diaria y en la diaria estamos en extremos de volatilidad a la alza. La última vez que en la diaria vimos esto fue me parece que este periodo, no, esta fue la de 4 horas, ahorita se las enseño. Perdón, estamos entrando volatilidad extremo y ahora está bajando esto. Esto no quiere decir que el precio tenga que bajar junto con la volatilidad. Mucha gente se lo pregunta porque estás viendo la volatilidad caer por debajo del promedio. Esto lo que te puede decir es que el movimiento está agotado y cuando lo ves para abajo es una corrección. normalmente. No todo el tiempo, pero normalmente esto indicaría que por ahora va a corregir un poco el precio y después dar continuación, simplemente basado en las temporalidades más altas, pero importante notar que tranquilamente, si la volatilidad contrae el precio, empieza a contraer y empuja hacia abajo, también podría empujar el precio. Todavía no está dándose ese escenario. Pero en la de 4 horas fue donde me voló la cabeza a Farhan con esto, porque tienes periodos de volatilidad extrema acá y fue de cuánto tiempo duró en resetearse la volatilidad, porque eso fue justamente lo que pasó acá. Venías de extremos, se resetea la volatilidad y vuelve a expandir. ¿Cuánto tiempo pasó de esto? Literalmente 3 días. Bueno, 2 días de acá para acá. Fue cuando empezó a caer, lo podemos poner, digamos, el 7, y cuando se volteó a la alza fue el 10. Sí, 3 días, para que tengan una idea de qué tan rápido puede voltearse la volatilidad en la diaria hacia la alza. Pero acercándonos un poco, analizando el precio ya en esta tabla de 4 horas, es donde pueden ver los puntos importantes. Vean esta vela muy al estilo Bitcoin, por supuesto, la última que estamos viendo. Una vela absolutamente predatoria para todo el mundo que pensó que iba a caer el precio. Acabó en 97,247 la corrección y ahora está por encima del 5 y encima de todo, básicamente. Déjenme rápido, vamos a la 8, a la de 8 horas. Voy a poner la diaria y en la diaria también seguimos bastante arriba. Lo que nosotros pensamos es que hay 2 escenarios en este momento. Tenemos nuestra primera resistencia, además de los $100,000 por ser un número psicológicamente importante para Bitcoin, para romper. Creemos que pasando los $100,000 podríamos llegar tranquilamente al $108,000, que es más o menos donde se encuentra la parte de arriba del 38.5%, si no me equivoco, en la semanal o en la mensual. Y ese sería nuestro objetivo ahí. Ahora, creo que es en la mensual, porque la media del canal en la mensual está en 96,200. Sí, así que ahí lo tienes. 108 después de los 100. Pero también creemos que podría corregir tranquilamente, probablemente hasta esta zona. Esta sería nuestra primera zona de corrección, donde está el primer promedio y el segundo en los bajos 90. Creemos que este es mucho más realista y que este no tanto, pero vamos a ver cómo se da y recuerden que todo es paso a paso. Tenemos que ver exactamente cómo nos la juega el mercado. Para relacionarlo un poco con el contrario, pueden ver que la dominancia de Tether, que es un asset que va en contra de Bitcoin, es como el dólar en contra del riesgo, aunque ahorita no lo podemos decir, el dólar está con todo, el riesgo está con todo, no tiene sentido alguno, pero podemos ver cómo la dominancia de Tether ha estado cayendo y cuando cae la dominancia de Tether, el precio de cripto sube. Hoy, sobre todo el precio de Bitcoin es casi directamente relacionado inverso. La gente creyó que iba a parar en el 4.12%, la dominancia de Tether está en el 4.5% y en camino al 3.78%. Pero antes de eso, lo que nosotros pensamos es que vas a tener un rebote y como has estado testeando el promedio de la 9, lo puedes ver acá. Déjame acerco. Quito el plumoncín. Como hemos estado retesteando por acá el 5 y también el 9, hay una gran probabilidad de que lo rompamos. Tal vez esta zona sea una zona de consolidación de precio. Tal vez tengas un empuje hasta el 4.5%, tal vez hasta el 4.68% y de ahí una vez más para abajo. Lo que más o menos esperaríamos sería y para abajo. Dar continuación a este movimiento simplemente por lo alcista que se ve Bitcoin del otro lado comparado con esto. No estamos esperando simplemente una caída continua, esto nunca pasa. Así que, sobre todo cuando vemos volatilidad, está en extremos, que llegó a extremos justamente con esta caída y está literalmente reseteándose. Eso quiere decir que está preparando el siguiente movimiento. En lo que resetea puede ir de lado, sin problema alguno. Vamos a ver la de 4 horas. Volatilidad comenzó a expandir por acá y ha sido una caída hasta acá, pero se está empezando a ir de lado y probablemente se dé la vuelta, lo que nos indica más que probablemente sí vayamos a ver esta corrección por acá rápido a la alza y después un rechazo a la baja. La dominancia de Bitcoin, para acabar esto, la dominancia de Bitcoin viene una tendencia alcista buena desde hace un rato, pero ahorita parece que está consolidando un poco. Pueden ver que tuvimos expansión de la misma acá. Esto va a subir aceleradamente. porque si tienes un poco el mismo setup de jamás en esto, lo único que has hecho es irte de lado. Todavía no has tenido una subida real y esa subida real nos va a llevar al 62.31%. Es importante para ustedes saber esto. ¿Por qué? Porque las altcoins, todo lo que es altcoins va a empezar a subir cuando esto encuentre tope y vaya para abajo. Así que ojo a la dominancia de Bitcoin. Se ve bien. Se ve bien. Y ahí está Bitcoin en $99,000 casi, aunque en CME está en 99,165 y parece que tocó los $100,000 en CME y continúa. Pueden ver que la volatilidad está disparada para arriba, muy por encima del promedio, está en el 80% después de varios periodos de nula volatilidad semanalmente hablando. Y estamos a punto de llegar al 84.17%, que fue el último tope. Una vez que rompamos eso, probablemente vayamos extremos al 100%. Por ahora, Bitcoin trae fuerza, $99,200 en CME, sigue empujando. Vamos a ver si vemos los $100,000 hoy o si no. ¿Qué creen ustedes? ¿Vamos a ver los $100,000 hoy o no? O bueno, este fin de semana. Recuerden que a Bitcoin le encanta el fin de semana jugar con los sentimientos de todos, a la alza o a la baja. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Bastante interesante, puntos interesantes a no romper. $96,000 a la baja. Si rompes 96,000, probablemente vayas a la zona de los 92,500. 92,500 no aguanta. Estás hablando de 80. Espérame, no sé por qué te lo estoy intentando decir por acá. Literalmente 84,000. Entonces, esos son, y a la alza, lo único que tienes que hacer es básicamente aguantar por encima del 92,000 para poder continuar consolidando por acá y después dar un movimiento, dar continuación a los movimientos al alza que estamos viendo. Ahí lo tienen. Vamos con Rivian, damas y caballeros, que nos la trae Alex para todos ustedes, pedida por el buen Ángel.
Nice. Yeah, so what a nice monthly candle forming on Rivian. So we'll see here. What do we have? Well, we had this $10 zone being really massive support, and I'm being sarcastic. This is a disgusting monthly.
Yeah.
And why? Why is it disgusting? Well, it's just keeping the downtrend intact. I mean, the monthly EMA 9, very strong level overall. Rivian's just kind of always been under it. I mean, there's never been a point in time in Rivian's history where it's actually like sustained a rally above it. And it's very interesting to see that, because it's been given shorts free rides anytime we've lost it or just done business above it. Any shorts above that have just paid out well throughout this entire chart's history. And so looking at a rally to the EMA 9 on the monthly was something that we were talking about, as that definitely wouldn't surprise me. And so now we got the rejection, even wicked a little above it. But now it's kind of hanging on to the thread again. And that thread is that $10.06 zone, an area we've been talking about for a while on Rivian. It's going to be really important for for bulls essentially to hold this, and for bears to actually give us a breakdown into this new monthly close. Bears have the momentum, and the trap is set with the long wick body that bulls obviously scaled longs into, assuming they were getting that bottom breakout. Maybe we even talked about the scenario of a possible higher low here. But now when we're back to where almost we open on this monthly with this big of a wick body, it just tells me that there's just a lot of liquidity now that was taken up, trapped a lot of longs. And now if we go down, it's just going to fuel us and exasperate the move, because it's just everyone kind of capitulating that was long up at $12 when we're now breaking the $10, going under $9, $8. The longs around $12 or $13 are going to look horrendous. So for that, if you're bullish, you really just want this $10.06 to hold. And it's not really looking the best. But as for now, we'll see where this weekly closes, because, what we got into last week's weekly closures essentially was we did actually lose this range here. Massive rejection. And this tells you just how volatile Rivian can be, because this happened all in 1 week. But now with this week, we rallied to the 9 again. We're now rejecting it. This is closing in 4 hours. And so if you're bearish, you'd essentially want to see this weekly turn red. You'd want to see this solidify the bearish retest. Yes, it wasn't clean. It went over the level that's okay. But as long as it closes back under it, it just solidifies, yeah, this massive deviation that happened. But if we end up reclaiming that $10.06, it'll actually not look the worst. It's doing what it just done the entire time, which is hold it. And then I would be convinced that we're probably going to get some kind of mini rally to possibly this $11 zone. But then from there, you know, I would look at that as potentially just another short opportunity. When we go and view, let's say the daily now, you know, volatility is actually just kind of doing nothing. It fell below the moving average, and so this tells me it can start contracting slightly here if it wants. But what I'm more eyeing on is the 2-day, because the 2-day was actually giving us a setup, and it's now, you know, at the moving average, but it's almost there. It basically rejected that 15% ever so slightly right here, came back down. And so I'm watching this 2-day mainly because we've been playing the daily setups, which have been, you know, working out well. The daily setup that was to the downside gave us, you know, a very nice 30% move down, almost 28%. And then even this move on the daily here, yes, it wasn't to its full. You know, this one went to 73%. This one went to only 55% before kind of almost like plateauing. But from the expansion here, I'm looking at this, you know, and the Academy caught this. This was a nice 30% move up. But what wouldn't really surprise me is, you know, getting maybe another tap to that $11 zone. And I only say that just because it would solidify, you know, we did essentially reclaim this EMA 100 on the daily and then rejected it. It would solidify it to me if we came up all the way up again to that like $11.70 to kind of solidify the rejection, the retest. When we see Rivian here, when it goes and it reclaims that daily EMA 100 and then quickly loses it, kind of like where we're at here, it does end up like rallying to it eventually, hitting it, and then that's where the actual volatility like starts firing off and the setup actually happens, the breakdown. It wouldn't surprise me to see it maybe hold, you know, this $10 zone one more time, get one more push up. Maybe it doesn't go all the way to $11.60, but this would, you know, ideally be the easy trade. Maybe we get a rally up to there, solidifying this was support, now resistance, and then we can actually target essentially that $8 zone. That's kind of the last stand for bulls. And like I've been saying, I do believe we end up coming back down to $8. I'm not going to feel like I don't feel like we're going to hold it just based on how the 6 month looks. You know, if we're all the way back down to $8, what that'll do is fill out this wick body. We'll now be pressing the bottom of the range. We see, yes, we hit it one time here and it bounced, but once we lose that, it's, you know, now in a territory that Rivian's never been in, and it's just making a new 52-week low. Very, very weak compared to, you know, something like even Tesla. So we'll have to see where this is going to close, and it's going to be really dependent on the monthly holding $10.06. I'm more in the camp that it's not going to. I do think we can easily get a bounce though, and that's why I did share a Rivian trade with the Academy. I don't think shorting here is wise. I think it's going to bait people, just kind of like what it did, like right in this zone here where we almost lost it, broke down, and then quickly reclaimed, and that's where the squeeze happened. I just kind of want to see just another, you know, move up, possibly to that EMA 100 on the daily, solidifying its resistance, just like what we got here, where after we essentially lost this, once we busted up, reclaimed it, lost it, any rally to that EMA 100 was shortable. And that was what I was mentioning before we did bigly break down. So I'm viewing the same thing potentially. You just kind of want to be patient with this trade because we know a big move's not going to come on Rivian. It's just a waiting game. And with volatility, you know, at the moving average, we'll have to see if this starts resetting again and contracting because it easily can. And that, you know, that is just something to be mindful of. For now, it's more of a chance to this to actually expand to the downside. Now, I'll happily be wrong. And even viewing the 2-day, maybe we don't go all the way up to that daily EMA 100, but maybe we just hit the, you know, EMA 34 here before rolling over. It definitely wouldn't surprise me. We'll have to see though the reaction to essentially this 9, because we do have a 2-day silver cross to the downside with the 21 under the 55. We now have to look at that as the first rejection point, the second one being that 21. So, we are now approaching resistance on Rivian. You can see though, bulls, we've been trying to come up to this 2-day EMA 9. 1, 2, is this third one going to be what actually busts us through? Possibly. But until then, you just can't disregard the resistance here because we've moved up and then it's just essentially closed us down almost where we've opened.
On the weekly there, you're getting a perfect rejection of the 9.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's right there.
Yeah.
It's front running and it's at $10.78. When you get this kind of really massive wick, it leaves a lot of inefficiency in the chart. That's why, it's like we essentially rejected the 34 here. Are we going to go up and reject the 9? Possibly. And that definitely could happen, especially if we're extremely weak. And the 9's been an area where we've been rejecting. But even on this candle, going to the 21 before coming down, it wouldn't surprise me coming up here and then going down. It just kind of keeps the fuckery alive while shorts are getting baited here. They kind of get squeezed out on a move to the 21 because from this point, it's still we're talking about a 12% move. But that's kind of where I'm comfortable shorting it because I'm just getting at least good confluence to the stop loss right around there. Because I know if we start reclaiming this EMA 100 on the daily, even before this mean line at 1230, if we start reclaiming that EMA 100 on the daily, it's going to start looking, like possibly this did grind a bottom around here. But, that hasn't happened. We have massive resistance around the SMA 200 and the EMA 100. So I'm looking at any rally into that, possibly to get front ran or rejected. And then that's what's going to fire off the 2-day, because we're going to need a lot of volatility to actually make a new low for Rivian. And the 2-day is telling me, yeah, that definitely could happen. We see here that 50% on the 2-day is perfectly coming around $11.30, while also the 2-day median is kind of supporting us. So, with this setup here, it would be probable to see that 50% get tapped and then also rejected. That would be the next lower high before, the lower low break. So that 2-day HBDR kind of is giving me at least confidence that definitely could happen. Depending on if we just stay above the 2-day median, of course, which luckily for us, the 2-day median is right around our support line. So you just simply know if we get any daily closures back under that $10, it's going to start looking like, that was it. We probably rejected the weekly 9 and now we're breaking down. And that's just something to be aware of. We have the weekly median here all the way at $9.08. So, rally up to the 50%, rejected. Next target would be that median, or all the way down to $7.56. And then now you have your 52-week low. So, Rivian's in a spot where I think patience will pay. The easy long was here. And luckily for the Academy, I was pretty strong, heavy on saying take full TP around 1230. There was just too much resistance around there to tell me we were probably going to bust on through to it the first time. And so now I'm just patiently waiting for this $11.60 to $11.80 level to get hit one more time to actually fill my short bid. I like too how the 2-week EMA 9 is right around that zone. So I keep getting, I keep getting on different time frames that $11 to $11.50 as an area to watch. And we're currently at $10.30. So how I'm viewing it is it would just be funny to see shorts kind of get baited here thinking, okay, we're just going to massively reject from here. And we just get one more squeeze up and then that's what takes us all the way down. The 2-week also is interesting with the 50% coming right at the bottom of this range. And then you also know on this 2-week that that's the bottom of the blue zone. So anytime we lose the blue zone, we tend to get big moves down or up, of course, but in this case, it would be down. And this will move, but currently that 80% is at $6.64. So, we see we lost the 2-week blue zone. Let's see right here, rejected it, came all the way down to that green. So that would be technically $5.80. I'm an insane move overall if that were to occur. And I think it'll be really key on the 2-day, and then that'll ideally bleed into the higher time frames. The 2-week here volatility is, it's not at super low points, but it is now above the moving average, which we see last time that happened kind of exasperated this move down when back in January, when we kind of busted on through and it just started to reclaim above the moving average. That's kind of when we see volatility hot. And that's what moved us down once that occurred. Let's just see here. Yeah, 50% basically. So, I'm not saying it has to go down. It is more probable for us to reject. If we rejected at $11.30 and went down 50%, where would that take us? Right, almost to that green zone. So
I'm having such a hard time thinking that Rivian can go down further than he did before. And the only reason why is just simple valuation. At this point, it's ridiculous how cheap it is. Like, if I were any type of billionaire out there, I'd buy Rivian if he does. Like, it would be a no-brainer. You know what I mean? Like, it's too stupid. But again, the chart does show that.
Elon has the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever.
No, don't start. Don't start.
That's funny.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's going to go bellies up, of course, but we're just seeing a lot of things like we're in that zone where if that $8 doesn't hold, I think $8 over time seems likely. But that definitely could hold. If it doesn't hold, though, it's like, the monthly median's right at like $6. We're getting that weekly 95, the 2-week 95%, right around $6, so it's dollars keeps getting brought up. The 2-week does paint a nice picture though, and as long as we're under the 2-week median, while also just simply if you don't have APR under the 2-week 9, probabilities are that this is going to come more down. And as it stands, 50% target is at $8.36, which nicely comes around that meme line, which just we know that Rivian needs to hold that. So I'm viewing that 2-week kind of as like the macro easier picture for me. And the trend is still down though overall. So we take this off and we throw the trend catalyst wave on. We can just see, we're just kind of in the midst of possibly another lower high here. That's all this big rally did, unfortunately. We would have preferred to see bulls take and, actually reclaim or bust on through to like $15. But they didn't. So this is looking like a lower high that was made. Now, I'll be wrong if we start actually now breaking this wick. If we start breaking this wick high, essentially at like $13.10, then I'll be looking at this as a major bottom. This potentially looks like then a higher low, and that thesis isn't dead, and then we just are possibly grinding a new structure here. But until then, any rallies to $11 to even all the way up to $12.30 again are going to be a short opportunity for me. And I'm just eventually we are going to test that $8.26.
Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah, that's all I have on Rivian.
Perfecto, senor. That was awesome. Thank you so much for pointing it out. The next one will be Coinbase for you. That's a fun one. I got a special interest in that little bad boy. I gotta be honest with you. I fucking got kicked out, but then again, the price was too low, so I bought it, and now again, it's working out. So I'm in it. I'm in it to win it. So hopefully, your analysis will make me feel better about myself.
We shall see.
No, fuck me. Okay.
We shall
see. Okay. Here we go. Ok, estamos viendo Rivian y vamos a empezar básicamente esto para gente que esté entrando por primera vez a este placentero chat, ¿no? a este canal. Estamos viendo acciones. Esto es Rivian, una empresa de coches eléctricos, y pueden ver que ha estado cayendo brutalmente desde que abrió. Literalmente, cuando hizo su IPO, llegó a tocar $179.66. Por cierto, toda la gente que compró esto, wow, el dolor de huevos, porque Rivian ahora vale menos de 10 veces eso. Básicamente un 12 para abajo. ¿Qué es lo que notamos instantáneamente? Tienes altos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, y tienes bajos, bajos más bajos, bajos más bajos, lo que nos dice que estamos en una tendencia bajista. Normalmente cuando estás buscando acciones, siempre quieres quedarte dentro de la tendencia y seguirla. No quieres ir en contra de la tendencia es tu amiga y a la amiga se le arrima, no como a la prima. Ok, a menos de que seas de Monterrey. Si eres de Monterrey, también entonces a la prima, a la amiga, a la hermana, todos. Ya sabes cómo funciona eso por ahí. No es cierto, pero es como va el chiste. Además de eso, también nosotros usamos promedios. Estos promedios son los que acabo de sacar por acá para ver si estamos en un mercado alcista o bajista con el precio. La línea azul es mi promedio de 9 sesiones y la verde es de 5. Voy a eliminar el 5 y también el 21, no es necesario en esto. Y simplemente nosotros consideramos que cualquier cosa que esté en un mercado alcista va a estar por encima de su promedio 9 mensual, que es la temporalidad más grande. ¿Y esto lo está? No, pero sí lo ha estado antes. Lo pueden ver, pero apenas lo ha hecho por momentos. Y cuando lo hace por momentos, a estos momentos donde puedes ver que se subió acá y después lo perdió, les llamamos SFPs. Estos son escapes falsos a la alza. Y normalmente escapes falsos a la alza son bajistas y pueden ver que efectivamente son bajistas. Acá tuviste otro escape a la alza para abajo, otro escape a la alza para abajo. Y ahorita veniste una vez más a retestearlo con la nueva vela que están viendo por acá. Te rechazó y vas para abajo. ¿Entendido? Ahora, estamos todos para que entendamos lo que estamos viendo, simplemente poniéndonos en la misma página. Volatilidad no tiene nada en este setup, pero algo que les quiero enseñar es, me voy a acercar un poco más a la de 2 semanas, que la de 2 semanas es de mis favoritas para poder ver Rivian. Uy, quería borrar estas cosas, déjenme, que fui un imbécil y no las borré cuando lo estaba haciendo. Los SFPs. Ok, ahí están borraditos, no me quedó otro, no, ahí está, perfecto. Ok, pueden ver que hemos estado en esta diagonal bajista. Dentro de ella hemos tenido también escapes a la alza. Estas líneas pues las dibujas tú mismo. Y normalmente cuando tienes un triángulo de este tipo, ok, normalmente cuando tienes un triángulo de este tipo, esto va a sonar completamente ridículo para quien esté viendo esto. El objetivo y cómo puedes medir un objetivo sería básicamente dónde está el fondo plano del triángulo y sería más o menos por acá en los 8.31. Voy a hacer esta línea más larga. Ok, entonces este triángulo es un triángulo descendente, va para acá. Y el objetivo, ¿cómo puedes sacar objetivo de precio? Pones el fin del triángulo en la parte de arriba, una línea recta para abajo hasta el punto más bajo. Y digamos que esto lo rompes a la alza, te daría un objetivo de $43 que te pone por encima de este breakout. Por ejemplo, eso es si te lo da la alza. Si te lo da la baja, te lleva a 0, ¿no? Porque literalmente estarías en menos 22. Solamente les estoy enseñando a medir esto para aquellos que están entrando por primera vez y vean esto. Un triángulo descendente, la mayor cantidad de veces, cuando ves esto, resulta con un breakout. La mayor cantidad de veces que esto se pelea con la resistencia es para abajo. Pero una vez que rompes a la alza, y a esto me refiero, que de verdad salga el precio por acá, rebote acá y que continúe. Esto es la forma más fácil de hacer dinero, porque una vez que rompes esta línea, vienes para arriba, confirmas con un rebote, no perdiéndola, y continúas a la alza, eso básicamente te está diciendo que es tiempo de la explosión. Y ahora, si estamos viendo la de 2 semanas, vamos a analizar rápido la volatilidad en la misma. Estamos literalmente yendo de lado, tenemos una vela alcista, es más, antes de eso, rápido enseñarles qué es una vela bajista. Esta, por ejemplo, es una vela muy bajista. ¿Por qué? Porque es súper delgada y solamente es ancha. Una vela de esta se llama una vela de tope. Y una vela de tope está compuesta, el cuerpo, la parte gordita, tiene que ser más chica del 25% del total del tamaño de la vela. Y obviamente lo es porque es menos de un cuarto del tamaño de la vela. Y también tiene que estar en la parte baja de la vela. Y lo está también. Esto nos dice que es una vela de tope. Ahora, ¿Cómo puedes confirmar o negar que es una vela de tope teniendo cierres? ¿Ves cómo está esta vela? Está cerrando acá, no está cerrando abajo, no está cerrando acá. Lo que quieres ver, si eres alcista, es poder tener 2 cierres de 2 semanas en esta zona, arriba de este punto, que es en los 13.12. Aquí abajo, si quieres ser bajista, lo que quieres para que te dé confirmación a la baja es cierres abajo de 9.49. Tener 1, 2 cierres 9.49, eso nos daría más vallas a la baja, esto nos daría vallas hacia arriba. Pueden ver que es una cantidad absolutamente ridícula el tamaño del movimiento, porque la parte de arriba está en $13 y la parte de abajo está en 9.51. Esta es una vela predatoria. ¿Por qué? Todo el mundo se metió por acá, creyó que ya se iba a sacar la lotería y todos en la academia se lo sacaron porque pusimos también los take profits. Y una vez que hizo eso, revertió a la baja y cerró aquí abajo en los $10. A toda la gente que entró aquí arriba intentando pensar que ya era la parte del movimiento grande porque rompió esta parte de la línea bajista, se equivocaron y porque no se esperaron a esto. ¿Ok? Y ahora estamos preguntándonos, ¿para dónde va esto? Si simplemente estás viendo este gráfico, parece que el precio cayó de esto, pero en realidad este triángulo lo puedes mover y poner acá. Depende cómo lo quieras cerrar. A mí personalmente sí me gusta esta idea más, porque esto hace que esta vela sea bastante importante que cierre en 7 días y 2 horas. ¿Por qué? Porque esta vela perdió la base. Eso quiere decir que sería bajista y que empezaría a dar continuación al movimiento de la caída. Pero esta vela está entrando una vez más a la base del triángulo, lo que nos dice que también puede venir a retestear esto. Puedes ver que el promedio de la 9 está acá en el 11.24. Cuando vienes en tendencia bajista y además tienes cruces plateados a la baja, voy a prender el 55 y el 21. Son temporalidades más cortas, no la de 2 semanas. Por ejemplo, no lo tengo acá, digamos en la diaria. En la diaria lo pueden ver, tenemos, y voy a quitar todos menos esos, un segundo. Tiene uno, el 9, 100, voy a poner el 55 y ya. Ok. Cuando tienes estos cruces plateados a la baja, lo que quieres hacer es apostar en contra de la 9. Cada que vengas a retestear el azul, haces un short. Eso es cuando está a la baja la tendencia. Aquí te hubiera sacado la lotería porque esta madre subió hasta casi $11 y bajó a 10. Esta es la más dura de todas, ¿no? Pero es normalmente lo que quieres hacer. Cuando ves que el precio está yendo a la 9, lo vas a shortear y tienes que tener buenas y claras salidas con stops aquí arriba. Pero también habrá veces que rompe del 9 y se va al 21. Lo que tienes que ver es qué tanto lo está tocando, porque acá, por ejemplo, nunca peleó con el 9 hasta acá abajo. Es la primera vez que estás intentando entrar en esa zona. ¿Vas a entrar? Probablemente no. Luego lo veniste a tocar una segunda vez. Acá lo vas a romper, lo rompiste, pero no tanto. Lo veniste a romper una vez más acá y acá ya te montaste. Ahora pones tu objetivo como el 21, pero sigue siendo objetivos a la baja, por lo que estamos a la baja en esto. Pero para ponerlo sencillo, tengo el gráfico de 2 días de Rivian. Podemos ver que tenemos rechazo de la 9 todavía, que también coincide con la línea meme diagonal que va para arriba, y esto sería un intento de retomo de nivel que todavía no lo hace, pero creemos que tranquilamente, y esto es lo que estaba diciendo Alex, el precio de Rivian puede venir a tocar hasta los 10.85, la zona de los 11.80, y volver a crear un alto más bajo y de ahí dar continuación a la baja. Todavía no sabemos eso. Lo que sí sabemos es que acá se está cocinando un setup estilo jamás que no sabemos a dónde vaya a ir todavía porque la volatilidad no se expandió oficialmente. Se quedó acá, fue rechazada por el 15% y rebotó a la baja y ahora está bajo el promedio. Lo pueden ver, está en 13.49% en vez de en 13.73%, que es donde está el promedio. Entonces, ¿qué esperamos de Rivian? Sencillo, los voy a llevar a la diaria. Y pueden ver que está ya ahora en el 21, es justo lo que acabamos de aprender ahora. Ok, y también rechazando la entrada de vuelta al canal. Eres alcista en Rivian, definitivamente quieres colgarte encima de los 11, poder estar en esta zona y tomar encima este nivel y empezar a tener cierres por acá. Eres bajista en Rivian, tu fantasía es perder los $10. $10 te va a llevar muy probablemente a mínimo a buscar los mínimos que tuvimos antes en los 10.30 y de ahí, si la volatilidad comienza a expandir en esa jugada, porque acá se detuvo, expandió, te dio el movimiento a la alza y luego se fue de lado. Si la volatilidad continúa expandiendo en lo que el precio va cayendo, va a caer mucho más fuerte. Si la volatilidad expande en lo que el precio sube, probablemente sea tu breakout. Y ahorita justamente estás en medio de la nada. Rivian está intentando agarrar a toda la gente mal parada en esta movida y es lo que está pasando oficialmente. Toda la gente que se subió en long acá, habrá muchos que se agregaron acá y los sacaron a todos. Y ahora toda la gente que se metió acá para hacer un short, les están subiendo el precio. Entonces, Rivian está justamente jugando con todos sus sentimientos antes de poder llegar a cualquier cosa que tenga sentido. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vámonos rápidamente a analizar XRP. Eso es Rivian. XRP. Todo el mundo sabe, la moneda favorita del mundo libre. No, la moneda de la esclavitud financiera, que es la que nos va a dar todos los sistemas de pago. We're ready for some XRP, sir.
My favorite shitcoin. Good Lord, look at this candle right here. Look at this candle. In one single monthly candle. 205. All the bears, all the XRP bears are malparidos.
Damn. Are what?
Are malparidos.
Malparidos.
Yes, sir.
Well said.
Mi español muy bien.
Muy bueno.
Muy bueno. So on the monthly, we're currently over the 88.3%, which is at $1.41. While momentum is getting pretty high up, it's at 91%. Moving average is still pretty low though; it's only at 23%, and 36%. My bad. And the volatility is getting to very very high areas, but the moving average is still below it. So it can still move up, this thing moved up like from 30% to 91% on a 200% move to the upside. So it wouldn't be too crazy to see another maybe 20 or 30% from here, but this is where you would start to exercise caution because we're getting to such extreme areas on the HPDR on the monthly, and momentum is getting close to topping out. But if we close over this 88.3, what's probably going to happen is that these ranges are going to step up. Maybe we consolidate for a week or two, and then we probably end up going higher from there. Because as of this moment, I still have a target of $1.70 as long as we hold 141. We keep holding 141 and we don't like close, not a daily, but I would say a weekly below 171, then we're probably going straight, or 141, we're probably going straight to somewhere around 170. And that 170 area, probably we get a little bit of a pullback. People start shorting this area because this is like lining right up with our May of 2021 highs. Whenever Bitcoin is at $65,000, this is the area where it topped out. And then from there, but people would expect it to be the classic meme double top. So everybody's going to start shorting. And that short pressure is probably going to bring the price down a little bit from 170. Probably, maybe even all the way back down to 140. I wouldn't bet on it, but it is kind of a shitcoin, and shitcoins do like to move like that. So maybe it bases back off of that 141. And then from there, I'm expecting $2 plus easily towards this 97.5% area. Switch to the quarterly. The quarterly momentum is just now entering into bullish control. It's only at 66%. And now the volatility is pointed up to support it as well. That takes us towards, so we don't have very much data on this thing, but in the 2021 rally, it took us over the 100%. Well, as of this moment, the 100% sits in the well into the $2 area, right around $2.66. But this is going to sound a little bit crazy. I think we're probably going to go higher than that. And I think we're going over $3, to be honest, over our previous all-time highs for XRP. Let me switch it to the other chart with more data. There we go. Now that's nice. Let's remove this. As of this moment, the quarterly is above the 38.2, which we have not really closed above since back in like our 2021 cycle. And if we close over the 38.2, our volatility is still at pretty low levels. It's only at 47%, while momentum is just about entering into bullish control. Last time momentum entered into bullish control was not even in 2021. It was back in the 2017 cycle when we hit $3. And they went well into the $3. It went like $3 and like 6 cents, $3 and what is this? $3.31. Each. Imagine telling people nowadays who weren't around back then that XRP was once trading over $3. That takes us towards over the 61.8 with the volatility so low. It takes us towards the 78.6. I'm not going to show you that number right now because I don't want anybody to get their pants creamed. But this number is going to change very likely on the next quarterly open. Right now, it's about $24. It's probably not going to $24. Very likely, it's not going to $24. I'm targeting somewhere between $3 and $4, which would be a tap of our previous all-time highs, maybe slightly higher. And then from there, we would probably top out. And that's where Bitcoin's probably in the 120s, 130s. And then the bear market probably starts. The next bear market bottom, though, I have no idea where it could be. Maybe somewhere around $1, $1.40. That's just speculation, just throwing numbers out there into the wind. But for now, the main targets are 170 first, pullback from there, most likely. Then around 215, 217. And then at that stage is probably when we're in the retard area of phase of the crypto market, where everything just goes straight up and the biggest idiots make the most amount of money. Probably go straight from 217 upwards to $3 to tap the previous all-time highs. Weekly is now also above the 88.3, and the 88.3 is at $1.37. While volatility is expanding, it's at 89%, so it still has about a good amount, not a good amount, but a decent amount more to go before it stopped out. And momentum is pretty high up there too. It's at 89%. The moving average is only at 30%, so it could still move up a bit more before it tops out. And if we close over this 88.3, this number is going to go down. It's going to go down probably towards, it's currently at $2.90, probably going to go down towards like that low to mid $2 area, which corresponds with the monthly on the HPDR. Okay. Actually, no, it's Jewel on the weekly. And now the Jewel is starting to flip back around too. The first time around in August of 2024, we rejected the bullish control. We rejected bullish control in April. We rejected bullish control even on the Hamas setup. We rejected the bullish control zone. The last time we ever even popped into the bullish control zone was in April of 2023, and we were only in there for like a good week or two before we deviated it and flipped back around and entered bearish control. So this time around, because we're flipping back in this area, in the neutral area, we didn't go into bearish control. After breaking out of the bearish control, that's probably going to take us into the bullish control. And the last time it actually stayed in the bullish control zone for any reasonable amount of time was in April of 2021, which was not really that long. Yep, it was in that 2017 cycle where we stayed in the bullish control zone from March all the way until July. Like about 4 months we were there. And that's another thing that's telling me that the move we're probably going to have right now is not going to be like the move we had in 2021, moving up towards just below $2. I'm thinking this is going to be a move like we had in 2017 when we went to $3. Some people on Twitter have even crazier targets. They're targeting like $8 to $11. Don't think that's going to happen. I think that's a little crack pipey, but those are the numbers that a lot of people have.
Good for them.
Imagine it goes up and they're like, "Ha, you retard."
I wouldn't put that past anything. Like anything can happen in this fucking crypto market.
I'll turn into MKBHD.
There you go.
Currently, I drew a fib from the top, the 2021 cycle top to all the way down to the bear market bottom. And as of right now, we are above the 78.6, which is $1.30, let's say $1.31. If it's just below $1.31. If we close over the 78.6 and we get two closes over this will take it to the 161.8%. Right now, that number is closer to their $8 target at $6.30. I would personally start, if I was invested into XRP very heavily, I would start de-risking around $3, to be honest, and probably almost all of it. Because from where we started this month until $3 is such a massive move that you don't really need anymore. How much more do you need? And at that point, you're getting greedy, and when you get greedy, you get fucked.
It's true.
Stop calling me a retard. The daily is approaching very extreme areas. We're over the 95%, which is at $1.45. Holy shit, this thing is still going up. We're approaching the 97.5%. While volatility is at 95.5%, the moving average is caught up. momentum, my bad, and volatility is all the way up there as well. The jewel's giving us a God mode sell signal. Probably what happens is we get a move towards the 97.5%, which is around that $1.70 area, and that's where we get our pullback because volatility is going to have to start contracting, and then these HBR ranges will step up. So then we're no longer in such extremes. Maybe consolidate for a little bit, and then we get our movement towards that $2 area. 4 hours already over the 97.5%, and it's basing off the 97.5%. That usually takes us towards the 100% if it's able to do that. And right now it's at that $3. But this is also a 4-hour chart, so this is going to take several weeks to play out, and this number is going to come down a lot. Volatility is already at momentum is at very extreme levels at 98.7%, and the moving average is caught up with too. And volatility is at 98.78%, and moving average is at the same place. So here's where you would start de-risking if you're in like a leverage position, because you can't really stomach those wild swings to the upside and downside that the shitcoins have if you're leveraged. Here's the area where you'd probably be wise to start de-risking if you're leveraged. Although I don't know why you would open leverage on XRP. Maybe you just hate money.
Well, yeah, not a lot of people have a lot of self-control, right? That's basically it, I want to say.
Yeah, they're like 200% is not enough for me. I need 2,000%.
Exactly.
But then again, they're probably putting in $2 in a candy bar, so they need that 2,000%. No divergence is on monthly 40. Okay, the 2-week has 3 drives of bullish divergence confirmed right now, and off of that bullish divergence, we moved from 50 cents all the way up to $1.48, almost a 3x, basically a 3x. And volatility is currently at 86%, so we can still go up a little bit higher towards that 170 target, and then there we probably have our local top. Weekly nothing. Nothing. Today also has confirmed bullish divergence, but we've already hit all of the easy targets. And from here, we're currently well over the critical zone, so it would be much harder to get a target from the RSI. Daily as well, multiple drives of bullish divergence, and we're heavily within the critical zone, and we're basing off of this moving average. 4-hour just confirmed some nice hidden bullish divergence, multiple drives. Whenever we came back down to retest this 21, and if we're confirming multiple drives of bullish divergence at $1.15, we're probably going to keep going up from here towards that $1.70 area, especially because we haven't gotten our double extreme yet on our volatility. Like we did here, XRP and these shitcoins love to do their double extremes. They hit an extreme on volatility, start contracting a little bit, and then you hit your second extreme. And your second extreme is where you get that big move. Right now, we're only on our first extreme. So we could consolidate in this area right now, retest this 9 EMA, maybe the 21 again, while volatility contracts a little bit, and then we'd get our double extreme, and that probably takes us towards $1.70. Jeez, I feel like such a retard for not buying XRP at the bottom of the bear market.
You did pretty well on the trade that you did. So I wouldn't, think too much about it.
Quarterly is now expanding on our volatility, and we're coming from pretty low levels, like low 20% area. Yeah, lowest volatility that this thing has ever been. It's even lower volatility than when we got that move in 2016 from half of a cent towards $3. How much of a move? That's a massive fucking move.
No way. Can you imagine?
It's like a 10,000x.
Can you imagine?
You put in $100 and you have $1 million. Holy shit!
It's literally a shit coin.
Imagine telling people, yeah, so I made my first million from $100.
Yeah, that, by the way, what a trade. It'll never happen in your life again, but what a trade.
But imagine being retarded enough to hold it from half a cent to $3.
That's also the thing, dude. It's pretty hard to hold things when they're like that. Like if I made like with $3,000, 30 grand or 40 grand, I'm like, all right, I'll take my money. Thank you. I
Yeah,
would never expect it to go
sane
to a
people would.
million.
And the people who would hold it towards a million are going to write it back to zero.
100%. It's such a roll of the dice.
And
Gains are gains.
momentum is getting out of the bearish critical zone. It's basing back off of the edge, and now it's flipping up along with volatility expansion. Volatility is only at 40%. So maybe $6 is not too crazy. Why am I being so bearish?
Looking at that, no. Yeah, I agree.
Momentum is pointed up as long as we're above 52 cents. Sheesh, we're like $1 above that right now. Maybe we will go to $6. I'm over here with a light bulb over my head right now. Monthly is expanding from very, very low levels on our volatility, below 10%, and we're currently only at 58%. We have a 205% move on the monthly candle, and we're only at 58% on the volatility. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So if we were to get another 200% move from here,
well, $3.
yeah, basically. Even over $3. Wow.
Oh, wow.
That takes us to $6. What do you know?
No, that's 300. It was another 200.
Oh, yeah, 200. My bad. I'm retarded.
Now you're getting a little George.
$4.
There you go.
Putting on George momentarily possessed my body.
Don't blame you.
The monthly momentum is rejecting getting into the bearish control. Now it's flipping back up. On this next open, it's going to enter into the bullish control. Last time on our 2021 cycle, when we went to $2, we rejected the bullish control. The only time we've ever been in bullish control was on our 2017 cycle. So there's another point in terms on the side of that this move is going to be like 2017. You fellas heard it here first. Been bullish on XRP for the longest time. We're expanding from many periods of 0% volatility on the 2-week. We're currently at 85%. This is more in tune with what you'd expect to see after seeing a 200% move to the upside. But at 86%, you can still go up more before it gets topped out. And that would line right up with us going to $1.70. Momentum started flipping back up, rejecting getting out of bullish control, and now it's about to enter into the critical zone. And we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above 95 cents. And whenever you see these momentum pivots so significantly below price action, that gives bulls more momentum to go to the upside. On the weekly, we are getting very, very high levels on our volatility. Oh, shit. We're at like 90, 95%, but the moving average is only at 40%. So you can't have volatility contraction whenever the moving average is so far below the volatility oscillator. So that also lines up with us going towards $1.70. And we're rejecting that getting out of the bullish control, and we're pointed up as long as we're above $1, basically. 5 days already at 100% on the volatility oscillator, but the moving average is only at 62%. So we can still keep going up $1.70 once again. And then volatility contraction is going to be confirmed whenever the volatility oscillator drops below the moving average. And we're going to on this next weekly open, we're going to enter into the critical zone on the bullish side. And we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above 62 cents. Damn, did XRP cure cancer?
I don't know what it can do, but it kind of seems like it.
Maybe they really will be the next world reserve currency. BRICS are going to adopt XRP.
Dude, I would literally chop my balls off, throw them away into a river, and never, ever talk to another person again in this world if that happens. Like that would be the most ridiculous thing I never saw coming in the world.
The next world reserve currency?
Yeah. If that happens in any way, by the way, in any shape or form, like if it becomes the world currency in the United States, or if it becomes to the BRICS or wherever, like a proper currency, that's what I'll do.
This is recorded, and in California, verbal is binding.
Done. Hey, it's fine. It's fine.
So our 2-day momentum is still going to be pointed heavily to the upside and within the critical zone as long as we're above $1.32. Daily is at 98% on our volatility. We started contracting. We've gotten. Have we? No, we started contracting a little bit, then we flipped back up. Interesting. So it looks like we're about to get our double extreme on daily volatility, which once again puts more points in favor of hitting $1.70. as long as we're above $1.26. 4 hour is give us a double extreme, and then we started consolidating. Now we're getting our first extreme, and we're still above the moving average, so there's no no contraction yet. And we're going to be pointed up on momentum as long as we're above $1.42. When you get to the lower time frames, the pivot becomes much higher, to where it becomes easier for the momentum to flip down. So if we close a 4 hour below 142, then that would tell me that we're probably not going to go towards 170 first. We're probably going to get a consolidation phase, and then try for, instead of 170, $2. But if we do continue towards 170, that's where we get the scenario plays out. We probably get the consolidation and pullback, and then go to $2. 2 hours already started contracting on volatility. We're below the moving average now, but we're still pointed up as long as the momentum is above $1.43. So towards in terms of like the really high time frames, like the monthly and the quarterly, we're seeing multiple different indicators giving you an idea that this move is not going to be like our 2021 cycle. It's going to be more like the 2017 cycle. This thing is probably going to go basically vertical with almost no real pullbacks towards like $3, I would say, is my first target. It's pretty crazy. This is more than a 2x from here. After we've done a 2x already this month, that would just be a retest of our previous all-time highs.
Hang on, just get a little closer to the mic. I'm sorry, because you hear the echo and it's not that clear.
Oh, my bad.
Sorry.
So that would just be that would just be a previous retest of our that would be a retest of our previous all-time highs, which is a technical target after flipping from a downtrend to an uptrend, and especially closing after the closing over the previous lower high. That takes you to the high after that, which is the current all-time highs at $3.30. And I don't think it's going to stop there, mainly because our volatility is coming from such low levels on the quarterly. It's even lower than where it was whenever we got a 118,000x move to the upside. So it's not very unreasonable now to me to see $6. That's only like a 3x from here, or 4x. And then that's my 161.8% extension on the fibs. If we get 3 closes over that $6 area, though, we'd have to get 3 quarterly closes over that. So 9 months we'd have to stay over $1 in $6 area. Mm-hmm. That takes us to that $24 number. And on the lower time frames, volatility is at very extreme levels. I'd expect one more swipe up because we have not gotten the double extreme yet. Tap that 170 area on the HPDR. And then from there, we probably get our consolidation phase. The ranges step up, and then we go into $2. But the other scenario is we pull back from here because volatility is starting to contract on the 2 hour. Then we probably won't go to 170 first. We probably come back down to 140, a range there, and then go instead of going to 170, then we'd have enough juice to go straight to $2.
Fucking unreal, dude. It's unreal. I know we're doing Coinbase right after. Let me find actually right now what we're gonna do right now. Coinbase. You know, it's lemon, LEMONE, a thing, because he might be saying lemonade.
Is that insurance? The insurance company?
Lemonade would be, but not lemon. I don't know, lemon. Like I said, it's lemon, LEMONE. Is that a crypto, or maybe he fucked it up the way he spelled it?
Lemon. Is it lemon soft?
Let me see. Lemonade. It's lemonade for sure.
Yeah.
LMND. LMND. Yes, sir.
I'm gonna give myself a little pat on the back and collect my clue, because back in August we were telling people to buy it at 43 cents.
That's right. Has it blown up?
No, I mean XRP.
Yeah, of course. Oh, I thought lemonade. Okay. XRP too. That was a crazy call, because you were like, I don't know why this shit is so bullish, and everybody's like, nah, but it was.
XRP
really was.
XRP owners have finally moved out of that chair in the hotel room.
Oh, yeah.
They finally did it.
Now they're the ones on the bed.
All righty, let's get to it. Vale, estamos viendo XRP para todos ustedes, que todo el mundo cree que va a ser la nueva moneda reserva de valor en el mundo. Les digo, le estaba diciendo a Farhan, si eso llega a pasar, si de verdad lo vuelven una reserva de valor en algún lado, la moneda, no una reserva de valor, la moneda, porque es lo que todo el mundo cree, si lo vuelven una moneda en todos lados en el mundo, en Estados Unidos, en el BRICS, en donde sea, en Argentina, en donde sea, me voy a cortar los huevos y los voy a aventar a un río y nunca más los voy a volver a ver y nunca más vuelvo a verlos a ustedes acá porque simplemente no lo vi venir. Punto. Ok. XRP, aquí está, damas y caballeros. Esto es obviamente una criptomoneda. Podemos ver el gráfico trimestral, lo potente de esta vela. Esta es una de las velas más grandes que he visto en mi vida y es de solamente 213%. Que por cierto, la mensual es básicamente lo mismo porque esto acaba de subir apenas. Algo interesante de ver con XRP, hay varias cosas, pero ahí les va lo más rápido. Obviamente estamos por encima del promedio del 9, que nos dice que estamos en un mercado alcista y estamos muy por encima. Una vez que lo retomó, que fue de verdad, fue justamente acá. Antes habíamos fallado, habíamos podido lograrlo en el mercado alcista, donde llegamos hasta el 1.90 y de ahí caímos. De ahí hemos caído hasta por acá, al punto 2, a los 28 centavos y ahora estamos cotizando en 1.48, casi 1.50. Lo importante y lo divertido de esta tabla es esto. Vean la volatilidad. Nunca habíamos llegado a volatilidad tan extremadamente baja y habíamos tenido el breakout oficial. Literalmente el breakout oficial en la trimestral es esto y que no le sorprenda a nadie, va a ser la vela de exactamente. Pero lo impresionante de esto es vean todo el campo que tiene para poder volver a extremos. Y esto es en una temporalidad alta, lo que nos dice que este movimiento a la alza está siendo apoyado por la volatilidad expandiéndose y que tiene mucho más camino a correr en un gráfico trimestral. Estás hablando de año y medio, esto subiendo como loco. Tal vez no continuamente, pero es lo que pinta por ahora. Vámonos a la mensual en XRP, podemos ver un poco de lo mismo. Voy a quitar esta línea rápidamente. Podemos ver que una vez que volvemos a tomar el promedio del 9, que estaba en 75 centavos, fue donde tuvimos esta explosión a la alza. Pudimos por fin, algo que XRP hace, y los voy a llevar rápido a la semanal para todo el mundo, algo que XRP hizo por literalmente, veamos, ¿cuándo fue que llegamos acá? En junio del 2022 hasta noviembre del 2024, por 2 años y medio, tuviste esto. Este periodo entero es consolidación. Este periodo llamado consolidación de precio, lo que hace es, hay mucha gente comprando, mucha gente vendiendo. Y como pasó por tanto tiempo alrededor del mismo precio, este precio probablemente, no nada es completamente posible, pero tienes una muy baja probabilidad de volver a ver este tipo de precios básicamente hasta el dólar. Probablemente no lo veas más. Así que eso es impresionante. Otra cosa que le gustó hacer a XRP, que es muy hija de perra, es esto. Espérenme, déjenme quito eso y esto. Es lo siguiente. Pueden ver cómo está creando estos altos más bajos, un alto más alto, un alto más alto, pero luego un alto más bajo, un alto más bajo, un alto más bajo, alto más alto. Pero vean, literalmente si pongo desde acá una línea, pueden ver que los bajos han sido más altos cada vez. Entonces, ¿qué quiere decir eso? Que literalmente XRP ha estado jugando con los sentimientos de todo el mundo sin decirte que si iba a subir, bajar, nada, no te dio nada de pista. La única pista que tenías eran tal vez tus promedios, poder ganarles, y tu periodo de volatilidad nula, tuviste expansión de la misma que después se redujo y una vez que tuviste la expansión real, ¡pum! A la alza en XRP, pero estás llegando a extremos en la diaria, en la semanal. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que probablemente este movimiento tan agresivo a la alza se esté cansando y tenga que consolidar un poco el precio. Que venga y que haga esto más o menos por acá y tal vez tenga su continuación a la alza o a la baja, aunque esto pinta como el gráfico de Bitcoin, por lo que probablemente vaya a ser a la alza, discúlpenme. En la de 2 días, les voy a enseñar esto, me quiero acercar poco a poco para que lo vean. Pueden ver que estamos en extremos. Venimos del periodo de nula volatilidad y luego el subidongo. Este setup de jamás fue el bueno. Yo creo que haber puesto atención acá te hubiera hecho todo el dinero. The setup was right here on the 2-day for XRP. Once it went above 15% and volatility expanded, this shit really fucking went to the moon. Aquí estaba, literalmente, vean esto. Una vez que la volatilidad expandió del 15%, porque recuerden, no nada más tiene que subir del promedio. Vamos a poner esta línea horizontal. Una vez que logramos expandir por encima de esto, vean lo que pasó. Tú, o sea, pudiste haber comprado XRP acá y en solamente 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, en 20 días hubieras hecho 200% de tu dinero sin siquiera tener que haber apalancado nada. Solamente siguiendo este cero estilo jamás. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que vemos mientras más nos acercamos? Que estamos en periodo de extremos también. Y si vamos a la de 4 horas, pueden ver que periodo extremo, luego va uno más fuerte y otra vez entra en periodo extremo. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Que no es tan difícil, no va a tomar tanto tiempo en hacer el reseteo de la volatilidad para poder continuar. Pero por ahora, vamos a enfocarnos en lo que estamos viendo acá. En lo que estamos viendo acá es sencillo. Podemos ver que XRP vino acá, tuvo el breakout, una vez que se apoyó en la 9, en los 54 centavos, se vino hasta acá. Esta es una zona bastante importante de consolidación, diría yo. Yo me atrevería a poner una línea acá y también eso va a coincidir con nuestro promedio de la 9. Lo que nosotros pensamos es que en corta temporalidad, XRP probablemente tenga fuerza para llegar al 1.50, tal vez al 1.7. De aquí, esta zona, simplemente consolidar por acá, tal vez hasta acá, porque le gusta jugar agresivo a XRP, que creas que vas para abajo, y de ahí darte continuación a la alza. Tenemos una preferencia alcista simplemente basada en los setups de larga temporalidad que nos dicen que esto va a continuar, pero en corto plazo nos dice que probablemente veamos un poco de esto. Entonces, lo que quieres es tener un cierre por encima del 1.42, estás en 1.46. Un cierre encima del 1.42 en la diaria te da la preferencia y el bias de que vas a ir a visitar la zona del 1.655 y de ahí el 1.7. Un cierre abajo de eso probablemente te haga regresar a la zona del 1.39 o hasta el 1.1 antes de poder dar continuación al movimiento. Nada de esto rompería la tendencia. Perder el dólar es justamente lo que te haría perder la tendencia. ¿Eres alcista en esta madre? ¿Qué crees? Bien por ti. Es literalmente una locura lo que ha hecho XRP. Alex, we're ready for you, sir.
Nice. So here's Coinbase.
Give me the good news.
Yeah, so the good news is, we are still holding that $300 zone. It's going to be really important for this weekly to just hold above $300. If it can, then what we'll see is these ranges probably move up, because we actually wicked up almost to the 99% zone on Coinbase. We're finding resistance right at that 95%, right at $335. And so what bulls want to see is this 4-hour to close above $300. You'd want to see this 80% move up, actually matching more where these wicks are, maybe around 280 to maybe even all the way to 290. And then seeing this 90 to 99% range actually move up, maybe matching more where that $380 is. So it's at a very precarious spot. I wouldn't be opening a position today. I'd be more keen to kind of wait and watch and see where this closes, because if we end up closing below 300, then what probably would happen is a rally in the next week, and then we'll have to see the rejection around, seeing where the 90% goes and seeing where that actually, if it rejects or not. Volatility, though, is, still moving up. The weekly is still looking quite healthy. And we just see in Coinbase's history, it can easily go up to that 90 to 95%. And even in some cases, rare cases, the weekly can hit extreme volatility, as we saw in 2022. And so, the weekly is telling me, yeah, this thing is still looking healthy, can definitely still go up. It just really will hinge on if bulls defend the $300 level. Let's take it on the 2-day. And then, so the 2-day, it's going to be actually really important, because we see the 2-day heavily rejected that 330, came all the way down, even wicked all the way to 288. Bulls are trying to reclaim this now today. This 2 days closing in 3 days, which is weird, but that's just because of the weekend. And so we're gonna just see where this closes. That's why now we'll view the daily, because that'll bleed into the 2-day. And so the daily becomes really clear to me. We see that daily 9 got lost yesterday. The daily still held above the median. And so what I want to see now is this daily kind of give us like an SFP here, where we lost support, quickly reclaimed it, held the daily 9. That to me could give us, at least some fuel to move up and maybe test back up above 325 to maybe all the way to 330. If not, maybe wicking to that 336 again. And that's why it just plays into, with the weekly and the daily closing today. It'll be very important to kind of see, if this 300 holds, because if it doesn't today and we just end up maybe rallying up, because Bitcoin's almost at 99K again, maybe, Coinbase catches a bid, goes up to the 310, and then harshly rejects there, closing under 300. Then what we have is just a harsh rejection of the 50%. We've now lost that daily 9, which we know has been pretty solid support through this whole rally up until we reclaimed it back in like when Coinbase was at 196, 197. We've just healthily stayed above, and even on these big dumps where Coinbase healthily from the wick high came all the way 18% down, we still see that 9 held us, leading to that new high right here. And that's why it's going to be really important, because if we start losing that daily 9 mixed in with that $300 level, then for me, it's going to look pretty likely that we're going to at least go back to 270, if not all the way back down to the 50% at 259, which is lining up right around where my mean line is at 265. And it still would be okay, but on the daily, bulls just kind of want to see this low hold, because what we have with this low is a higher low. So if you're really bullish here, then you just wouldn't expect this low to break, even on a wick basis. And so what you'd expect is just the trend to keep trending with higher highs, higher lows. You'll know though if this is kind of getting concerning if we start wicking below 274. 274.30 to like 275. Even a wick below that would mean, we're now under the daily median, and all eyes on this like 259 to 265 level. But then at that point, if we're breaking the last higher low, it'll just be telling me, okay, maybe we do get a deeper correction on Bitcoin, a deeper correction on Coinbase, and then things like MicroStrategy find a correction, which shouldn't, again, surprise anyone. So shouldn't we see the daily here on volatility actually resetting on this move down? This is actually giving bulls the upper hand, because we're actually causing this volatility to reset after having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days of just 100% volatility at extreme. So very healthy. We'll see. I'm more in the camp though that Coinbase can get a bounce up again. And that's why I'm watching closely for possibly a short up here. As long as we're not breaking that 342, to me, we could be forming a new range, or, we could be in the midst of a pullback while, Kramer's getting bullish on Bitcoin. Bitcoin's, flirting with that monthly median. But, as history has shown with this rally up, it's really not, it's been pretty hard to catch shorts. And even with this breakdown, shorts holding, like if you're short from here, you're kind of concerned that we're not fully rejecting that 300 yet. Now we're at 303.70, so day's still young. 3 hours, almost 4 hours to go. That's why just be really mindful of like 310. 310, ideally, we just kind of start getting momentum above that. That'll be kind of the last spot on the daily I see where bulls can easily take it to 310. And then from there, that's where bears can step in and maybe reject us. But overall, as long as we're still holding above the daily 9, which luckily for us is right where that meme line is, then it's still bullish. And this is just shedding off volatility. And we don't need to go all the way back down under even 15. We can easily go to like 50%, even that, and then possibly start getting the spike again. We don't need to come all the way back down here. Curious here, even like on this little dump with volatility, it wasn't even at major extremes. We had a little move down that kind of shaved off some of this volatility. And then that
went sideways, he went up.
Yeah, it was going sideways and up essentially. Yeah, and then we didn't fully hit the extremes, and then when we had that bigger pullback to the 21, that's when it actually started to come down. So That would be my next target though on the daily. We lose the 9, just simply put 265 to 270. I'm watching that zone, maybe a wick to like 259. But that should act as pretty strong support. And if we just view this, I'll make this solid because it's gonna be kind of hard to view it. You can just, taking the HVDR off now, you would just see coming all the way back down to 270. Would it be the worst? Probably not. I mean, we know that 270 to 265 was pretty strong resistance for Coinbase for quite a while, many months actually. All throughout this range, we just kept rallying up and rejecting, rallying up and rejecting. And so busting through it, awesome. You know, closing above there was definitely a nice sign. That's what brought us to the highs. But now, you know, we're losing that 300. That's why it's going to be really important today to see if we reclaim it. If not, you know, it shouldn't really surprise anyone if we end up just coming down here and actually flipping this into support, getting a bigger push up. While this could lead into maybe Bitcoin catching some pullback, and it doesn't have to be like super deep. Now it can easily just be like this. The only concerning factor will just be that last higher low here. But that's basically it. It's in a no trade zone for me. It really will just be dependent on if it can reclaim that $300 again, which would just mean that weekly, yes, it's wicky, it's gross, but if it just holds above there, it's still bullish to me. And then if we do get that move back to 267, 265, that could be an easy opportunity. Easy SR flip, even taking that from 265 back to resistance at 300, still could give a nice trade of like 13%. So watch very closely. Definitely wouldn't be scaling longs here, especially with what we know. It's just, you know, where Bitcoin's at and where Coinbase just went to. I'm more in the camp that let's see where this weekly goes. Let's see where this weekly EMA 9 goes. Curious to see where the 5 is. Oh, look at that. So we even see here we busted on, reclaimed the weekly 5. We really haven't tested it. We've been front running it. So we end up coming back down to here, you know, that 266. We're just getting nice confluence. It should be a bounce zone. That, you know, weekly 80%, the weekly EMA 5. We also see here on the daily, it's coming right around that 50%, while also the daily 21. Usually in bull markets, if like we hold the daily 9, awesome. If we end up losing it, then the next major bounce zone is that daily 21. And that's coming in right around 265. It's actually at 270 exactly. So, you know, just good confluence to me that if this ends up rejecting around here and we come down, I'm not getting too bearish. I mainly take shorts. If anyone did short this, just like 260s to 265. Yeah, and that's kind of all I see with Coinbase. I'll take it on a higher time frame and see. You know, we have the 50% right at 316, so it makes sense we're getting some pullback. It'll be really important to see where this monthly closes. You can just visually see it though. Really, we've only had, this is what I brought up last time I analyzed Coinbase. We've only had one monthly close back above that 300 level. So we reclaimed this $300 level, and even then, when we reclaimed it, we opened on a back test, held it. So we know, okay, this 300, if we get a monthly close, we want this to hold on like all time frames. It should be holding. And that's why it's going to be very important to see that weekly hold, because if the weekly can hold, then it could bleed into the monthly actually holding. And when the monthly opened here, we opened on a downside move. Just so everyone's not surprised if this happens, if it does hold, you know, and this led to a 6% dump. That then sprung us up, and we ended up pumping from that point all the way to this wick. I don't even know where this wick is because of this. Yeah, all the way to this wick from that 300. So we know big moves happen. That was 23% from there, and then we fizzled out. And so why I'm bringing that up is because, you know, Coinbase closing monthlies above this $300 level would be a very, very big sign to me, because it's showing just the strength overall in crypto and Coinbase. And then that's kind of like the next major area for me that I want bulls to defend. Very much like what they did there, where they opened on a downside and then defended it and pumped us up. I'd want the same thing to happen here. We'd want this 50%, possibly even to come down, where price opens maybe above it, but we'll just see. But ideally, as long as we're closing monthlies above that 300, then I don't see why we wouldn't go and test that 380s, if not higher. You know, we see that 80% is actually all the way at $550, which, you know, it doesn't seem like the most crazy if Bitcoin potentially is going to bust on through to 100K or beyond. So be really mindful of that. Watch closely. I think patience though will pay. I don't think that there's like there's no need to FOMO into Coinbase right now, because I do think that overall, even if the monthly does hold 300 and we come all the way up, I do think we'll open into next month on a pullback, very much like what happened here. And then, we'll see if the retest happens or holds. If it does, then yeah, you'll want to take a long up here and target that 380, if not higher. But if we end up losing it and like the daily loses the 9, which then bleeds into the weekly losing this 300, then yeah, I do think then, okay, maybe the monthly doesn't close above it and maybe we end up going back to 265. So it'll be really dependent on today's close, in my opinion. So that's all I see with Coinbase. It's looking good. Volatility is contracting. We are resetting it, which is awesome. That's what you'd want to see. There's nothing that's telling me we need to hold this other than potentially this last higher low at 274. But for the bull's hopium, we are still above the median, and so we could easily come all the way down to 283, 284, bounce on the median, even not break these wick lows, and then resume to keep going up. Another point is if we SFP, usually that gives us the liquidity to go in, retest, and then that's what kind of moves us higher, simply because of all the shorts that stacked in here, thinking they're going to get the easy trade. We still have an Academy short right around here. I'm patiently waiting. I do think that, especially with the way Bitcoin's looking, it's not looking like it wants to stop, but I do think a pullback will come. And so what wouldn't surprise me is to see possibly this come all the way up to here again, test the highs, and then roll over. And then actually we get our target 260. There, if you're taking the short, it's really simple. You just don't want it to break the wick high. You want that to kind of hold, and any shorts around here, you could just keep adding as long as you have a hard stop loss. That's the idea, because if you short, around this zone, you're only really losing what, like 3% to make potentially, a 20% move, which at this point, I understand Bitcoin's pumping. There's not too many things that are pointing to more of a mega nuke. And that's why I do think it'd be, we're getting a nice confluence, at least to that 265. I wouldn't be too degenerate with like the take profits on the shorts, but I also still want to stay on the camp that we should see some pullback here eventually. We can either consolidate, like reclaim we don't need to pump up. Like we could either reclaim 300 and then just do this for weeks if we want. That's perfectly okay. Kind of like what Rivian did. Resets volatility, gives us another setup, and then boom, now we have the actual fuel to break out and maybe even go all the way up to like 400. But until then, I'm going to be on the camp that, with tether dominance approaching the support zone that we've talked about for weeks, I think overall crypto, Bitcoin, Coinbase, we're going to see some kind of pullback here. And even if, tether dominance comes all the way down to 3.79 and then gets a rally up just simply to the daily 9, that still at this point could be a 15% bounce. And so where would that put Bitcoin? Where would that put Coinbase? That's why for me, I'm not longing up here until we get at least the weekly closure back above 300, because then there you're getting at least higher time frame closures, at least giving you a little more confluence that, okay, this is holding, giving us confidence that maybe this monthly and 2-week will hold, leading into, a really insane quarterly close, which we've never had in Coinbase's history at closing back above 300. So that's really all I see with this. There's not a lot of data for the quarterly. I know when we throw this on, the HBDR, we're at the 80%. There's like the almost 100% here. It's just because there's not a lot of data. So, it still solidifies what I see, though. We have quarterly resistance at 340. We want to see where this quarterly ranges move, because they will move. And if you're bullish, you're just gauging 300 as like the big spot for Coinbase. And if we lose 300, then you're viewing that 265 simply. And if you're bearish, you would already have been short from here, and you're now just hoping that we don't SFP here. And if we end up SFPing, meaning we quickly reclaim the daily, then it opens the probabilities of us testing the highs again. Just be aware of that, especially if you're short, or maybe you shorted from here. I'd be mindful of that. Usually SFPs with crypto give us at least liquidity where the short stacked in, thinking we're going to break down to actually pump up again. And then there will be the decision if we're going to roll over and not take that high. So Coinbase is at an important spot. I'm personally just waiting for either my short to fill. I'm not going to long here unless we get a monthly closure back above 300. The monthly is going to happen in a week. So until then, I'm still going to stay on the camp that we're going to get some mini pullback on Bitcoin, which will lead to some tiny pullback on Coinbase before we, bust on through and actually test an all-time high on Coinbase, which could come in around 500.
Well, that's the interesting thing about it, right? Because when you're looking at the chart on Coinbase, and by the way, that was excellent. Thank you so much. When you look at the chart on Coinbase, this was the Bitcoin top right here at 368, right? So we saw that. Now you got Bitcoin, and this is Bitcoin at $69,000. Now you got Bitcoin at $100,000. So to me, you haven't seen the tail move from Coinbase following Bitcoin and following Solana, and especially with all the reserves. So that's, I would expect that whatever pullback Coinbase or Bitcoin has, that would be a little bit unrelated to the pump that Coinbase should be getting. Now, that's just literally putting sense into something, which could not be the case. But that's just something that I'm just watching and seeing, because this is this is lagging. Like, this shit should be, Coinbase is the number one custodian and like the number one asshole that has Bitcoin in all the United States, which is probably the world, or Binance has more. I think Coinbase has more. So if they do, this is kind of like, what the fuck?
It is lagging. But also, 70% monthly candle is pretty insane, especially for an asset like Coinbase. So if we do end up closing back, and if let's say 300 holds, and I'm viewing like Coinbase lagging as an opportunity if we get any pullback to that 265. Because then theoretically, then maybe that $400 or $500 zone does get hit pretty fast next month on Coinbase. And then it tops around there, potentially. But until then, we're just I'm playing the levels. I want to see the 300 because that's major. That was the last major deviation point before we went to a bear market. So we just essentially want that to hold. So today we have a weekly and a daily close. You want that to hold, simply put. And it is above it now, which is great. And that SFP that the daily is putting in maybe is the fuel that takes us above 300. I will say Coinbase's monthly volatility is at the lowest it's ever been in the history of this chart. So, with Bitcoin bullish as it is, Coinbase could theoretically, the move could just be starting technically. We've never seen it this low on volatility. So if it does start expanding here, which you're not getting a volatility setup, but if it just starts trekking up, gets back above the moving average, maybe moves up to that 80% like last time, then who knows where that would put Coinbase. And that's probably why the monthly HBDR ranges are at 552 all the way up to like $679. So I'm not bearish on Coinbase. I do think, though, people trying to catch an aggressive long at 300, it could work. It definitely could work if the monthly closes above it. But until then, I'm watching 265 and I'm watching for that wick high to kind of hold. Some rejection, but if Bitcoin breaks 100K today, then who knows what Coinbase will do. We're kind of dealing with the unknowns with a lot of stuff. We don't have the same correlation of like, okay, well, Bitcoin is at 100K, Coinbase is at 550. No, Coinbase is at levels it was at when Bitcoin was at 69K. Very much Altcoin, and it could just be lagging. So I wouldn't sleep on it. I do think even on your chart, you see that 266 level. Retesting it, very healthy, would make a lot of sense to me. We see those wick high rejections, that I'm just going to view as an opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. And this is like not destroying structure whatsoever. This is just a big candle. Yeah,
not the higher time frames at least.
Perfecto. Thank you. Solamis right after. Please. Vale. Vamos a voltear a ver a Coinbase, tíos. Perdón que sigo pintando en mi tabla como todo un animal, porque no aprendo nada en todo esto. Básicamente, y quiero que vean tres cosas, unos gráficos rápidos en altas temporalidades. 3 meses. 3 meses. Nunca hemos tenido un cierre por encima de esto. Salimos a la venta acá. Así es como funcionan las velas, por si alguien está viendo y aprendiendo por primera vez. Yo sé que la gran mayoría de ustedes saben lo que es todo esto, pero el precio abrió acá, en esta parte alta de la vela, y cerró acá, por lo que es roja, pero llegó a bajar todo hasta acá. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que nunca hemos tenido un cierre en esta zona. Nunca. En la zona arriba de los 300, nunca ha existido un cierre trimestral ahí. Esta vela es trimestral y falta 1 mes y 10 días para cerrar. Pero si esta vela trimestral tiene tu primer cierre acá, Coinbase se va a empezar a ver bastante bien. Bastante bien. Esto parece que fue este es el promedio de la 9. Pudimos romper a la alza. Lo aguantó porque esta vela ni siquiera cerró por debajo y después despegamos. Eso es bastante bueno y nos enseña la fuerza que lleva Coinbase. Vamos rápidamente a pintar más para cagarla. Vamos rápidamente a que vean que estamos en extremos trimestrales, pero hay veces que estos extremos pueden estar por ahí por bastante tiempo, así que vamos a tener que ver temporalidades más cortas. 1 mes, para mí es muy interesante la mensual. ¿Por qué? Porque en la mensual hemos tenido 1, 2 cierres aquí arriba y después este fue un rechazo y nos venimos para acá. Ahora, esto sería importante. Queremos ver definitivamente a Coinbase poder cerrar acá, arriba de los 300. Esta vela mensual cierra en 7 días y 1 hora. Si no puede cerrar encima de esto, muy probablemente lo que vayamos a ver sea un poco de consolidación, lo que nos lleve a visitar la zona de los 259 y después dar continuación al movimiento. Pero también al mismo tiempo, lo que puede pasar, simplemente viendo los rangos del HPDR y todo lo que nos enseñó Alex, es acercándonos un poco más. También otra cosa que vale la pena ver, en la mensual, nunca hemos tenido volatilidad tan baja en Coinbase, nunca. Y todo lo que necesita es voltearse la volatilidad para empujar el movimiento, así que atentos ahí, que eso sería explosivo estilo jamás. Vamos a la semanal y pueden ver que la volatilidad está expandiendo y en lo que está expandiendo todavía le falta bastante para entrar en extremos. Está en 85.11%, que es esta, donde el promedio está en 58 en la semanal. Y el movimiento continúa y parece ser una vela verde. Así que eso se ve bien. Tuvimos este alto por acá, local, 341.98, y desde entonces hemos estado teniendo estos cierres. Para mí estos son cierres, confirmaciones, son confirmaciones del siguiente nivel. Si esta semanal, y esto es para mí, ¿no? Yo estoy intentando hacer el front run de esta jugada. Para mí, este otro cierre acá, me daría confirmación de que voy a ver continuación sin tener que perder el nivel de los 300 o mínimo este wick para abajo en los 289. Eso es lo que a mí me haría pensar personalmente. Ahora, vamos a acercarnos un poco más y ver la de 3 días. En la de 3 días puedes ver también dónde está el promedio de la 9, que está en los 268, lo que le da todavía un poco más de validez a la teoría de Alex de que esto podría tranquilamente venir acá y continuar, porque cada que se recarga en el promedio de las 9 es cada que tienes una oportunidad de compra brutal para dar continuación. Y además, en la de 3 días tienes 1, 2, 3 y este podría ser tu cuarto cierre por encima, lo que nos pondría en una excelente situación. Vale, diaria. En la diaria podemos ver que es un poco de otra historia. Ya hemos perdido el promedio de las 9 por acá. Me voy a acercar para que lo puedan ver bastante bien. Perfecto. Sigo pintando. Pueden ver que ahí está mi promedio de las 9 por acá. Está en los 299.64, básicamente junto a esta línea meme que está en los $300. Ahora, había yo puesto en bajas temporalidades esto y funciona también en esta temporalidad diaria donde estás viendo que el precio vino acá y tal vez va a ser rechazado. Tal vez no sabemos, pero por ahora podría ser rechazado y simplemente haría esto y tal vez continuar acá, o podría esto y dar continuación. Cualquiera de las dos. Es muy importante, mínimo en el día de hoy, en el cierre, estar por encima del 299.75. Pierdes esta zona y esto sería malo y empezarías a ver probablemente que esta vaya a ser tu zona de interés antes de poder entrar al mercado y tienes que ver dónde está parado el mercado en ese entonces. Además de que acá tienes un gap muy pequeño, pero que existe en la zona de los $274, que no tiene que ser llenado en este momento, se puede llenar después, pero puede ocurrir ahorita, para que lo sepas. Y puedes ver cómo más o menos se ve ahí el rechazo en tiempo real de la diaria. En la diaria, también voy a pintar un poco más para equivocarme como debo. Puedes ver que la volatilidad comienza a resetear y la volatilidad no tiene que irse hasta abajo, puede literalmente voltear y dar continuación, pero por ahora el movimiento parece ser exhaustivo, correctivo, que es justamente lo que estamos viendo antes de continuar el siguiente movimiento. En temporalidades más cortas puedes ver también justamente lo que hablamos, volatilidad expandiendo, al mismo tiempo que la volatilidad está expandiendo. Esto ha sido simplemente una corrección y ahora se está yendo de lado y puedes ver que el promedio de la 9 y el 21, justamente en la zona de los 307, es donde está también la línea meme en diagonal, donde nos va a dar un rechazo o nos está dando el front run del rechazo. Eso quiere decir que se está adelantando al rechazo para bajar. Ok, ¿qué es lo que buscas si eres un adicto a Coinbase y quieres comprar más? Sencillo. Vamos a poner esto y ponerlo así tranquilamente por acá. 1, alcista. ¿Quieres quedarte arriba de los 300? ¿Quieres tener este cierre el día de hoy? Porque también se vuelve un cierre semanal y ya tendrías 2 semanas justamente consecutivas en esta zona, o sería una. ¿Eran 2 o una? 2. 1 y 2. Esto cierra también en 3 horas y 20 minutos. Si tienes un cierre encima de los 299 de esta línea meme de los 300, Coinbase va a pintar muy bien, los niveles se van a reajustar, volatilidad se va a reajustar y probablemente continúe, además de que también estás creando estructura. Tienes este bajo, un bajo más alto y eso nos permitiría hacer un alto más alto que este. Ahora, también puede existir la posibilidad de que esto vaya para arriba, llegue por acá y continúe para abajo antes de dar continuación al alza. Perdón, que es un poco el escenario que Alex tiene en mente. ¿Dónde abrirías tu short? Justamente acá en 330 o probablemente en 332 y tu invalidación sería en los 341, que es arriba de este wick. Una vez que estás ahí, tienes la posibilidad de que Coinbase venga hasta 350 y después dar continuación a la alza y te daría un excelente extremo, un trade de extremidad que si se llega a dar se vería bueno. Y si eres alcista, simplemente tienes que aguantar y probablemente retomar esta línea meme, que es donde funciona la de 4 horas, que es la que habías perdido justamente en esta pequeña tendencia. Puedes ver que también el promedio de la 9 en la de 4 horas está en 309, por lo que el 310 es un nivel bastante importante. Perdón, un segundo. Un nivel importante. Así que ahí lo tienen. Coinbase, definitivamente no queremos perder los 300. Si somos alcistas, instantáneamente nos encantaría que hoy, si tuviéramos un cierre arriba de 310, bien, eso quiere decir que esto fue un falso breakout a la baja y vámonos a la alza. Y es básicamente eso. Sería absolutamente todo. A la baja es simplemente cierre bajo de los 300. Vamos a ver cómo se da esta vela el día de hoy, sobre todo en la diaria que se junta con la semanal y la de 2 semanas también, ¿no? Espérame. 2 weeks. Exacto. Y la de 2 semanas tienes aparte dos. Uy, esto sería buena. Atención en la de 2 semanas, porque tienes este cerrón aquí arriba en los 304 y este también cerraría aquí arriba. Y aunque esto parezca una vela de tope, empieza a darte más posibilidades a la alza. Ahora, no querrías perder esta zona en un cierre en los 287, pero por ahora esto empieza a pintar bastante bien para Coinbase. Vamos a ver. All righty, we're ready for the next one.
What was the ticker again?
Lemonade, LMND, I think. And if it's not, just let me know.
It is. It's LMND.
Yeah.
I'm sharing. No, I'm not.
I used to watch this stock. Same with, I think it was called Hippo when it was the insurance stocks. Yeah.
Oh my God. The HPDR is not going to be super reliable right now because we don't have too much data on this, but we're currently 122%, 122% monthly candle. Wow. Is this a crypto?
I don't understand. Why is this blowing up? Oh, because insurance is so expensive.
Let's see. We're currently over our previous projected lower high, and as long as we close over that, we can have a natural magnet on price action towards this breakdown area, which is around even another 100% move from here, over $110. Good Lord. Did they invent insurance where you have to pay them every month and they don't cover shit?
I think so. That's the only explanation at this point, right?
All right, so we're currently over the 50%. If we close over that, that would take us towards the 78.6, which is exactly at that breakdown area, about $101. We would need 3 closes over the 78.6. That would give us probabilities of going to the 161.8%. And as of right now, that's a pretty ridiculous number. I don't think this is going to happen, to be honest, because it's over $1,000. That would be pretty insane. That would be an XRP type of move.
Damn.
So I would take that with several grains of salt, but I guess this is one of those times where the fib extension is giving you a retarded number that you just can't take seriously. Anyone with any type of common sense can't take that number seriously. Right now, we're getting to very, very extreme levels on our momentum and volatility. We're already at 100%, and the moving average is just about to catch up to, and we're over the 100% range on the HPDR. So this is the area where I would expect some type of pullback. It's just natural to expect a pullback here. Anyone who thinks it's not going to pull back here is probably kind of retarded. We're currently on the quarterly, we're well over our previous rejective lower highs, and we're approaching our current all-time highs. Weekly is currently tapping the 100% and finding some resistance there. As long as we close over the 97%, though, probably even the 95%, these ranges are likely going to step up. Then we will have enough to basically be able to continue on to the towards those previous all-time highs. Momentum is currently at 100%. The moving average is only at 50%, though. So that is throwing a little bit of doubt of us getting a pullback before a little bit higher. Volatility is also at 100%, but the moving average is only at 50%. And now the jewel is about to enter into the bullish control as well after basing several times off of this pink fast moving average. The weekly is well over the 100%. It's so hard to get a gauge with the HPDR whenever you don't have much data and you're over the 100%. The probabilities would be, since we're over the 100%, momentum is topped out, volatility is topped out, that we probably have some type of local top in this area. We probably consolidate and pull back, maybe towards this area right here, $42, possibly down towards the 200 SMA after reclaiming it, which basically been below it for its entire life because we don't have enough data to populate it. But it would make a lot of sense to come back down and retest this 200, which is at $35. And since this thing likes to move like crypto, it probably likes to pull back like crypto too. Because what goes up hard comes down hard. That's like a 30% move to the downside. Very standard for crypto, but not a stock. Unless it's MicroStrategy or Tesla. 5 days basing off of the 100%. That's insane. Volatility is at 100%. Volatility is at 100%. Momentum is at 100%. The jewel is now entering into bullish control, and the pink is crossed over the yellow. Damn, this is probably the best jewel long setup that you will ever see, where the pink, the yellow, and the light blue are bunched right up next to each other, and the pink crosses over the yellow, and the light blue crosses over the pink. This is like literally the best jewel long signal you can ever get. And see how much of a move we got up from there. And no wonder we got a massive pump. Of 150% to the upside.
That's it?
Right? Only my $5 is now only $7.50. Come on, man. On the 2-day, we're also at basically 100% on our momentum and volatility, and the moving average is already caught up as well. The moving average is right up there with the momentum and the volatility. So this is the area where you would very likely expect a pullback. We're basically tapping the 100% and rejecting it. As long if we do go anywhere below, even a tick below, I don't think we'd have to close below it. $47.15. Probably come back down and retest this 9 EMA and fill this gap we have right here. And that would be about like $37. Very similar area to that number we just looked at before on our 30% pullback to the 200. Now 200 SMA. The daily is also tapping the 100% range, and we got our double extremes on the momentum and volatility. We hit one extreme, consolidated, hit another extreme, and now volatility it's starting. I believe it's starting to contract. Yeah, no, it's not, because it's still above the moving average, so it's still could continue like consolidating in this range before it pulls back. Maybe it swipe these highs right here to take that liquidity, to get all the shorts out of the system, and then it would probably pull back. But that idea goes out the window if we tick below $47.15. And right now, the Jewel is also giving us a God mode sell signal within the critical zone. Four hours, also same thing. We're at 98% on momentum, 98% on volatility. Moving average is basically just about there. Very, very likely the pullback zone is coming soon. And then we look at our Jewel. The Jewel is now curving over, shifting to white neutral with the second God mode signal in the background. This 4 hours giving us that double extreme for the Jewel also. So if we were to close anywhere below, I'd say not even close, tick below this area at $45, that takes us down to towards this gap fill area at the very least, which is about like low $40 area. And then from there to the 38.2, which is about $35. And that also lines up with that 200 SMA.
Ding.
Monthly momentum is at pretty high levels, at 88%. Wouldn't make sense after such a massive move to the upside. And momentum is going to be, volatility. And momentum is going to be pointed up as long as we're above $28.40. And we're going to enter into the critical zone, which this thing has never been. Kind of lines up with those upper, that 100% move. 2 week is already at 100% on the volatility. Momentum is at 51%, so we can still continue higher before it tops out. The momentum is rejecting entering into the bearish control. Now it's flipped up, and it's going to stay up above $29.75. Lost my train of thought for a second. And we're about to enter into the critical zone. But once this moving average catches up to the volatility, I'd expect some type of consolidation at the very least. Maybe it consolidates upwards, like a lot of extremely bullish things do. But I wouldn't expect massive green dildos like we're getting right now once that catches up. Weekly is also at 100% volatility. Moving average is at 63%. So it could still continue from here before the moving average catches up. And it's just about to enter into the critical zone as long as it's above $27.87. Oh, also, it's also getting a silver cross to the upside as well. A very nice silver cross where all of the moving averages are bunched together. 5 days at 2 periods of 100% volatility. Moving average is at 77%, so still continue a little bit. And the it's just about to enter into the momentum into the critical zone as long as it's above $30.20. Wow, 2 days at many periods of 100% volatility, and it's hasn't even started contracting yet. And we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $49.71, and we're going to stay within the critical zone. Daily is at hitting its double extreme right now. Its second 100% volatility hit, and it's from here you would expect to see a consolidation phase. This volatility is mathematically programmed to contract, and momentum is going to be pointed up as long as we're above $48.58. The second this number is going to move up on this next 2 day daily open, and we only have 3 hours and 20 minutes to go. If this number moves above price action, that's going to tell us that we're going to enter our consolidation phase now, and price probably pulls back to fill this gap. In the 4 hours, getting a triple extreme on the volatility. You barely ever see triple extremes, almost never. I guess on the lower time frames you can probably see it, but on the higher time frames you almost never see a triple extreme. And momentum is basically caught up too. It's at 99.29%. And as of this moment, volatility. As of this moment, momentum is flipped down, and it's going to stay down as long as we're below $51.50. So right now, the pretty high time frames are telling us that we're at a very extreme areas. We're over the 100% of the HPDR, and then we go all the way down to the very low time frames, and we're also very extreme levels on volatility, and momentum is starting to flip down. So from here, I would expect to get a gap fill somewhere around low $40 to maybe $35, maybe based on there while the HPDR levels move up. And then probably we're going to retest our previous all-time high somewhere in the $100 range from there.
I think you're muted, Alejandro.
I do it on purpose. I wanted to see if you guys were paying attention. So
Hey.
go get some rest. That was awesome. Thank you so much. I'll go push this right now. And then we have salamis, right?
Yes, sir. Not
Some
bad.
salamis.
Appreciate you, fellas.
All
Yes, sir.
righty. Appreciate you. Thank you. Vale, estamos viendo Lemonade. Tremendo zampompazo que se está dando Lemonade. Buenísimo. Buenísimo. Pueden ver que el Lemonade hizo altos históricos en 188.01 y eso lo logró en enero del 2021. Impresionante. Le dio un front run a todo el mundo en el mercado, por lo que probablemente le está dando un front run a todo el mundo en este momento en la subida. Esta fue en la caída. ¿Qué notamos? Vamos rápido a temporalidades más altas. Quiero que vean la de la trimestral para que esto quita muchísimo el ruido, ¿no? De todo. Esto justamente acá podría ser una escapada a la alza, porque es la primera vez, o sea, vino a testear una vez solamente el promedio de la 9. Nunca antes lo ha testeado porque hay muy poca información del precio. Y de ahí, una vez que se subió, ¡pum!, para arriba. Esta es una vela mensual trimestral de, vamos a medir, 240%. 240%. Y todavía le falta un mes y 10 días para cerrar, por lo que la mensual se va a ver brutal. Vamos a poner la mensual, pero antes déjenme checo rápido la volatilidad. Podemos ver que estábamos en extremos y ahora estamos yendo de lado en lo que el precio va para arriba. Vamos a ponerlo en la mensual, en este momentille. Acá, para que lo vean más de cerca. Y acá en la mensual podemos ver que también fue cosa de tomar el promedio de la 21, que estaba actuando un poco más como el de la 9 de antes. Y estás creando nuevos altos, buenísimo. Los promedios están por esta zona más o menos de los 24, 23 dólares y el precio del Lemonade está en 51.65. Estos son seguros, no sé por qué en este momento los seguros les estoy yendo también, aparte de que están cobrando una fortuna, pero pues ahí lo tienen. Una vez, puse esta línea solo para referencia para todo el mundo, para que vean que una vez que tienes los breakout, confirmas y rebotas en ello, tienes más posibilidades de dar continuación a estos movimientos a la alza para todos los que están aprendiendo en este momento. Y también puedes ver que la volatilidad está apoyando el movimiento y la volatilidad a esta cosa le gusta estar en extremos. Y todavía le falta bastante para llegar a extremos. Apenas está en el 88% para llegar al 100%, lo que nos dicen temporalidades altas. Esto va a continuar. Nos vamos a acercar ahora un poco más a la de 2 semanas. Y en la de 2 semanas puedes ver que también, justo como en esta parte, estamos entrando en extremos y puedes estar en extremos por un rato, por lo que este movimiento puede tener continuación en esta temporalidad. Vámonos a la de 2 semanas y a la semanal y es lo mismo. Tuviste la expansión de volatilidad con este empujón hacia arriba y ahora se está reseteando, lo que nos dice que el movimiento probablemente esté algo cansadón. Vamos a la diaria y pueden ver que entramos en 2 extremos de volatilidad y justamente aquí hay un gap. Aquí está ese gran gap. ¿Qué nos quiere decir esto cuando lo vemos ya en temporalidades más cortas y aquí enfrente de nosotros? Muy probablemente Lemonade vaya a dar continuación a este movimiento a la alza. Definitivamente lo que no quieres es tener cierres debajo del promedio de la 9 en los 41.11. Por ahora se ve bastante alcista. Lo que nosotros creemos es que esto pueda continuar o hacer esto. Hay 2 sopas, ¿no? Que llegue por acá, empiece a cerrar por acá y a formar estructura, resetear volatilidad y luego dar continuación al movimiento. O puede que haga un pullback más pesadito y te haga esto para que sacar a todo el mundo que se acaba de trepar al tren del mame y después esto, una vez más. Pero nuestro bias es alcista a largo plazo, a corto plazo tiene cara de correctivo y correctivo nos puede llevar hasta esta zona en los $40 más o menos por ahí. También no nos sorprendería ver al precio por acá en los 36 más o menos, pero definitivamente no quieres perder esta zona. Si lo voltean a ver de lejos, en los rangos se pueden dar cuenta que le fascina y todavía el siguiente rango va a ser hasta los $68 una vez que tengamos confirmación en estos cierres. Así que Lemonade se empieza a ver bastante interesante para todo el mundo. Wow. Vamos a ver cómo se juega esto. Bastante, buen asset, me gusta. Déjame ver una cosa. En la diaria promedio de las 200 está ahí. Interesante. Ok, vaya. Sí, no, y esta es la primera vez que estás tomando el promedio de la 200 en la semanal. ¿Dónde está en la de 2 semanas? Aquí está el de 100, no hay de 2 semanas. Sí, básicamente, probablemente vayas a aguantar esta área más o menos. Y ahora lo estoy moviendo porque antes era el gap fill, pero esto es el promedio de la 100, donde voy a poner esto. Esto es probablemente, si vas a corregir agresivamente y después dar continuación. Es lo que nosotros vemos en la tabla. Estás creando nuevos altos, más altos que todos los de antes, bajos más altos que todos los de antes. Y eso lo hace ver alcista. Ready, sir. Ready to go with Solamis.
Nice. Yeah, Sol BTC is looking interesting. So remember, we've talked about this range for a long time and how Sol BTC likes to reclaim it and then just SFP down. And then it always brings us down to the bottom of the range. We saw it here. This we hit the top, then came down, was unable to hold the back test. And then here was just the fake out. So here we are again. And the nice part about this is we fully haven't deviated it yet. Yes, we're having a pullback now. This pullback on this weekly took us to the 21, but also front ran the weekly median, as you guys can see here. I'm curious to see. So we were above the weekly median here as well. Okay, cool. So one thing to note with this SFP here that we had, we see volatility was very close to breaking out, but it didn't, and it reset us. So that's one point that I'm going to mention here, and another point is we're now at the lowest volatility reads on the weekly ever, and we're now above the moving average, which is nice. That's welcome. So this volatility setup, and I do believe the 2-week also has one, is brewing. And technically speaking, it's going to be one of the biggest setups we've had on Sol BTC and ever. We've never had this in the realm of Sol ever. And we see last time when we had something similar to that was around here. This is when we essentially fell below the 15%, just by a smidge, like 14.4%, and then expanded. We really started to get that expansion once we got above the moving average. And so when we see that, we'll just take it from here. On Sol BTC, that gave us an insane move all the way here. Yeah, that gave us a 260% move from where we're at slightly. And now we're having lower volatility and we are above the moving average. The difference is we just haven't broken above 15% yet. So while that took us 260%, while volatility fell, at that point, that was the lowest it's ever fallen. And that was around 14.4%. Now we've hit over, basically 10%. And now we're at 13.2%. We're a smidge away from breaking out. And why am I bringing this up? Well, I'm starting this out to kind of put the Sol tether pair in context, because Sol BTC looks like it's in the midst of a breakout right now. My next target is it is essentially 30439. As long as, and this is what we've been saying, as long as that 2.6 level holds. For now, it is holding, and this 2-week is closing in 9 days. We already got the back test of the 9 done, and so if you're bullish, you just want us to stay above 2.6. I do believe we will. Yeah, this is closing in 2 days. So your first sign of okay, maybe this isn't going to break out, and we're going to reset volatility again, especially in the weekly where we came up, almost did, and then came back down. Is if we start getting weekly closures back under here, because that's just what history has shown us. When we get a weekly closure back under that 2.6 range, oftentimes takes us back to the bottom of the range, which is around 2.28. So with that, you just want this weekly to start getting a bounce here. You don't want this wick low to get taken out, and you want Sol BTC to close above 2.6 in 2 days on this weekly closure. So on Sunday, if it can close above 2.6, then it's going to start looking really good. Like this breakout is valid, because then what that'll mean is we've had 3 weeks above this level. And we know once we get towards that 3rd week, if not maybe the 4th, that's when we start kind of that's when Sol BTC likes to put in the trap. So if we can get 3 to 4 weekly closures above 2.6, that's really good validation. To me, this volatility setup's very, mature now, and we're probably going to start seeing it expand. Which if the weekly starts doing that, then that could bleed into the 2-week. And it's interesting to see that we have a weekly and a 2-week around the same time. If the 2-week wants to load here. So that's on Sol BTC. I do think I'm quite bullish on Sol now. I know I've been bullish on Sol, but I've been saying to people that this is kind of the last spot that's keeping, I believe, Sol USDT from that $300 to $400 level. And so today we see the daily lost a 9 and we reclaimed it. We closed above 2.6. And now it looks to me like we easily can come down to 2.5, 2.54 maybe. Just essentially tapping that daily 9. But like I said before, you want that to act as like a spring, closing us back above 2.6. We start closing dailies above under 2.6. Then you have to really wonder where that could put the weekly closure, which is happening on Sunday. It's going to be really important for bulls to actually hold this 2.6 level. And we can easily come down, wick below it, kind of like where we're at now. But you just want to see, especially that daily 9 above, and then also that 2.6 hold. Because then what that'll do is it'll move the daily 9 more up, move this range, this 50% range more up, matching that 2.6, giving us good confluence of a move all the way up to 2.9, if not all the way to 3.0, which from here is pretty massive. I mean, we're talking 17%. If Sol BTC weekly starts firing off, let's just see where the targets are telling us. We're getting a target of all the way up to 4.9. Wow, that's insane. So, I mean, let's assume from 2.6 it holds all the way up. You know, could that be the volatility setup that we see? Maybe, but then we also know, though, that the last one was 260%. This one is longer. I guess it has theoretically lower volatility for longer. It's also at the lowest, so theoretically it should be bigger. If we just take that 260 level, that's bringing us right around actually that 80%. And that's kind of crazy. Now, remember, it should be bigger. So if this one put in around a 260% move, 270 all the way up to that 80%, closer to that 0.097. It's pretty insane, actually. And then at that point, where would that put Sol?
Could this also be front running? Just completely curious speculation here. Could this also be front running altcoin season and perhaps Bitcoin dominance turning around and flipping down?
It could. The issue with that is I just have to go to Sol ETH then. And you know, Sol ETH has just been consistently looking good, which is telling me Ethereum isn't able to get it up. So I think alt season really, I really believe like Sol has kind of had its own alt season, as we know, right? I mean, it going from 12s all the way now to 259 is pretty insane. I mainly, this is my opinion, but I think alt season will mainly be dependent on ETH BTC, personally. Now, if we could this cycle see Solana flip ETH, which could be could be why we're seeing, you know, Solana versus ETH so freaking bullish. If we view this now, we see that the 2-week just freshly closed above the 50%. Next target's at 0.1. From here, I mean, this is versus ETH. So this is telling me money's going to flow out of ETH and go into Solana. Next target here is 30% higher. And we see the 9 has just been holding so steadily. And usually you'd want to pull back here, but with this 50%, usually when at least crypto holds that 50%, it's continuation. So, and on top of it, we're losing. If you just notice that the blue zone. Let's see here. I mean, Barn does it better, but last time we lost the blue zone was here, and this took us straight up to the top of the range. Whoa. Oh wow, what did I just do? Let me go back. Okay. So with that, you know, Sol ETH is losing the blue zone. So why I'm mentioning that is because we know big moves up happen once we lose that blue zone. And so the next target would be that, compared to ETH, that like almost 10.1. So why I'm bringing that up is because I hear, you know, alt season. Personally, I think it's just going to be dependent on ETH BTC. I was really expecting, as I mentioned, if we view this on a 5-day, because why am I telling you about ETH now? Well, because it all kind of correlates to Solana. And I was really hoping that we were going to get a bounce here. I mentioned this, and we didn't. We fell through it. We're rejecting it. And now our next target would technically be that 2-3 zone. which is pretty devastating for Solana. I mean, for Ethereum, my apologies. From that point, I mean, we're talking a 36% drop. So what can we take from this? Well, Sol BTC looks like it's on the verge of a breakout. Now, I don't think every altcoin is going to break out based on Sol BTC, but I do think Solana, Tether pair, and the I guess Sol ecosystem, or the coins built on the Sol chain, are going to probably do pretty well in the coming weeks, assuming this does sustain a breakout. It'll be really dependent, though, on this, like I've been saying, this 0.26, essentially, 0.0026. If 26 can hold, especially on like a weekly, a daily, then it bleeds into the possibility of a monthly reclaiming that. And if we view the monthly, you know, it's like Solana, Sol BTC reclaims the monthly and loses it, reclaims it, loses it. So you're really watching. But then the difference here also is we'd freshly be reclaiming the monthly median. The monthly median currently, I'm trying to find it because it just says 0.00. The monthly is sitting right around 2.5. So it's sitting around 2.5. And so what I can gather from this, with also the lowest volatility read on Sol BTC looks like it's about to mega breakout. It's giving us a Hamas setup on the weekly and the 2-week. I drew this meme line just representing kind of like, if we are going to break out, then this should hold true, because we're now just breaking, we're breaking out, we're retesting the 9. And so ideally what we'd want is 2.6 to hold, and we're going to test 3.0. Now, knowing that with the 2-week and the weekly with Sol BTC, because generally, right, with what happened in September when what happened to Solana when Sol BTC broke out from here? Well, let's check it out. Well, in September, this is what occurred. You know, this is right around, what was the date here? Let me just get that. September 11th, weird date. Let's go here.
If you don't bring it up, no one would have noticed. No one would have noticed. Well,
September 11th. Okay, cool. So, I mean, look at this. Sol's 2-week chart here is giving us a bigger setup. Let me throw this HBDR off. It's messing up my chart. Sol BTC is giving us a setup on volatility that we haven't had since September 23rd. September 2023, essentially. It happened on September 11th. And what I want everyone to make note of this is Sol BTC did this. Volatility was here. We're now lower than this occurred. And what did that correlate with Sol USDT? Well, Sol USDT from that point went up. And I'll just take it from this. I won't even count that candle. I'll literally just take it from the wick high. I won't even take it.
Holy shit.
It went up 400%. So we're getting a bigger setup now on Sol BTC than we did when this setup took Solana up 400%. And we're getting that on a weekly and a 2-week. And right now, it's just literally dependent solely on that 2.6 level. Now, if we start reclaiming this 2.6 level, then to me, it's going to be ultimate confluence. And like I said, 3 to 4 closures, because remember, we had 1, 2, 3, rejected and lost it. 1, 2, 3, 4, lost it, and then 1. So that's why it's going to be important to just kind of hold this. A few closures, and then I do believe we're going to see a massive rip up for Sol BTC, which could also be why we're getting, you know, an insane setup on Sol ETH. But then also the 50% here is right at 3.2, which would put Sol BTC at levels that we really haven't tested since 2021. We know Sol in 2021, what was it doing? Well, in 2021, that's when, you know, that insane bull market was
happening. From $3 to $260.
Exactly. So it's pretty, we're at an insane point right now. And that's why, you know, my beam lines and numbers don't change. And this is kind of the scenario we've been talking about, where we want to see where this volatility was going to go to. I thought it was going to break out here in September, and it didn't. And so now we're months back. We've now fell way lower than we've ever been. And Sol BTC really looks like it's about to break out. I don't, you know, you can't really trade Sol BTC other than on Binance, I believe. But to me, this chart looks ready. And on the monthly here, it's really all dependent on this median. If we close the monthly above the median, then like, yeah, maybe this target here isn't too crazy. which would be technically the next target. So that's what I see on Sol BTC. The quarterly also is closing, not really getting anything. We're still above the 9. The median right here is pretty low. And if, you know, we're seeing that 50% here is at 2.9, right around that 3.0, I guess resistance is what I'd use. But then also look at that median. Like, and remember, it's really hard to gauge the HBDR on like a quarterly when you only have a chart from 2020. But, you know, from what we see, even the median here, not the median, the quarterly, look at that range, 0.02. That's absurd. So just for shits and giggles, why not? 500%. Yeah, that's pretty insane. So we're at a pretty important spot for Sol BTC. I just wanted to really bring that point on a lot, because I do think a lot of people are sleeping on like these 2-week and weekly setups on Sol. And I know everyone's happy that Sol's at 254, but when I see this and I see we're like in the midst of potentially a major breakout, I'm just like, maybe Sol USDT really is about to like overthrow ETH, especially when we see, you know, Sol ETH is looking like this on the 2-week. It's like, wow. But now, okay, we know that Sol BTC is looking insanely bullish. We know the weekly and 2-week are giving us the lowest volatility ever. So now how is Sol looking? That's tether pair. Sol's tether pair is looking insane. So let's go back here. Remember, we talked about a 5-day setup that, remember, Sol's never had in the history of Solana. So you're going to get a lot of volatility setups, especially when Sol BTC is having one. And I forgot to mention its 5-day setup as well. Sol BTC is giving us a 5-day setup, and it's a lot bigger than this one here. And we also know it's the same thing. Sol BTC has never given us a 5-day setup, and that's brewing. So even though Sol USDT's 5-day setup worked out, and it's still healthy, and it still can easily go up to that 90%, Sol BTC is currently looking like it's giving us a Hamas setup, and it theoretically should be up. We're holding that 5-day 9, and we're above the median. So there's really a lot of things telling me that, you know, this thing should bust to 3 fairly soon, actually. Sol USDT, though, with the 5-day, we were talking about this setup. It's an altcoin, so it wasn't super easy to catch, but we were talking about this. We chopped a bit. We were holding my 130 to 140 range pretty nicely. This is where we got the expansion from. We rejected 184 and came all the way back down to 150-ish before breaking out. We have been holding that 5-day 21. We got back above the EMA 9, and we've busted on through. Now, this 5-day is very healthy, and when you're above the median and you're above the 50%, the next target would be the 80% at 340. So that's something to mentally know. We are at resistance, though, and it's just mean line resistance at 259. So, you know, you have to take it with a grain of salt, but it is resistance regardless. And so when I gave the Academy short yesterday, the idea was this. If Sol is going to like have any major pullback, ideally you'd want bears to kind of step in before it makes a new all-time high. So I was viewing this, the 2-day wants to load for me. I was viewing this rejection high here at 259, and I essentially right here wanted the stop loss just at 262, because I know that if Solana ends up breaking this to all-time high, then okay, cool, we've just now made a new macro high. And then generally speaking, at least because I take it on a wick basis, you're then now looking for a macro high or low. Nothing needs to tell me this is going to stop here, and we don't need to form that here, but it's just always safer to assume that when you're at a major rejection point. And so if we get any pullback, I'm watching that 216. Again, an area I've been talking about. 216 was pretty important for Sol. We see it. We did chop below it. I added this meme line based on this like rejection high here. We held that. We were in a new range. We reclaimed 216, held above it for 1 closure, and then based on it here, and then boom, blew up. So now we're at the top. We need to see where this daily closes, because even though Sol BTC looks like it's about to break out and put in a Hamas setup, remember, none of these setups yet are triggering, right? This is about to, but it's not triggering yet. And just like what we saw here, we can be teased and then come back down. The weekly as well isn't firing. Not yet. It's close, but not yet. And then the 5-day too is just brewing with zero volatility, but not even close to firing yet. So with that, I would not be front running this now, having my TPs at 600 Sol. Alex said we're about to massively break out, because we have these setups looming, but they're not confirmed yet. And that's why it's going to be really important to see where this weekly closes, because I don't want this to start rolling over here. We don't want this to like roll over, break through here, reject here, and then come back down, because then we have to start watching for, you know, this EMA 100 on the weekly, which would be a pretty big. It'd be annoying because, you know, it's just doing what it's just trapping and tricking horny longs. And that's why I will say that, just as like a disclaimer, none of these setups are firing off yet. Now, I viewed the weekly, the 2 week, the monthly, and the quarterly. Let me just view the daily real fast and see if we can get anything. And so the daily here, you just want this to start breaking this high that it had on November 18th. This is technically the spot where shorts are going to start aping in because they have an easy invalidation. This is like the lower high break. You then want this to be the deviation that brings us lower. You'll know that this is starting to look concerning once the daily starts closing back under 2.4. So if it takes the low that we formed on the 21st, if it starts even wicking below that, it'll start looking slightly concerning. The 2-day here now. Yeah, 2 days fine. You can see here we validly have still a silver cross to the upside, and so we're now about to test that 2-day silver cross. I'm always mindful of these wicks, right? So we came down, we wicked, we hit the 100, we busted on through, we fell all the way down to the 34. Now are we going to get caught by the 9 or the 21? Possibly. That would signal strength when we get caught by the 9 here and go up, or even if we wick all the way down to the 21. Still would be okay as long as we just don't break this low here. Would be okay to me. So with that, I'd be really watching for maybe a retest here. And then you're praying that this retest is going to be quick, really fast, done, and it's going to lead to this weekly actually reclaiming back above 2.6. You'll already be slightly concerned though if we start, you know, SFPing here on the daily. But it's a daily, so we're dealing with an altcoin, so that's why I always like using a 2-day or like a 5-day, because it kind of eliminates the chop. And when we're viewing the 2-day, it's like, okay, yeah, we easily can go and retest that 9 very easily, retest the silver cross, come down, but then that's where you'd want to spring up, just like here, spring up. You don't want this to start like fizzling, making a doji here. It just wouldn't look the best because this 2.6 is pretty important. So I'm not getting anything on Sol BTC lower timeframes other than maybe a tiny pullback. And why I'm bringing that up is just because people were itching to long this right now, thinking they're going to catch an easy breakout. It's not that easy usually. And I do think that it's a lot of setups are going to be dependent on the monthly close. So now let's go to the tether pair, of course, because we understand Sol BTC, the weekly, the 2 week looks like it's about to bust up. The 5 days giving us the same setup. So how's the Sol USD pair? So this monthly is going to be pretty insane. Visually, you can see it. We've never in the history of Sol had a monthly closure back above 260. It reminds me often about this when I tweeted about this. When we go to the 2 month here, let me get maybe a cleaner chart. Yeah, here you see the 2021 market cycle high. This is on a 2 month. You know, when we closed that 2 month above that, that was a huge signal to me. Now I regret now balls deep longing this right around 67K, of course, and holding it until now. But that just solidifies no one's really perfect in trading. But this was a huge sign to me. This 2 month reclaiming the 2021 cycle high, opening on a downside, holding it, and then blasting through it. Why am I bringing that up? Well, we could be getting the same thing. You know, now this is closing in a month, so we'll view the monthly because it's closing sooner. And look at this. If we flip that on a monthly closure back into support, yeah, that's going to look pretty insane. And that might be why then we're seeing, if we threw the HBDR on, pretty insane targets, especially if we get back above this median, which if you guys can see that we are pretty healthily above it. It's like at 234 actually. Oh, actually, it's around 220. It's right around the meme line actually, which is funny. The median is, of course. But reclaiming that median here gives us the target above, you know, there. It takes us to $653. So how I would gauge that is, yeah, if we start getting that monthly closure back above that all-time high, it's going to be kind of like how I saw Bitcoin. It's extremely bullish. It's never happened before. Expect some downward move on the new monthly candle if that occurs, and maybe it just hits the monthly median really fast, just like how Bitcoin came down, fell a little under it, and then sprung, and now here we have a massive dildo, green dildo. Why I'm bringing that up though is you just want to watch how this monthly closes. 260 will be a very important thing, and that could actually trigger another long, even up here, because it just would be a simple SR flip. You'd want that to hold. You'd want that just to base, and then that's what's going to take us to that insane target. This 50% can move down, of course, so we'll have to see where that goes. But it could also move up, so we'll have to see. So that's the monthly. You're not really getting anything with volatility here, other than it is just at the lowest. So speaking, if this does start to expand, reclaim the moving average, I mean, would a move all the way to 600 be the most insane from here? Nope, definitely not. It seems insane now, but with what we just dissected with Sol BTC, Sol ETH, probably wouldn't be the most insane.
It's only 140%, right? Like, it's not that crazy.
No, it is crazy, but it's really not actually for an altcoin.
Yeah.
We see the 2 week here looking quite healthy. We see that 2 week 9. I'll gauge the 5 because Sol's pretty bullish, and so I'll use foreign strategy viewing the 9, because in super bullish markets, generally the 9 will support us first. And we see that 2 week 9 is trekking up where? Well, it's currently moving up, and it's going to go to that 216 zone. So that just solidifies to me that 216 again is important, especially on a 2 week. You're not really getting anything with volatility. You are now back above the moving average. But again, last time this happened here was around September. I did show that. Now we're expanding here again. This can easily go up to 80, 78 to 80%. We're only at 31% currently. So pretty insane. And we see that 50% is at 364. And then that 80% is, oh, look, $600 again. That's gotten brought up 2 times now. Let's check the weekly. The weekly looks nice on Sol. We see here the weekly reclaimed that 50%. Remember, this is usually the continuation one, is the 50% on the HBDR. And you're also losing the blue zone. So you came and opened on a back test, 220, what was the low here? It perfectly held at 229. And so this is giving you the next setup, which should take you to 379. Technically, you'll know this is not looking the best if we start getting a weekly closure back under 216, in my opinion. But until then, this literally just opened on a back test, 50% held. We're losing the blue zone. We have weekly volatility expanding from extreme lows. Nothing's really telling me this is going to slow down, especially with what we know with Sol BTC's weekly looking like it's breaking out of this multi-month range. Volatility looks like it's about to bust on through. Last time we had something like this was here when Sol did that. It's actually kind of insane, because you would expect Sol to get some kind of pullback. Is Sol going to lead the alt season? Now you could see, maybe this is what you were mentioning, Alondra, like Sol could be leading in the sense of we're now seeing a lot more legacy coins do well, I guess. Like AVAX is up.
XRP.
Like XRP. You could get Sol with this big, especially with Sol BTC breaking out. I don't think it's going to directly correlate to altcoins breaking out, but at least it shows you, okay, people are, it could be an indication of okay, people are doing business with altcoins. At least they're watching them. They're just not watching all of them, I guess. Okay, so now that was the weekly. We'll take the 5-day here. 5-day setup still very valid, and it's actually not close yet to even finishing. I look for more of when we start at least breaking that 80s to 90% for it to be kind of done. It at 67% healthily up, bouncing off the moving average. To me, just looks quite healthy. The 5-day here is closing in 3 days. We'll see if it closes above the 50% at 238. The way the weekly did, though, tells me the 5 days looking really good. And we, again, get that next target at 341, 430, the 90% at 451. So yeah, we're seeing 300s, the 340s, the 368s being the next target. From that all-time high here to there, still a nice 30% move on Sol. Pretty nice, actually. If the 2-day, I'm going to view that. We see we're rejecting the resistance. Makes sense. We easily can come down, just like I mentioned on Sol BTC. We easily can come down and test that 9. It doesn't mean it's over. It would actually be quite healthy. This would be a silver cross retest. Maybe we don't on Sol USDT. right? Because Sol BTC can come down and test the 9, but maybe Sol USDT only goes and tests the 5, which again lines up nicely with that 50%. Retest it here, and then that could actually give us the move back up to maybe 300. Yeah, so Sol's looking good. I do think, you know, here definitely could give us a pullback though, of course. I mean, you just made a new all-time high on a wick basis on Sol. You know, you're now just like at the extremes. Of course, people are going to want to start selling their Sol around here. But when we start like pulling the rock back and looking at the higher time frames, like the weekly, the 2-week, and the monthly, it's like, yeah, this thing is just starting. A pullback here to 244 to maybe even 235, I'm looking at as an opportunity, you know, and then it really will get solidified when the monthly can close back above 260. Then it's like, okay, cool. That's, in my opinion, like full confirmation. I'm watching for a median back test to get balls deep long, and I'm targeting $500 to $600 over time, of course. But it's like, when you see that, and then you also see the setups that I just showed on Sol BTC, it's like, yeah, that definitely could happen pretty easily. Sol BTC's monthly too is, like I said, reclaiming the median as well. And so again, reclaiming that monthly back above 2.6 just solidifies what we see overall with Sol USDT. So it's looking good. Don't sleep on Sol. I mentioned the short on the Academy yesterday because it's logical. You're approaching an extreme on the chart. You know, your invalidation is easy because you know exactly where you're wrong. If we start breaking that wick high that we formed here, then yeah, get out of the trade. Don't hold it. So that was kind of the thesis. If bears were really going to like kind of bait longs with the 100K Bitcoin and maybe an all-time high on Solana, you would have expected a deeper rejection here. So now I'm not shorting Solana anymore. That thesis is dead. You're not really getting any short trigger, even if you're viewing it on like a daily. You're kind of in the middle, right? You're getting a long trigger here, maybe a short here at 275, but you're not really getting anything. If we do the hourly on Sol, we see we're at the EMA 34, kind of the last point for at least what I look at for the moving averages. And the hourly looks like it wants to possibly put in a move here with this channel that it's forming. So, you know, be mindful of that. We see volatility on the hourly is also contracting under the moving average. The 50% here is at 255. So if we get any hourly close back above 256, then I'll be looking for another move back up to 260s. If not, maybe all the way up to 262. If we get any hourly close back under this EMA 34, then I do think then the deeper pullback scenario can happen. And I'm watching for 248, if not all the way down to 244. But remember, that could just line up with the 2-day retesting, you know, that 2-day EMA 5, which has been holding this entire time. So in summary, well, I'll just summarize it. Watch Sol BTC. We're getting massive volatility setups on Sol BTC. None of them are confirming those. So no trigger, no trade. The trigger for me will be once we get 3 to 4 weekly closures back above 2.6. For now, we're in the midst of the first one. The third one, I mean, reclaimed it. First one, the second one here. So we're in the midst of the second one. You want at least one more week above 2.6. And then that could ideally bleed into Sol USDT pair. Monthlies actually reclaiming back above its all-time high, which remember would be an insane signal for me. Kind of just very much so like what we saw with Bitcoin before it busted on through. What did it do before? It closed a monthly above that 2021 market cycle high. And I do think that when Solana does start moving, I don't think it's going to stop. I think the move we saw here was cool, but you know, if the statistics and history and everything has shown us, we're actually getting a lot bigger move than what happened right here in September. So technically, if that occurred, that would bring Solana closer to that, you know, $500 to $600 range, which is now we're approaching George numbers. But I mean, the data is the data. So we'll be conservative. We'll say like 160 because that was like the last record move, and now we're getting that 167 target, which again kind of lines up nicely with that HBDR. So yeah, watch very closely. This doesn't necessarily mean it's going to end Solana. I actually think once this monthly, depending on where it closes, ideally above 260, this move could literally just be starting. You had this move here from we'll just take it from support. Let me just go from support. I mean, in this chop, you've had so far a 137% move, but we're literally talking about a new move happening from that 260, which could take us even higher than what we've seen all these months. So that's kind of insane to really put it in that perspective. Don't sleep on Sol. Don't degenerately long this though. Wait for the monthly to prove to you that it's going to reclaim 260, and then we'll bid the median and then target higher. But until then, just sit on your hands, wait, because Sol BTC loves to kind of trick horny longs, thinking, oh, we're about to rip, when all we do is just kind of right about to break out, and then it fizzles out. So don't do anything yet. Wait, and just be mindful of the setups we're getting, because Sol's looking insane, and not really many people are talking about Sol BTC. And we're getting literal Hamas setups on the 5-day, the weekly, and the 2-week, all on Sol BTC, which is kind of insane to think about.
Well, it's kind of like when Ethereum went from $80 all the way to like, what was the top? 4,300, 4,800, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Why can Sol do that, right? Like, why can't they have like their own year like that? Especially because they came out like 3-4 years later.
Yeah.
I think or whenever he did. I don't quote me on that one, right? But if Ethereum was able to do that and Solana is doing that with more users, more active users, more transactions happening, better network, faster, blah, 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 why can't it just be worth more than Ethereum? And for it to be worth more than Ethereum, it needs to do a 3x.
Super cycle kind of move. And Sol BTC is showing us, if that's to the upside, that's a super cycle move. I mean, and it could maybe play into Sol, like Bitcoin finding some kind of top, consolidating, and then we're kind of seeing the like roadmap for altcoins. Like once that happens, Sol at least is like Sol compared to Bitcoin is going to bust. So it's insane to see that, because we've been talking about Sol USDT pair, the Hamas setup, the 5-day, and it's worked well. But what I just shown was we literally could get 160% move within like a month or two, which has taken Sol from where we're at now, like 5 to 6 months to reach that. We could get a move like that in a month or two if these really do start firing off. So it's telling me we're just like the extremes and rallies can get even more extreme. And that's why you often hear that saying, market can stay more irrational than like you can, essentially. So yeah, exactly. So really not bad. I'm kind of bricked up on Sol, but we all have been bricked up on Sol essentially for weeks.
And we've been hurt before too. So keep an eye out. Can we do Tesla, por favor?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Aquí les tengo los Solamis. Y para mucha gente que tal vez no le pegue tanto a esto y que esté apenas empezando con nosotros, aprendiendo, sobre todo con el curso que tenemos, porque hay muchos de ustedes que son nuevos, que están apenas aprendiendo con nosotros. ¿Te gusta? Si vamos a analizar Solana, queremos analizar ciertas cosas, ¿no? Y esto aplica para casi todas las cosas, dependiendo de dónde estés buscando. Tienes que buscar cosas relacionadas a lo que estás buscando. Pon tú a Solana, voy a buscar la relación con Bitcoin, voy a buscar la relación con el dólar, voy a ver el volumen, voy a ver dónde está el market cap de todo cripto, para poder tener más información para poder hacer mejor mi análisis. Ahora, esto es Sol BTC. Esto quiere decir, si pusieras el peso mexicano contra el dólar, ¿no? Eso quiere, el peso mexicano contra el dólar te diría que hay el dólar contra el peso. Si pones dólar primero y luego peso, te dice la cantidad que cuesta un peso en dólares. Entonces te diría 20.47. Esto es cuánto cuesta Solana en Bitcoin. Y justamente en este momento, si nos echamos para atrás, quiero llevarlos a temporalidades altas para que lo puedan ver, si estamos siendo altos históricos o no. Todavía no. Estamos justamente ante resistencia muy importante, lo podemos ver. Tuvimos un cierre por encima de esto, además de estos, pero hasta ahora hemos estado rangueando justo acá, en lo que la volatilidad ha llegado al punto más bajo que ha llegado en este par, lo que prepara básicamente un gran setup una vez que la volatilidad se dé la vuelta y empuje, ya sea a la alza o a la baja. Va a empujar con muchísima fuerza. Nos vamos acercando más y podemos ver voy a poner la de 2 semanas rápido. Voy a poner la de 2 semanas por acá. Espérame. Ok. 2 semanas está por acá. Pueden ver lo que está pasando. Tenemos este alto en este punto. Hemos hecho estos altos, lo que está dejando a la gente pensar qué está pasando. Estamos siendo altos más bajos, pero también está haciendo bajos más altos. Y voy a quitar el ruido tantito con los promedios. Voy a quitar esta chingadera. No tiene sentido tenerla ahí. Y quiero que vean esto. Básicamente acabas de tener de esta línea acá un breakout. Y la pregunta va a ser, ¿esto es falso o no? Y tienes dos cosas a tu favor en este momento. Bueno, ahorita ya no, pero las tenías antes, porque arriba de esta línea, en el punto 26.016, arriba de esa línea, también está cerrando arriba de esto y rebotando justamente en la línea esta que era antes resistencia y ahora sería soporte. Lo que quieres es rebotar acá y dar continuación a la alza. Es lo que nosotros pensamos que se está dando en estos setups. Voy a ponerte la semanal para que lo veas. Tienes este cierre acá, bastante interesante. Tuviste este bajón acá y puede que esto sea el principio de justamente lo que estamos buscando, el retesteo y vámonos para arriba. O también puedes saber que si esto se rompe a la baja, sería una caída potente por el setup tan grande que se está dando. Vean esto en la volatilidad, en la semanal también. Estamos en el punto más bajo, me parece, en toda la historia del par. Y la volatilidad empieza a expandir. La cosa es, hasta que no llegues al 15%, que es donde está esta línea roja, no cuenta. Entonces, en el de una semana o en el de 2 semanas que tienes el mismo setup con la misma volatilidad nula que está empezando a expandir, todavía no llegas al 15%, por lo que no es válido y no vas a tomar un trade hasta que no tengas la confirmación de lo mismo. En la diaria, por ejemplo, era la 5 días. Podemos ver exactamente lo mismo, un periodo de volatilidad nula y empezando a empujar al 15%. ¿Qué nos dice eso? Está preparándonos para un setup de jamás en este par. Y este par, una vez que pegue, va a ponerse sabrosa la cosa. Vamos a Solana mismo ahora. ¿Saben qué? El mejor gráfico de Solana en esto puede ser la mensual, en mi opinión. Sí, en la mensual hay varias cosas que quiero que vean. Uno, hemos tenido muy pocos cierres, hemos tenido literalmente solo un cierre encima de los $202. En cuanto a un gráfico mensual se refiere, fue la única vela que cerró encima de eso. Todas las demás, esta roja pues vino a cerrar acá abajo, esta vino a cerrar acá y estas nunca han cerrado por encima. Y apenas tenemos esta vela que cierra en 8 días y 6 horas, sería tu primer cierre por encima de los 214. Entonces, eso nos hace pensar y nos hace dar un bias todavía más alcista a lo que estamos viendo. Cuando al mismo tiempo estás viendo que la volatilidad está reseteándose en el punto más bajo que ha estado en Solana. Eso es la mensual. La semanal podemos ver un poco diferente historia en la volatilidad, pero ¿sabes qué? Voy a empezar con la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas tienes este gran breakout. Luego tienes este alto histórico que hicimos simplemente en un wick, que es la parte delgada de la vela. Con ella llegamos a 264.20. El previo alto histórico estaba acá. Esa es justamente esta línea, en los 259.39. Y esto, como siempre, super cripto, muy fuckery. Acá, para los que entraron en el short de Alex, le pegaron, me imagino, sabroso a la baja, porque aquí, pues, la diferencia de esto es bastante apalancado. Entonces, tienes esto que está pasando en la de 2 semanas junto con la volatilidad empezando a expandir en el 31% y empujando cuando tienes, ¿dónde empezó? Acá, justamente donde tienes la vela verde. Eso nos dice que viene con fuerza este movimiento a la alza y apenas está en el 31%, le gusta llegar mínimo, vas a ver el 54%, después el 60% y después el 80%. Entonces, todavía tiene camino para correr. En la semanal está ya corriendo más. En la semanal la volatilidad está expandiendo al 55%, pero comenzó a expandir por encima justamente acá. Y es lo que vamos a hacer, ponerlo ahí para ver dónde fue. Pueden ver que es justamente este momento y que lo podemos ver. Todavía tiene muchísima fuerza para seguir empujando. Nos vamos a acercar a la diaria. La diaria tuvo y estuvo en extremos y ahora se está yendo de lado en lo que el precio está subiendo, pero estamos ahora otra vez por encima del promedio. Eso quiere decir que va a continuar la expansión y tal vez lo que vimos es el fin de la corrección. Nada es seguro todavía, obviamente, pero es lo que estamos esperando. ¿Qué exactamente quieres jugar? Vámonos a la semanal. básicamente un cierre encima de esto. Tienes un cierre arriba de los 259.39 que nunca ha pasado y más o menos nos recordaría un poco al cierre arriba de los 69 de Bitcoin. Una vez que cerraste aquí arriba, tuviste la expansión de Bitcoin de 69,000 hasta los 100,000 casi, o depende en qué exchange lo hayas hecho. Y en Solamis te está dando el mismo setup y en el Solana BTC te está dando un setup de Hamas que parece ser el setup de Putin con la Tercera Guerra Mundial. Así que esto tiene cara de que tiene mucha fuerza. ¿Dónde te empiezas a preocupar? Perdiendo esta línea en los 214. Eso para abajo nos podría hacer replantear el análisis y tendríamos que ver a dónde se está tirando la volatilidad. Pero arriba del 214, que es algo que nosotros esperamos, esto pinta bastante bien. Lo que recomendamos también es que esperes a estos cierres importantes, sobre todo en Solamis, semanal, que cierren 2 semanas, a ver si puedes aguantar esta y también la de 2 semanas me parece que, no, en 9 días. Pero un cierre semanal, en mi opinión, arriba de esto, del 259.39, va a darnos pauta para poder continuar a la alza el movimiento. Así que Solami se ve muy alcista, me encanta, y vamos a continuar, vamos a ver cómo se da esto. Y los números, los objetivos de Solana son bastante altos. Estamos hablando de entre 500 y 700 dólares. Pero cuando nos ponemos a pensar un poco en esta realidad, no es tan loco porque Solana tiene un market cap en este momento de, espera, déjame ver si lo pone acá. No lo tengo acá, pero son más o menos 118 billones de dólares, 120 billones de dólares. Ethereum tiene un market cap de 350, 380. Ethereum ha tenido un market cap de medio billón, de medio trillón. ¿Por qué Solana no puede hacer un 3X y alcanzar Ethereum en donde está ahorita? ¿Por qué no? Nadie sabe. Así que atentos, no les estoy diciendo que se meten de una vez, que esperen a su confirmación, todavía no la tienen, todavía no tienes un cierre arriba de 259. Espérate a ello y vámonos con Tesla. Vamos a darle. Yes, sir.
Oh, nice. So here we have Tesla. I mean, let's view it on the daily, the 2-day, and the 5-day. I think it tells a story. I mean, Tesla right now is looking strong. I don't see why we wouldn't go to like 370s, if not all the way to my meme line at 416. But then at that point, I do think we're going to find major resistance, and it does make sense. We see the daily here right around that 415, 416, that 95% zone is matching up nicely. We do see that volatility is contracting, which is interesting to see because we hit extremes here on this pump. We came down, rallied up, and then since we've started to rally up again, it's actually started to move volatility down. So that is interesting to see. Maybe where volatility will be once we reach that $400 zone. But we have to be aware. We are now pressing slightly above that 50%. So reclaiming on a daily closure back above 351, 352, for me will, give us good confidence that we're at least going to go up to 370s, if not all the way up to my meme line at $414. There you should be at least looking for consolidation, if not a deeper pullback. We are healthily above the daily median, and that median's matching nicely with that daily 9. And so for people who don't have the HPDR, you could just gauge the daily 9 for now as kind of where that daily median is. So that should tell you that, okay, that should give us a bigger bounce, but it'll be dependent on if we start losing that EMA 5. That EMA 5 is very strong. And we see once we lost it here, we dumped to the 9, open on the 9 on a pullback to it, and then reclaimed the 5. And that's kind of what led us up. And so it'll be really important to see if bulls can close back above 352 on a daily closure. For now, though, we are. I mean, we are at resistance technically, right around 350 to 352, which lines up with what I'm saying with the daily. But then you just see the big gap up once we actually start reclaiming that 352. Especially this is on a 2-day now. I just don't see why we wouldn't hit 413, even if I didn't have the HPDR here. For now, I mean, the trend is still your friend, and we just made a new higher high in this range. And so having a tiny pullback wouldn't be surprising on, maybe into next week. But, as long as the trend is still up, which it is, this just made a new high, new high essentially. So now it wouldn't be the most surprising to see a pullback, but also we could just see continuation here. But there's not really much else in terms of like this meme range I have. We, I guess, could go up maybe to 370s, 7%, if not, okay, 414, 17%. So I mean, I'll be more in the camp that bears are going to try to just get a pullback here. We just made a new higher high, and so just to keep the trend intact, it would make a lot of sense for the 2-day to kind of see where this 9 will go. But it is closing in 3 days. I'd simply like to just see the 2-day get tested again, right around 319 to maybe 325. And that is just hopium though, because of where the daily is sitting now. It coming all the way back down to there on the 2-day is hopium in the sense that we are getting major support at $333. So now is the spot though where bulls will want to reject. You'd essentially, if you're bearish, wouldn't want to see this wick high on the daily get broken right around 361, 362. And if you're bullish, you're just waiting to see if the daily can reclaim the 50%, lose the blue zone, giving you more confluence to a push up maybe to that 90 to 95%, right around $400. We end up getting a squeeze up to 400, maybe even the $415 zone. At that point, you should be pretty cautious of a deeper pullback, just because it's simply where we're at on the chart. At that point, we'll be approaching right around that 95% on the weekly, and we know, there really hasn't been a lot of times in Tesla's history where we'll go and test that 95%. We rallied to it, came down, tested it, rejected. Yeah, I mean, I'm not far on, so I can't identify them easily enough, but I just know that green zone here generally is like a nice rejection point for Tesla. And so currently as it stands, that is right around the 385 to maybe even 430. These will move though today. So it would make a lot of sense for these to actually move down, matching more kind of the resistance I have. You're going to say something, Alonso?
Yeah. If I'm looking at the chart on the monthly and I'm looking at volatility just now on the monthly is now kicking up. Like it bounced off the base and now it's heading towards extremes. And that was the lowest volatility had come from ever since 2020 after that massive move towards the upside.
Yeah, and that is interesting. It is a good point. It is interesting. I mean, monthly volatility here is it's looking healthy. I mean, I can't really say much. We need to see where this kind of closes and how it looks into next month. But we see we're above the moving average. We were basing right around 43 to 42%. Now we're getting that expansion. We see here on the monthly chart as well. Pretty strong monthly candle, almost 41%. Currently where it's at now. So we see we've lost the blue zone. And so, it's like if Tesla wanted to, it's like 50-50 now, where it can there's more, I guess, of a probability of it going, and it'll again depend on where this monthly closes. But currently, since we are now healthily above that monthly median and breaking the 50% zone, yeah, I mean, we would have a next target at $486 on Tesla, which would mean that it's now just made a new macro high. And it would make sense, especially if we start really breaking above $414, that last wick high rejection that was formed in 2020 before we went bear. Then yeah, I mean, the next target on this monthly would be $486, assuming this doesn't move down. It could move up, but we'll just have to see essentially. And yeah, I mean, with the volatility on the monthly looking like it's freshly crossed up and reclaimed the moving average to the upside, then I mean, any pullback to currently where it stands, like that 300 to maybe all the way to 270 is a major opportunity for Tesla. And that's just what I'm going to gauge it as. We've never really had a monthly closing back above 300 other than here. And we even see on the monthly candle, we went up to the $414, came down, tested that monthly 5. Yeah, we're just kind of doing business around there. So for me, we've only had, I guess, 1-2 monthly candles back above 300. So this would be the third. It'll be really important not to long up here, though. I personally think that we easily can get a pullback, and I'm going to be watching for maybe that 300, if not all the way lower to like 270. potentially, and that could easily like happen, like how it went down really fast and then went up, and we kind of closed where we opened. Again, just a hopium scenario, but for now, I mean, when I'm viewing, especially where the daily's at, there's definitely no long trigger here. There could be one if we start closing back above that 251 to 252, but until then, I'm looking for more of a pullback, which is probable, and I'm eyeing that 300 zone, if not a little lower, to catch price. But 300 should first act as a nice psychological point for price. We're seeing that's right around where that daily EMA 21 is. And yeah, that would make a lot of sense, especially when we see that 300 zone was a pretty big rejection point for Tesla throughout this history. You know, it essentially led to bigger, well, it always led to a bigger move down. Once we lost 300, even here, we chopped, we were coming down, we chopped, we reclaimed it again, SFP, and then that led us really down. Here we lost it, led us all the way to 232. And then once we reclaimed the 300 here, that's kind of what took us bull mode to $413. So it's going to be important to watch the $300 zone. I'll be more, I'm more, I guess my opinion is we're going to get a pullback around here. I don't really feel comfortable long this, and I would prefer to see kind of that daily 21 to kind of get tested again. If not even just going back to the daily 9. Tesla's kind of a harder read for me though, because it feels like it wants to keep going up, but then when I go onto the lower time frames, we are like hitting HVDR resistance. We're at the 95% on the 2-day. So it's like, okay, we could reject here, but then, you know, we easily could go to 300. That's kind of my line in the sand. I just want bulls to hold to 300.
What happened on the HPDR when you when we hit when we went from like $300 to $1,000, like back in 2020?
Let's see.
Did we get to extremes, to like tops? Like literally the beginning of 2020.
I never hit $1,000 though, right?
Say that again. Well, it was. They did a split.
Oh, they did the split, right? No, you're right. Okay. Yeah, I mean, so we see once we lost the blue zone, it took us straight up to the green zone. You know, and I know
the green zone. Yeah.
Like I said, the far end does it better than me, but you know, that blue zone generally on the daily, like Farm taught me, it likes to kind of range in the blue zone. Once we break above the blue zone on the upper downside, usually where we get our bigger expansion moves, and then that took us to the top of the green zone. Currently, the top of the green zone, this is what we're kind of there now, actually. So we've broken out of the blue zone. We've hit the green zone. We're now at the top of the green zone, kind of where we last rejected last time, essentially. We easily could, though, go up here. That's why it'll be really dependent on today's closure, in my opinion, because if we can actually hold and on a daily break the blue zone, then yeah, I do think we can test the green on the daily, which could just lead to the 2-day hitting that 95%. But if we get any pullback, it will be around here because we're at the 95%. You can just see visually it's a pretty big gap from here to here. So this is kind of where bears would want to step in. But then you can't really get too bearish when you have the 80% sitting right at $300. And we just know on the daily that's a pretty strong area of support right around that daily EMA 21. And if the daily 9 has been holding like it's been holding, and if we end up losing that, we'll probably get aggressive drop down. But then we just have to look at the 21 as the next area, and that's right around 307, maybe 315. So then with this, you can look at it like a range, like 315 to maybe 300. I would personally like to go long at 300 though, because it'd be easier. And then what that would do is it would then at least shave off some volatility on the 2-day, let these ranges actually step down, giving us, instead of us rallying up and hitting the 99.5%, if these can actually move down, then it can just give bulls more of a chance to actually break up, and maybe then this 99% turns into like the 80% and so forth. So right now you are statistically more likely to have a pullback here. It'll be really dependent on the daily. Watch the daily. You want it above 352. That way, then we can at least get another measured move to 372, if not maybe to 385. But then from there, you're approaching the extremes on the daily and the 2-day. So you kind of have to be mindful of a pullback there. And then a pullback should take us right around that 300 zone. And that should be an opportunity. When reviewing the 5-day too, you see the 5-day reclaimed the 80%. You can just see the reaction of breaking the blue zone. We rallied up, reclaimed the 80%. And now the next target would be around 377. So, it's like the higher time frames tell me that this one's more up, but then when I start doing the lower time frames, it's like, yeah, we definitely could get some pullback. So I mean, there's not really much I'm viewing. There's not really any actionable setups here, other than maybe a move up to 377, 384 before a bigger pullback, and then I'm watching a bigger pullback to take us maybe to 300 to 315. If we go up to that 300 zone, I'm going to be watching for a long though, because it just be a simple SR flip. And Tesla does like to make moves up, and then it does like to come all the way back down to the $300 zone. It's not out of the question. It's not like crazy, and it also doesn't mean it's crazy bearish. We see here it rallied straight to resistance and then came all the way down, 27% before having another pump up. So it's not the most thing to say that 300 could get hit before maybe hitting that 400 zone. It's just more of a timing. Do we go up to 380 to 370s before, or do we get the pullback now? And when I'm viewing the 2-day, I'm more in the camp we'll get it now. So that's why I just view the daily, because if the daily starts closing back above 352, we lost the blue zone to the upside, and then it just opens up more of a chance of us to test this zone. But regardless, you shouldn't be longing up here either way. So that's kind of all I have with Tesla. I mean, we see here that we're about to reclaim that quarterly median. I'm curious to see.
On that, volatility is also expanding from the lowest point.
That's a good point. Yeah, volatility is expanding.
Holy shit!
That's on Tesla. And after it hit extremes here, it came all the way down, reset. We've only ever had really 43% volatility. So it's not the lowest, but it's still technically some of the lowest we've ever had. Let's see what the move was here. Wow. So when this was technically the lowest, so this will theoretically be bigger, but we can use this to gauge. And so like when we came here, we take it from that closing all the way up to extremes.
Exactly.
Holy crap, that gave us a 900% move down. And so currently as it stands, this median, we're above the median. We back tested that 50% perfectly, actually. To me, it's like, yeah, Tesla, I was about to say Solana. Solana looks like it wants to go up higher. Tesla looks like definitely could test up to there. Now, yeah, we're not getting a 900% move, but still from here to there, it's a 143% move. But I'm curious to see how much it would be from that 50%. Let's see, from the 50% up. Yeah, that looks more like it, like 300, almost 300% up. So you're dealing with a pretty insane setup on Tesla overall. It's just more a timing factor. I do think Tesla, like into next year, will be very bullish. And even reclaiming that 50% on the 2-month, you see, takes you all the way up to $1,000. Wow. So, I mean, Tesla looks like it wants to do some busting up. I don't think it's going to do it now, though. And I'd be really mindful of some pullback around here, around maybe 416, 420. It'd be funny if Tesla pulled back at 420.
420, yeah.
Tesla, but I'm essentially gauging that 300 as a major opportunity zone. I don't know when it'll hit, but if we get any kind of pullback or consolidation around there, I'll be looking at that as the next major opportunity zone before we break the all-time high. And that's all I have on Tesla. It's not clear to me, like I said, but when we view the lower time frames, we could get a pullback here. So just be mindful of that. But when you start going on to the higher time frames, like the 5-day and above, it's like, oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, pullback where? And so like here, even on the 5-day, that 95% is right at 416. So if you get rallies up to 377 to 400, be more on cautious mode here. Yes, we can easily break the all-time high, But then, you know, generally then when you make a higher high, you make what? A higher low. So then you should just be on a higher low watch, and that could come in, you know, I'm hoping 300, but that doesn't have to happen. It could come in right around where price is at now. So that's it. 300 is like my line in the sand if we're going to go really bullish or not. I don't want to long it up here at 353. I'd much rather wait, especially if I think markets as a whole are going to get some kind of pullback eventually. One of these days, you know, they'll get a pullback. So
maybe,
yeah.
maybe. Exactly. All righty. Well, thank you so much, dude. Greatly appreciate it. That was great. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Great stream. Happy Friday. Go give Farhan some kisses for me.
Yeah, maybe not that, but I'll bring him some water.
Sounds good. However you can help. Thank you.
Yeah, have a good one.
Have a good one. Vale, estamos viendo Tesla. Uy, Tesla. Tesla. Vamos a empezar con el gráfico de 3 meses. Rápidamente el trimestral. Lo vamos a hacer chiquito, como el del tío Salo, ¿no? Y pueden ver, básicamente lo que quiero enseñarles con esto es la estructura. Porque venimos de estos triángulos que hemos platicado 1000 veces. Cómo mides el triángulo de la parte más alta en vertical para abajo. Y de ahí donde se rompe el triángulo y tienes tu objetivo a la alza, 500 y cacho, ¿ok? Eso suena loco, pero cuando estás viendo que por primera vez, desde que tuviste has solamente tenido 2 cierres por encima de $300 en la trimestral, solamente 2, y este. Han sido los únicos cierres por encima de esa temporalidad, por encima de ese precio en esta temporalidad. Ahora, ¿qué es lo impresionante de esto? ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo? Estamos viendo que Tesla está creando mínimos más altos y estamos viendo que estamos a punto de ir a buscar los altos históricos que están en los 414.55, ¿ok? Y no le falta mucho para llegar. El primer punto de resistencia interesante que va a ser es el cierre más alto que ha logrado Tesla, es justamente acá, en los 361. Para que lo tengamos en mente, es en los 358, 360. Ahora, si les enseño la volatilidad en la trimestral, pueden ver que empieza a expandir. Y esto literalmente está dando este movimiento y está expandiendo de la zona más baja, no de más baja en total, pero esto es después del 2020, esto fue antes del 2020. Y esto nos dio un movimiento una vez que el precio de Tesla expandió en ese entonces. Vamos a ver, para que lo tomen en cuenta. 1400%. Tenemos más o menos el mismo setup, no va a ser tan explosivo. Digamos, si este fue el setup de la Tercera Guerra Mundial, este es un setup de jamás, definitivamente, pero lo tienes en la trimestral, lo que nos dice que Tesla va a ir a buscar altos históricos y mucho más, en mi opinión también. A la mensual, puta madre, tíos, vean la volatilidad expandiendo ¿de dónde? Del punto más alto desde el 2000 una vez más. Y está expandiendo con fuerza. ¿Dónde empezó? Empezó a expandir justo acá. Esta vela. ¿Me estás diciendo que esto ya se acabó? Tal vez no. Tal vez sí, tal vez no. La cosa es, pueden ver lo alcista que se ve en temporalidades altas y la fuerza que va a llevar, y además de que rompiste esto, veniste a retestearlo y tuviste el empuje a la alza, bien, alcista. Nos acercamos un poco más y empezamos a ver un poco el movimiento más cansado ya cuando te metes a la semanal, pero en la semanal todavía tienes camino. En la diaria es donde estás en extremos y esto está corrigiendo. Y es por eso que cuando volteamos a ver el precio de Tesla estos días, solamente quería asegurarme que no fuera a pintar, podemos ver que estamos rangueando en esta zona, arriba de los 300, formando un bajo en los 309, 308 y después formando un bajo más o menos en los 330. Ahora, la única vez que ha cerrado en este rally arriba de esta línea en los 346 es justamente una y esta sería tu segunda. Si puedes cerrar arriba de los 352, tenemos un buen chance a que este movimiento lleve al precio a los 370. Pero lo más probable, porque el movimiento está sobreexhausto, puede que lleguemos hasta acá arriba, después caigamos hasta acá. Esta es la primera zona de interés. La mejor, aquí te sacas la lotería a la verga, si llega otra vez a 300. Y de aquí esperamos ir a buscar altos históricos. Tesla trae una fuerza absolutamente brutal. Todas las temporalidades son brutales, fenomenales. Y yo creo que lo único es temporalidades cortas donde estamos viendo la volatilidad, hacer un reset. Pero acuérdate, a Tesla no le gusta hacer un reset de la volatilidad hasta abajo. Aquí se puede dar la vuelta tranquilamente donde lo están viendo y continuar a la alza. Recuerden que la expansión de volatilidad cuenta una vez que te subes arriba de la línea blanca. Y ahí lo tienen. Oigan, se pone bien la cosa. Muy feliz fin de semana a todos ustedes. Espero que se la pasen muy bien. Cualquier duda que tengan de esto, próxima semana, ahorita les vamos a mandar un correo para la clase para todos ustedes exclusiva en el Trading Academy. Para que tengan cualquier pregunta, se las contestemos. No tanto es analizar tablas, sino cualquier pregunta técnica que tengan, se las conteste a Alex Farhan. Yo traduzco lo que necesiten y nos vemos el casino el lunes y va a haber más videos. Tengo muchas cosas de que hablar con ustedes, muy importantes. Pórtense muy bien, gracias como siempre y esto me la paso muy bien, se aprecia su tiempo.